Chapter 3863. In the central palace of the Fire Spirit Land, Du Ruffing hurried over and stopped in front of the hall, bowing respectfully. Venerable, the thick door of the hall slowly opened, revealing a gap for a person to enter and exit. Du Ruffing stepped in and soon saw the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector, Duan Hai, sitting cross-legged in meditation, refining the heaven-opening pill. After waiting for half an hour, Duan Hai let out a sigh of relief, opened his eyes, and asked, "How are things going?" Du Ruffing showed a happy expression and cupped his fists, reporting to Venerable, "There was a big harvest. Third-grade Scarlet Sky True Flame. Isn't a big harvest. What else did you find?" Duan Hai's eyes flashed. Du Ruffing quickly said, "The information was wrong. It wasn't third-grade Scarlet Sky True Flame, but fourth-grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. Fourth grade. Please take a look, Venerable," Du Ruffing said as he stepped forward and handed over the heaven-capturing net. Duan Hai took it and swept it with his divine sense before nodding. "It really is fourth-grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. You did well this time. A fourth-grade material is very precious to my Seven Openings land. Keep it for yourself." He reached out and tossed the heaven-capturing net back. Du Ruffing was overjoyed. Many thanks for Venerable's kindness. This Scarlet Sky Golden Flame was something he urgently needed, so he was naturally happy. Duan Hai said, "Give Zhou Zheng some benefits as well. After all, he was the one who found it, and it can be considered as solving a big problem for the orchard. It's a good time to report this to Venerable." Du Ruffing carefully put away the heaven-capturing net. "What happened today has nothing to do with Zhou Zheng. It was a servant who found this Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. Zhou Zheng lied about finding it himself, but his intention was just to take advantage of the situation." Duan Hai sneered. "It's not a big deal. Since he is the manager of the orchard and found a fourth-grade material, he should be rewarded." "Yes," Duan Hai said curiously, "but a servant actually found traces of this Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. He has some skill." Du Ruffing smiled. "He does have some skill, and his luck is quite good. Does Venerable remember the group of newcomers you brought back a few months ago?" Duan Hai was surprised. Could it be one of those newcomers? It was discovered by one of them, Yang Kai. Furthermore, it was him who helped us obtain the Scarlet Firmament Golden Flame. Hearing this, Duan Hai's interest was piqued. How did he make such a big contribution? Du Ruffing gave a brief account of his trip to the orchard to collect the Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. Then he said, "Disciple was a little suspicious at the time. I didn't know what was so special about this Yang Kai's wood elemental energy. Since only he could attract the Scarlet Sky Golden Flame, I had him release his Tao seal to observe. As a result, Disciple discovered that the wood elemental energy he condensed was above the fourth grade." "Above fourth grade?" Duan Hai's eyes flashed. "Are you sure?" Disciple confirms it without a doubt. His wood elemental energy was even purer and denser than Disciple's. If it wasn't at the fourth rank or above, it would be absolutely impossible for Disciple to have such feelings. This is interesting. A junior who has just entered the 3,000 worlds actually had such an opportunity, Du Ruffing said. Du Ruffing said, "I asked him about it. He said that before he met the Venerable One, he accidentally found a tall, white jade-like tree in the vast universe. It had a few branches, a few leaves, and a strange smell. He accidentally absorbed it and condensed the power of the wood element." "A white jade-like tree and a strange smell?" Duan Hai frowned as he stroked his beard and pondered. Du Ruffing observed from the side but didn't dare to disturb him. After a while, Duan Hai's hand movements suddenly stopped as a look of shock appeared on his face. "Venerable, what is that tree? What is its grade?" Du Ruffing asked. Duan Hai took a deep breath and said, "If this old master is not mistaken, what he found should be Bodhi white jade, and it has already grown into the shape of a small tree. It should be at least a fifth-grade material, most likely a sixth-grade material." "Fifth grade, sixth grade." Du Ruffin exclaimed, his eyes turning red with jealousy. In the entire 7 openings land, the most powerful heavenly monarch was only a 5th grade heavenly monarch. The other venerables were all 4th grade heavenly sovereigns, and they had all taken heaven opening pills to achieve this. In other words, when they first achieved heaven opening, the heavenly monarch was only a 4th grade heavenly sovereign, while the other venerables were all 3rd grade heavenly sovereigns. That little servant Yang Kai had actually found a 5th grade or 6th grade heavenly opening genius all of a sudden. Was he trying to defy the heavens? If he could find a few more 5th grade or 6th grade heavenly sovereigns, wouldn't he be able to directly reach the 5th grade or 6th grade heavenly opening realm at that time? Who in the entire 7 openings land would be his opponent? Good luck, good luck. Duan Hai nodded repeatedly. Du Rufeng's expression fluctuated for a while before suppressing the jealousy in his heart and cupping his fists again. There is one more thing I must report to Venerable. It is also related to this little servant Yang Kai. Speak. I don't know how this guy offended Great General Sichin, but the Great General has been using his head as a nest. When this disciple went over, the Great General had been lying on top of his head. Duan Hai was surprised. Sichin was lying on top of his head? Yes. Duan Hai couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Sichin quite likes this guy. Du Ruffin was stunned. Likes? Where did this come from? Duan Hai said, if Sichin didn't like this guy, he wouldn't be so close to him. Du Ruffin was speechless. This kind of liking, he would rather not have it. It was too embarrassing. Then Yang Kai? Du Ruffin hesitated. If he didn't know that Yang Kai had such a high level of wood elemental energy, it would have been fine, but now that he knew, he couldn't treat him lightly. However, Du Ruffin didn't know how to deal with him, so he could only wait for the Venerable's instructions. Duan Hai pondered for a while, then suddenly asked, how long has Brother Yulien been in seclusion? Du Ruffin bowed. Brother Yulien was in seclusion 10 years ago to condense earth elemental energy, so it shouldn't be long before he comes out. At this point, he suddenly realized, this disciple knows what to do. Go. Duan Hai waved his hand and closed his eyes again. Du Ruffin respectfully retreated. After he walked out of the main hall, the heavy doors of the main hall slowly closed. In the orchard, Old Fong's eyes widened as he exclaimed, 4th grade heaven opening talent? Are you for real, little brat? Are you lying to me? In his excitement, he stopped calling him little brat and directly called him little brat. Yang Kai picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Why would I lie to you? That Du Ruffin personally said that it was a 4th grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. At that time, if he didn't have a suitable artifact, he would have failed. Good heavens! Old Fong exclaimed, a 4th grade artifact. Doesn't that mean it's worth 150,000? Yang Kai squinted at him. Why are you so excited? It's none of your business. Old Fong said, it's none of my business, but it's yours. You were the one who discovered it. So how much of a reward will you get? Who knows? Yang Kai shrugged. In fact, what he cared about now was not the reward, but his wood elemental energy. Before, he had been forced to release his Dao seal for Du Ruffin to observe. And although the other party hadn't been able to discover anything, he still had the Earth Protector behind him. With Duan Hai's knowledge and experience, he didn't know if the lies he had casually made up would be able to fool him. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai said, Old Fong, I have something to ask you. Go ahead, little brother. Have you ever heard of a secret technique that allows one to forcibly seize the yin, yang, and 5 elements from others? What kind of secret technique is that? Old Fong's eyes widened. Yang Kai was speechless. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. If I knew, why would I bother asking you? I've never heard of such a thing. Old Fong shook his head like a rattledrum. But even if there is such a secret technique, it's not surprising. This old man left his universe world and came to this fire spirit land to work as a handyman. He hasn't been out since, so I don't know much about the outside world. Why do you ask? Just asking, Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Old Fong looked at him for a while before chuckling. Little brother, don't worry too much. As the saying goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will always be a way out. We were just worried about your plot of land and fruit trees before, but who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, little brother would make such a great contribution? That Fong Tai thinks he can act arrogantly just because he has made 2 contributions. If he were to learn of little brother's situation, wouldn't he be ashamed to death? What's there to be ashamed of? Yang Kai laughed. The rewards of the Fire Spirit Land came quickly, and perhaps because the 4th grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flames were too important. Zhou Sheng came again 3 days after that day. Yang Kai and Old Fong were playing chess when they saw him arrive, so they quickly got up and bowed. Zhou Sheng placed one hand behind his back and tossed a space ring to Yang Kai with the other, saying lightly, Yang Kai, you did a good job in collecting the Scarlet Sky Golden Flames. When the Venerable learned of this, he praised you greatly. These are all rewards from the Venerable. Yang Kai caught the space ring and swept it with his divine sense. He was slightly surprised, but he quickly composed himself and put away the space ring before cupping his fists and saying, Thank you, Venerable. Zhou Sheng nodded calmly but didn't say anything, simply looking up at the sky with his hands behind his back, as if there was a wonderful scenery in the sky, but he didn't show any intention of leaving immediately. Old Fong kept signaling Yang Kai with his eyes, but when he saw that Yang Kai wasn't paying attention to him, he poked him with his hand. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Old Fong pointing angrily in Zhou Sheng's direction, and his eyes kept drifting in that direction. Yang Kai asked curiously, Old Fong, what's wrong with your mouth? Old Fong almost vomited blood. He felt that his hint was obvious enough, and Yang Kai wasn't an idiot, so how could he not understand? He couldn't secretly send a message in front of Zhou Sheng, so he was anxious. On the other hand, Zhou Sheng's expression was getting worse and colder, seeing that Yang Kai didn't seem to understand. Old Fong had no choice but to take out a space ring and walk to Zhou Sheng's side. He smiled apologetically and handed the space ring over. I'm really sorry to trouble Steward Chow to come here personally. Thank you for your hard work, Master Steward. Chapter 3864. Zhou Sheng took the space ring with a cold expression and swept it with his divine sense, discovering that there were only 20 heaven-opening pills inside. Coldly snorting, he threw the space ring on the ground and flicked his sleeve. Not at all. I'm leaving. If it were any other time, Zhou Sheng would have gladly accepted these 20 pills, but today was different. Compared to the rewards Yang Kai had received, what were these 20 heaven-opening pills? It was nothing more than a small profit. Steward Chow, Steward Chow. Old Fong hurriedly picked up the space ring and chased after him. After a long time, Old Fong returned with a sigh, and from the look on his face, it was obvious that things had not gone well. When he returned, he found Yang Kai holding the space ring and inspecting the heaven-opening pills inside, grinning from ear to ear. Seeing this, Old Fong couldn't help pointing at him angrily and scolding. Look at you! Why did you offend him for no reason? You should have just shared some benefits with him. Yang Kai sneered. If the gifts we gave before were useful, I wouldn't have cared, but you and I clearly gave him generous gifts before, yet he just stood by and watched us die. Why should we let him off so easily now? Old Fong stomped his foot and said, He is the manager of the orchard after all. It's better to spend money to avoid disasters than to offend him. If he were to make things difficult for you in the future, would you be able to bear it? I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Yang Kai sneered. Although he's the manager, he can't do whatever he wants. Although I'm just a servant, I'm not necessarily afraid of him. Ha! Old Fong sighed. Now that things have gotten to this point, it's useless to say anything else. After sitting down and drinking a glass of wine, he saw Yang Kai still smiling mischievously, so he couldn't help asking, How much did the Venerable reward you this time? Why are you smiling like this? Take a look for yourself. Yang Kai tossed the space ring in his hand over. Old Fong caught it, swept it with his divine sense, and exclaimed, "So many?" Although there was no detailed count, there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 heaven opening pills inside the space ring. This was already an extremely terrifying number for an odd job worker. Although he had already expected that the Venerable One would reward him handsomely, he did not expect it to be so many. He thought that he would at most get a few hundred to 1,000 pieces. Yang Kai said, 5,000. I just don't know if that Zhou Sheng embezzled any of it. Old Fong shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. This was directly bestowed by the Venerable One. He's just a small orchard manager, and he doesn't have the guts to do anything. Otherwise, if the Venerable One finds out, he won't let him off easily. No wonder he didn't care for the 20 heaven-opening pills I gave him. So that's why." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Now you know why I pretended to be stupid? If I were to share the benefits with him, how much would be appropriate? With his appetite, I'm afraid he won't be satisfied without at least 1,000 heaven-opening pills. Since he was so heartless before, why should I give him 1,000 heaven-opening pills?" Old Fong nodded and said, "That's true. If we give him too little, I'm afraid he'll hold a grudge. If we give him too much, we'll be at a disadvantage. We might as well ignore him." Indeed, Yang Kai took back his space ring and grinned. Old Fong was extremely envious. With 5,000 heaven-opening pills in his hands, which servant in the entire Qiqiao land could compare, he had seen the most meritorious service Yang Kai had ever received was no more than 60 heaven-opening pills. These 5,000 heaven-opening pills were enough for a servant to save for hundreds or even thousands of years without eating or drinking. Adding on Yang Kai's previous income, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was now the richest servant in the entire Qiqiao land. And how long had he been in the Qiqiao land? Less than 3 months. Old Fong, don't you think this reward is a bit too much? Yang Kai suddenly frowned. Although the 4th grade heaven-opening material was worth 150,000 heaven-opening pills, and Yang Kai had contributed greatly to it, such a large reward was still a bit surprising. More isn't enough. Old Fong was stunned. This is the first time I've heard someone complain about being rewarded too much. If you think it's too much, why don't you share half with me? I don't mind. Yang Kai pretended not to hear. Old Fong sighed again. But with this, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this place as a servant. He naturally wanted to take care of as many fruit trees as possible. That way, he would have more income and more opportunities to perform meritorious service. None of the servants in the servant room would complain about the size of the orchard they were in charge of. They all wished for it to be as big as possible. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai gave a light laugh. I don't rely on this. Old Fong thought about it and felt that what he said made sense. Yang Kai now had his own way of making money and was different from other servants. The size of the orchard he took care of didn't make much of a difference to him. It could even be said that taking care of a smaller orchard would be more leisurely. After working here for several hundred years, this was the first time he had seen someone so carefree as a servant. He couldn't help but admire him. The next few days were peaceful. From time to time, people would come to Old Fong to sell blue flame silkworms. Old Fong would take them all and give them to Yang Kai to feed Great General Sichin. Great General Sichin would continuously spit out heaven-opening pills. Old Fong smiled all day long. He hadn't lived as comfortably as these 2 months in the past several hundred years. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai, who was lying under a fruit tree and sunbathing, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. At the same time, Old Fong, who was checking his income for the past few days, also turned his head to look. In the next instant, his expression changed slightly. "Brother, get up." Yang Kai lazily turned over and turned his back to him. Old Fong was speechless and got up to greet him. After a short while, a figure landed in front of him. It was Zhou Zheng. Old Fong quickly bowed. Zhou Zheng nodded and glanced around. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't put him in his eyes at all, his expression suddenly becoming cold, as he snorted heavily. A few days ago, he had wanted to take some benefits from Yang Kai, but had failed, so after returning he was filled with anger. He had also checked the heaven-opening pills in Yang Kai's space ring and found that there were 5,000 of them. At that time, as long as he could get 20%, he would have earned 1,000, but Yang Kai had no intention of giving him anything. If it weren't for Du Rufing's prior warning, he would have already taught Yang Kai a lesson. These past few days, he had wanted Yang Kai to think things through and make up for his mistakes, but who would have thought that even now, Yang Kai hadn't come looking for him? When he came over to take a look, he found that this guy was actually sleeping and sunbathing, causing him to almost explode with anger. As a servant, instead of taking care of the fruit trees, you're actually slacking off here. Yang Kai, what do you want? Zhou Zheng shouted. Yang Kai turned over and squinted at him before getting up and clapping his hands. So, it's Steward Chow. Steward Chow, what's the matter? You... Zhou Zheng was furious. Let me ask you, have you taken good care of the fruit trees in your orchard? I've taken good care of them. Steward Chow, if you don't feel assured, you can check them. If there's anything wrong, I'll immediately correct it. You're so confident, Zhou Zheng sneered. If he really wanted to nitpick, no matter how well Yang Kai took care of the fruit trees, it would be useless. Lao Fong sensed that something was wrong. Yang Kai was digging his own grave, so he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly stepped forward and smiled apologetically. Steward Chow, please calm down. This guy's dozens of fruit trees are really well taken care of. I've also personally checked them. Steward Chow, you've come from afar. Sit down and have some wine. As he spoke, he went to pull Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Lao Fong's hand froze in the air and he looked embarrassed. He knew that Zhou Zheng was really angry this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. In the past, although he was greedy for money, his attitude towards the handyman was still good. Of course, the premise was that there was enough filial piety. But today, he spoke so harshly. Zhou Zheng turned to look at Yang Kai again and suppressed the anger in his heart. Today, he came here because he had something to do. Although he was unhappy with Yang Kai's attitude, he couldn't delay it any longer. This should have been done a few days ago, but he was angry at Yang Kai's insensitivity and didn't mention it. After delaying it for a few days, he was also worried that something unexpected would happen. Yang Kai, come with me, Zhou Zheng snorted. Although he couldn't do anything to Yang Kai because of Du Rufing's instructions, it didn't mean that he couldn't punish Yang Kai. He was the steward, and it was easy for him to punish Yang Kai. What can I do for you, Steward Chow? Yang Kai asked. Zhou Zheng said, don't talk nonsense. Come here when I tell you to. Then he flew in a direction. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what Zhou Zheng was going to do. Could it be that he was angry and wanted to beat him up? He didn't have the guts to kill him. Although the handyman's status was low, every one of them was a precious resource in the fire spirit land. Otherwise, the Earth Protector Venerable wouldn't go out and cast a spell to attract people here. Therefore, Zhou Zheng couldn't kill him. In the whole fire spirit land, only the Earth Protector Venerable had the power to kill the handyman. Lao Fong was obviously worried. He looked at Yang Kai and said, you can't bear with small things and spoil great plans. Don't be so impulsive when you get there later. If there's anything you want to say, talk it out. If the Steward Chow wants to do anything to you, just bear with it and don't fight back. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time in the future. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He looked at the direction Zhou Zheng left and had no choice but to follow him. He thought to himself, if Zhou Zheng really wants to attack me later, what should I do? Yes, I'll just grab the general and throw him over. Let's see if he dares to fight back. With his mind set, Yang Kai patted the general on top of his head. I'll have to rely on you later. The general didn't understand what Yang Kai meant and cried out twice. He followed behind Zhou Zheng for a while. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he finally landed in an orchard. Yang Kai also landed. He looked around and was puzzled. Even if Zhou Zheng wanted to teach him a lesson, he didn't have to choose this place, right? If something happened to the fruit trees around here, Zhou Zheng wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. If he doesn't want to teach me a lesson, then why did he bring me here? Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, Zhou Zheng suddenly shouted, "Where are the workers of this orchard?" Not even 3 breaths after he said that, a rumbling sound could be heard. It was like thunder rolling across the earth. Even the ground was trembling, as if some kind of fierce beast was charging over. Following that, a burly figure came from afar and rushed to Zhou Zheng. He nodded and bowed. I'm here. So it's the steward Chow. I apologize for not coming out to greet you. Ha ha ha, Steward Chow, please take a seat. Chapter 3865. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that he actually knew the person who had just arrived. He had been in the handyman room for less than 3 months and had not interacted with many people. However, the person in front of him was definitely one of them. It was Xiang Yong, the person who had chased Yu to the market and intercepted him outside the market. He had seen him twice and only communicated with him once. However, Yang Kai felt that this person was simple-minded and domineering. So, this orchard was under Xiang Yong's management? Why did Zhou Zheng bring him here? Yang Kai was puzzled. On the other side, Xiang Yong also saw Yang Kai, and his eyes widened. He touched his head with one hand and pointed at Yang Kai with the other. You, I think I've seen you somewhere before. Smiling, Kai Yang replied, the city square. With this reminder, Xiang Yong suddenly realized, oh, right, it's you. I remember now. You know him? Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. When he heard this, he looked from one to the other, and a subtle smile appeared on his face. No. Xiang Yong shook his head and turned to look at Zhou Zheng. Steward Chow, what can I do for you? Zhou Zheng put his hands behind his back and said lightly, I'm here to inform you that from today onwards, your orchard will be under Yang Kai's management. Xiang Yong's mouth opened so wide that it could fit a fist. He stood there stupidly and did not recover from his shock for a long time. Yang Kai was also stunned. How could there be such a good thing? This was a good thing for any handyman. The orchard he was in charge of was too small, and there were too few fruit trees. If it were anywhere else, he would have made a lot of money. This was also why he had asked Old Fong to give him a gift. However, he had offended Zhou Zheng. How could Zhou Zheng let him have an easy time? Even if he would not do anything to him openly, he could still do something secretly. Could it be that there was something wrong with Xiang Yong's land? As he thought about it, he suddenly realized that there was no problem with Xiang Yong's plot of land. Zhou Zheng's actions had a deeper meaning. On the other side, Xiang Yong hesitated for a moment and scratched his head. Steward Chow, what did you just say? I don't think I heard you clearly. Zhou Zheng said word by word. From today onwards, this piece of land will be taken over by Yang Kai. Do you hear me? Xiang Yong immediately looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he pointed at Yang Kai with his thick fingers. Him? Why? Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. Just because this is my order. Is it enough? What? Do you not place the steward in your eyes? As he spoke, the aura of a heaven-opening realm expert slowly spread out. Feeling this pressure, the furious Xiang Yong sobered up a little. He put on a smile and said, No, Steward Zhou, how could this Xiang dare to not put you in his eyes? Is there some misunderstanding in this matter? Where did this Xiang not do well enough? Why do you suddenly want someone else to take over my territory? It has nothing to do with you. Yang Kai also cupped his hands and said, Steward Chow, since Brother Xiang is so reluctant, why don't we just forget about it? My land is quite good. There's no need to change it. Zhou Sheng sneered. It's not up to you to decide whether to change it or not. This steward won't hide it from you. Brother Du said this, so today, whether you want to change it or not, you have to change it. Yang Kai was speechless. He wondered why Du Rufeng was involved in this small matter. Wasn't he the disciple of the Fire Spirit Land's consul? However, since Zhou Sheng said so, it couldn't be wrong. Could it be because he helped him collect the Scarlet Firmament Golden Flame a few days ago? Xiang Yong blinked a few times. Master Du ordered him to take over my territory. If that was really the case, then he had nothing to say. He could only blame himself for being disliked by Du Rufeng. Zhou Sheng said, No, he didn't. Then why is it my land? Xiang Yong was not happy. After saying that, he pulled Zhou Zheng's arm and pulled him to a distance. He leaned over and whispered something to him. Yang Kai was too lazy to eavesdrop. If he did, he would be discovered, so he didn't know what they were talking about. He only saw Xiang Yong murmuring endlessly. Zhou Sheng shook his head from time to time. Xiang Yong turned his head to look at Yang Kai. His eyes were full of murderous intent. For him, today's matter was unexpected. Steward Chow was stronger than him and had a higher status. He couldn't do anything to him, so he could only blame it on Yang Kai. Yang Kai put his hands behind his back. From time to time, he looked up at the sky and then down at the ground. He didn't look at Xiang Yong, which made him very angry. Since Zhou Zheng brought Yang Kai here today, it meant that he had made arrangements. No matter what Xiang Yong said, there was nothing he could do. Sure enough, after the two talked for 30 minutes, Xiang Yong's expression became more and more unpleasant. At some point, he left Zhou Sheng behind and rushed to Yang Kai. He waved his fist at him and said fiercely, Boy, if you know what's good for you, go to Steward Chow and tell him that you don't want this land. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Yang Kai sighed. He looked past Xiang Yong and glanced at Zhou Zheng. Seeing his evil smile, he knew that he was right. Zhou Zheng wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. If he wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, of course he couldn't let him do as he wished. He said, Brother Xiang, I can't do anything about this. I'm innocent. I was dragged here by Steward Chow just now. I don't know what happened, but since Steward Chow has made up his mind, it's impossible for him to change his mind. How about this? I'll take care of this land for you. If there are any benefits or contributions, you can take them all. What do you think? Nothing. Xiang Yong spat. My feng shui land. No matter how much you give me, I won't exchange it. Yang Kai almost choked to death. What kind of feng shui land was there in an orchard? Wasn't it the same everywhere? It was just a matter of size. You can take the income from my land too, Yang Kai added. Xiang Yong waved his big hand, almost hitting Yang Kai's face. I said, no matter how much you give me, I won't exchange it. Hurry up and settle this. Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. He felt that he had made enough concessions. He would rather give up the income from 2 plots of land to keep the peace. Xiang Yong really had the brain of a bear. He didn't know why he was so obsessed with his land. Yang Kai didn't want to waste his breath on this attitude. He couldn't be bothered to talk to him. Why are you still talking so much? If you don't have anything to pack, come with me. Zhou Zheng urged from not far away. Xiang Yong turned his head and wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhou Zheng's cold expression, he knew that it was useless to say anything. He could only accept his fate. He glared at Yang Kai and said, Just you wait, I'll be back. As Zhou Zheng walked away, he looked back 3 times. His eyes were full of threats. Yang Kai only smacked his lips when the two disappeared from his sight. Zhou Zheng's move was good. He used Du Rufeng's name to offend someone for no reason. Moreover, it was someone who looked very difficult to deal with. Even if this matter was spread out, he would still be in the right. After all, For an odd job worker, this was already a show of kindness. No one could say anything about it. But in reality, Yang Kai didn't want to change his territory at all. The hidden danger in his original territory had already been solved. He also had the god of fortune, General Sichin. He didn't need to rely on the orchard's harvest like the other odd job workers. Comparatively speaking, he preferred his own plot of land. It was small and didn't require much energy to take care of it. Most importantly, it was next to Old Fong. When he was bored, he could drink with Old Fong and play chess. But now that things had come to this, he could only take things as they came. This orchard was much larger than his previous one. There was also a thatched hut next to it. The construction was very exquisite. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that it wasn't the work of that bear Xiang Yong. It was probably left behind by one of the odd job workers who took care of the fruit trees. Old Fong also had his own hut. The reason why Yang Kai didn't have one before was because the orchard was too small and there wasn't enough space to build one. Otherwise, he would have his own hut. After all, the odd job workers had to stay in the orchard for nearly a month. Although it wasn't a big deal to sleep in the open, it was still better to have a place to stay. Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. Dust hit him in the face, and he almost choked. He was speechless. How long had it been since that bear entered this hut? The dust inside was already 3 inches thick. He used his technique to clean up the hut and took out some tables and chairs from his space ring. The hut looked more presentable now. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yang Kai took out the token and held it in his hand. Before Zhou Zheng left, he had swapped his token with Xiang Yong's. The tokens in each territory were different. Only by refining the token could Yang Kai know the details of this orchard. Yang Kai naturally refined the token as soon as possible. Today's events had made him more vigilant. He felt that he had to be more careful in the future to avoid giving Zhou Zheng something to use against him. Tokens were specially made for odd job workers in the Fire Spirit Land. Because they often changed owners, it wasn't difficult to refine them. In less than an hour, the token had been completely refined, sending his divine sense into it. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. It seemed that Xiang Yong had been doing quite well before. Although this orchard wasn't particularly large, it was at least half the size of Old Fong's. The number of fruit trees was also about half. The details of each fruit tree couldn't be seen in the token, so Yang Kai could only check them one by one to see if there was anything he needed to pay attention to. Leaving the hut, Yang Kai strolled around his orchard, inspecting each fruit tree. Looking around, Yang Kai discovered that Xiang Yong was quite careless in taking care of the fruit trees. There were many places where he didn't do a good job. Yang Kai didn't know how Xiang Yong had managed to get such a large territory. If Old Fong were to take care of the same orchard, he would definitely be in a much better condition than Xiang Yong. Yang Kai had no choice but to slowly correct his mistakes. After a day, Yang Kai was extremely busy. He missed his own plot of land, but fortunately, the number of fruits on the fruit trees was correct. Chapter 3866. The next day, Yang Kai continued to patrol his orchard, taking care of the fruit trees. While he was catching insects for the fruit trees, he suddenly heard a familiar voice call from not far away, Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked up and saw a beautiful figure standing not far away from the fiery red background. She was looking at him curiously, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. Xiao Dai. Yang Kai was amused. Why are you here? Dai Yu walked over and looked around. I was about to ask you, why are you here? Isn't this Xiang Yong's orchard? It's mine now. Yang Kai smiled, then showed a look of understanding. You're here too? Dai Yu pointed to the side. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder this place is good feng shui. So that's why? What good feng shui? Dai Yu didn't understand. It's nothing. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't explain. When he heard Xiang Yong talk about good feng shui yesterday, he felt it was strange and didn't know what was so good about this place. Seeing Dai Yu today, He finally understood. For others, this place might not be much different from other places, but for Xiangyong, there was no better place in the entire orchard. No wonder he had such a big reaction when Zhou Zheng wanted to change his territory yesterday. Moreover, when Zhou Zheng came with him, he didn't see him. He was probably pestering Dai and spending most of his time on her. How could he take care of such a large orchard? The dust in the small house could also be explained. He probably didn't have the time to go back to the small house. From the looks of it now, Zhou Zheng's choice of using someone else's knife to kill wasn't random, but targeted specifically. He definitely knew Xiangyong's feelings for Dai and deliberately asked him to take his place. It would be strange if Xiangyong didn't hate him now. What did Xiangyong do? Why are you taking over this land? Dai was puzzled. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. It's a long story. Then take your time. Dai pursed her lips and smiled. Since there was nothing to do, and they were familiar with each other, Yang Kai told her everything that had happened. Dai covered her mouth in shock when she heard that Yang Kai had found the 4th-rank Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. Yang Kai, who had made such a great contribution, was not only rewarded by Du Rufeng but also transferred to this orchard. However, he had offended Zhou Zheng and now Xiangyong. This was really a blessing and disaster. You've been living such a wonderful life. Dai's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Yang Kai squinted at her. Why do I feel like you're gloating? No. Dai hurriedly waved her hand. It's true. I've never seen a handyman stir up so much trouble in just a few months. And this isn't even the general's matter. Dai took out a blue flame silkworm and fed it to the general. The general ate it lazily and didn't reward him. Do you think I want to do this? Yang Kai was furious. Sometimes, even if he didn't want to, trouble would still fall from the sky. It doesn't matter. According to what you said, you have made a great contribution before. I'm afraid that Master Du will look at you differently and want to promote you. So even if Zhou Zheng doesn't like you, he can't do anything to you. Of course, the premise is that you don't make too big a mistake. Even so, Zhou Zheng isn't easy to get along with. Xiangyong's matter shows that. Dai nodded slightly, killing with a borrowed knife. Xiangyong, that guy. She looked like she had a headache because of Xiangyong. Don't worry. If Xiangyong comes looking for trouble, I'll warn him. Don't do that. If he really comes looking for trouble, you'll only make things worse. Yang Kai quickly stopped her. Last time, that black bear had seen him and Dai going to the shopping district together and had even blocked their way back. If Dai did anything else, it would only cause Xiangyong to misunderstand even more. That's true. Dai frowned. Then what should we do? Nothing. Yang Kai shrugged. Right? How many blue flame silkworms did you get these days? Give them to me now. Sure. Dai gave the blue flame silkworms to Yang Kai. Yang Kai patted the general on his head. It's time to eat. Even though Yang Kai knew that Xiangyong wouldn't let it go and would definitely come looking for trouble, he didn't expect him to come so soon. Not long after Dai left, the black bear descended from the sky and landed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai blinked at him. Brother Xiang, you're here? Xiangyong's eyes spat fire. Just you wait. I'll get even with you later. Leaving behind these harsh words, he hurried towards Dai's orchard. After a short while, Yang Kai heard a commotion and Xiangyong's cries of pain coming from the depths of the orchard. A moment later, Xiangyong came back with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Although he was in a sorry state, his expression was full of satisfaction. He walked straight up to Yang Kai and looked down at him. Kid, do you have any wine? Yang Kai didn't look at him, afraid that he would laugh out loud. He casually took out a jar of wine and handed it over. Xiangyong opened the wine seal and gulped down half a jar of wine before he burped in satisfaction. He nodded and said, Kid, your attitude is pretty good. Yang Kai asked as he busied himself. Doesn't Brother Xiang need to take care of the orchard? How come you have time to come here? Xiang Yong spat on the ground. You call that place an orchard? I can see it all at a glance. It's too small, and I'm too lazy to take care of it, so I left it all to an old guy nearby. Yang Kai turned to look at him. Is that old guy surnamed Fong? Yes, that's him. Xiang Yong nodded. He also asked about you. He asked what happened to you. It seems that he has a good relationship with you. Only then did Yang Kai remember that he had forgotten to tell old Fong that he was safe. Yesterday, he was taken away by Zhou Zheng for some unknown reason, and then directly stuffed into this place. He didn't have time to go back, so old Fong was probably worried about him. Then what did you say? Xiang Yong sneered. Why should I tell him? Yang Kai was speechless. He took out the communication device with old Fong and sent a message. He immediately received a reply asking him what had happened. It could be seen that old Fong had been waiting for him to contact him for the past 2 days. Yang Kai couldn't tell him the details if he didn't meet him face to face. He could only tell him not to worry and that he was fine. He would tell him when he rested, after a few words with old Fong. Yang Kai put away the device and turned to look at Xiang Yong. She really hit him hard. Xiang Yong's strength was not bad, so, Dai, you must have not held back. I'm used to it. It's no big deal. Xiang Yong chuckled. Yang Kai was full of admiration. Brother Xiang is really a saint of love. What do you know? Xiang Yong snorted, his mouth full of the smell of alcohol. If it wasn't for Dai, I would have died many years ago. My life is hers, so what if she beats me a few times? Ew. Yang Kai asked curiously. Miss Dai, you saved Brother Xiang's life? Xiang Yong snorted. I have nothing to say to you. Why are you asking so many questions? We're just chatting. There's nothing to do anyway. Xiang Yong frowned and pondered for a while. He seemed to think that Yang Kai's words made sense, so his attitude softened a little. Then tell me, why doesn't Dai like me? What did I do wrong? How would I know if you ask me? You should ask Dai. Besides, love is a matter between two people. What's the use of being warm to one person? Is it too tight? Yang Kai asked. What's too tight? Xiang Yong stared. You're pushing too hard. Yang Kai explained. Think about it from another perspective. If a woman pestered you all day and didn't give you any time to breathe, how would you feel? Is she beautiful? Is there a difference? This time it was Yang Kai's turn to stare. Of course there's a difference. Xiang Yong snorted. If she's beautiful, I'll do her immediately and make her my woman. If she's ugly, I'll give her a few punches and kicks. Boy, are you saying I'm ugly? How am I ugly? Yang Kai sternly said, Brother Xiang is such a heroic and extraordinary person. How can you be associated with the word ugly? It's probably because Dai, you doesn't know how to appreciate your beauty. He didn't know why, but his conscience inexplicably hurt. Xiang Yong narrowed his eyes. You mean, Dai's taste is bad? Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Brother Xiang, please, I still have something to do. A palm patted directly on Yang Kai's shoulder, making him bend down. Xiang Yong said, Don't go. Let's talk clearly. Talk about what? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. Tell me, how can I make Dai follow me willingly? As long as you help me this time, I'll let bygones be bygones. Damn it, how can I help you? It's up to you, okay? Yang Kai was really speechless, but looking at Xiang Yong's posture, if he didn't say something, it wouldn't end well. After hesitating for a while, he said, Why don't you try to play hard to get? Xiang Yong's eyes lit up. He looked around for a while and said sneakily, How do I play hard to get? Yang Kai also lowered his voice. I saw Brother Xiang pestering Dai before. She should be used to you going to her every day. Under such circumstances, if you suddenly stop going to her, will she be very strange? Will she think about what you were busy with? Did he suffer some kind of injury? As long as she has these thoughts, she will start to care about you. Men and women are the same. What you can't get is the best. If you take the initiative to stick to her, she won't know how to cherish you." Xiangyong's heart was shaken. His face was flushed as if he was imagining the beautiful scene in the future. He licked his lips and said, "Will this work? How do you know if you don't try? Anyway, there's no loss. If it doesn't work, we'll think of another way. Okay." Xiangyong clenched his fist and hit his palm. "Let's do as you say. When do we start?" "There's no time like the present. Let's do it now." "Good." Xiangyong strode away. "Then I'll go back first. If Daiyu asks about me later, remember to tell me." Chapter 3867. Watching Xiangyong leave, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't expect this guy to be so easy to fool. However, after only 2 days of leisure, Xiangyong came again. Yang Kai felt a headache whenever he saw him. Since he couldn't avoid him, he could only greet him. "Brother Xiang, you're here?" Xiangyong rushed in front of him, looked around, and asked in a low voice, "How was it? How was it? What do you mean, how was it?" Yang Kai was puzzled by his question. Did Xiao Dai ask about me? Did she miss me? Did she cry and shout that she wanted to find me? Looking at his expectant face, Yang Kai couldn't bear to tell him the truth. He could only say, "I'm not sure. I haven't seen Miss Daiyu these 2 days. I just came here and was busy taking care of the orchard." Trash. Xiangyong squinted at Yang Kai. "Why don't you ask around? What's the use of having someone so useless?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. Xiangyong shook his arms. "I'll ask around myself." Passing by Yang Kai, he went straight to Daiyu's orchard. After a short while, there was the familiar sound of Xiangyong shouting in pain again. A moment later, Xiangyong limped back with a bruised nose and a swollen face. His nose and mouth were full of blood. Yang Kai trembled with fear. Walking in front of Yang Kai, Xiangyong said angrily, "What kind of bullshit idea was that? It didn't work at all. Xiao Dai hit me even harder." Yang Kai sighed. "Brother Xiang, there's something I don't know if I should say or not. If you have something to say, say it." Xiangyong coldly snorted and wiped the blood under his nose. "There are plenty of fish in the sea." Xiangyong laughed. "Although there are many women in this world, I've decided on Xiao Dai in this life. Other than Xiao Dai, even if the most beautiful woman in the world stood in front of me, I wouldn't give her a second look. This was destined from the moment she saved me. She's destined to be my woman. If anyone dares to have any ideas about her, I'll eat their flesh and drink their blood." Hearing this, Yang Kai was in awe. He really didn't expect Xiangyong to be so infatuated. It's just that his way of chasing a woman was a little annoying and his IQ was worrying. But then again, even though Xiangyong was a bit hateful, he treated Daiyu well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so happy to be beaten like this every time. "Do you have any ideas about Xiao Dai?" Xiangyong suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. His eyes filled with an ominous light, as if Yang Kai dared to utter a single word, he would immediately lose his life. "I've only known Miss Daiyu for a little over 2 months. Miss Daiyu is such an outstanding beauty. I'm not worthy of her." "You better," Xiangyong snorted. "If you dare have any ideas about her, I'll tear you to pieces." "I wouldn't dare. I'll give you a task." Xiangyong's expression was dignified. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he ordered, "Keep an eye on Xiao Dai. If anyone dares to bother her, tell me immediately, and I'll deal with them. Do you hear me?" Yang Kai nodded silently. Xiangyong showed a satisfied expression. He reached out and touched the wound on his face. Feeling the pain, he let out a hiss and walked back. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said, "Right, there's one more thing. Remember what you said last time." Yang Kai was puzzled. "What did I say?" Xiangyong said, "Last time you said that the income from this land and your land would belong to me. Since your land doesn't have much income, forget it. I can get 20 heaven opening pills from this land every year. Remember to give them to me later. 20 pills? Yang Kai couldn't help but stare. This was obviously nonsense. Although this land wasn't small, Xiang Yong usually lacked care and was wholeheartedly devoted to Daiyu. Apart from the annual wages he received as a handyman, how much extra income could there be? 20 pills was absolutely impossible. This was obviously extortion. Just now, Yang Kai had some admiration for his infatuation, but now it seemed that this hateful person was indeed hateful. He also couldn't be bothered to argue about it. With his current wealth, 20 heaven-opening pills really wasn't much. Xiang Yong had just left when Daiyu appeared. She looked at Yang Kai apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, little brother Yang Kai. I've caused you trouble." "It's not your fault." Yang Kai waved his hand. The current situation was all caused by Zhou Zheng. If there was anyone to blame, it could only be blamed on Zhou Zheng. He turned around curiously. "Xiang Yong said you saved his life?" Daiyu smiled bitterly. "It's not that exaggerated. It was just a small matter. When he first came to the Fire Spirit Land as a servant, he made some mistakes and was punished. He almost died. I just casually fed him a healing spirit pill. The reason he was able to survive was because he had a good foundation. It had nothing to do with me. After that, he became like this. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have meddled in other people's business." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. "Little Dai, you are also benevolent. Actually, his nature is not bad. It's just that his personality is a little overbearing and bad." Daiyu sighed, "And he has a one-track mind." Yang Kai smiled. "Little Dai, haven't you thought about it?" Daiyu glanced at him. "Don't make fun of me." She turned around and walked back to her orchard, too lazy to talk to Yang Kai. Since that day, Xiang Yong came almost every day and was beaten up every day. However, he enjoyed it so much that Yang Kai gradually got used to it. Sometimes Xiang Yong would leave after being beaten up. Sometimes he would stay and chat with Yang Kai. It was just to find out if anyone had harassed Daiyu while he was away. On this day, Yang Kai was taking care of the fruit trees when he heard another sound. Then someone landed nearby. Yang Kai thought it was Xiang Yong again, so he didn't bother to look back and instead focused on taking care of the fruit trees. Who would have thought that the other party would not leave? Yang Kai turned around suspiciously, but upon seeing who it was, he quickly turned around and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Du." This time, it was not Xiang Yong, but Du Rufeng. Du Rufeng was no longer cold and arrogant. At this moment, he was smiling like a spring breeze. "When I saw it from above, I thought it was you. So I came down to have a look. Sure enough, it was you." "Master, are you looking for me for something?" Yang Kai asked. "I'm not looking for you. I'm just patrolling the herb gardens today. The chief steward will be here in a few days, so I'm checking in advance to avoid any mistakes," Du Rufeng explained. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. He had been here for a few months and knew most of the information about the Kikikyo land. Each orchard had a small steward like Zhou Zheng who was in charge of each orchard. Above him, there was a chief steward who was in charge of the entire Qiqiao land's orchard. He was directly under the Lord of Heaven and only answered to him. His position was no lower than that of the Earth Protector. "Then we should be more careful," Yang Kai answered casually. He wasn't familiar with Du Rufeng. He only helped when Du Rufeng collected the red sky golden flame. He didn't know why Du Rufeng came to talk to him. "Is this a new place?" When Du Rufeng asked, he glanced at General Sichen, who was lying on Yang Kai's head. The last time he saw him, he thought that Yang Kai had offended General Sichen and was punishing him. Who knew that the supremacy would say that General Sichen liked it? Now that he took a closer look, he realized that was indeed the case. General Sichen was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. He looked relaxed and happy. He was both amused and curious. He didn't know what made Yang Kai so important to him. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. After the last time, Steward Chow brought me here and gave me this orchard. He said that it was Master Du's idea. Du Ruffing said, yes, it was my idea. You have made a great contribution, so you should be rewarded. It seems that Zhou Zheng wasn't careless and found a good place for you. Yang Kai said, the 5,000 Genesis pills were already a great reward. Master, you gave me this piece of land. I'm so grateful. Du Ruffing waved his hand. You should be rewarded for your contribution. You deserve it. But I don't want it. Now, it even involved that idiot Xiang Yong and offended him for no reason. However, after probing a little, Yang Kai was sure that the reward was indeed 5,000 Genesis pills. Zhou Zheng didn't take any of it. How is it? Du Ruffing suddenly looked at Yang Kai. Are you interested in coming to my side and helping me? Yang Kai was stunned. What do you mean, Master? Du Ruffing put his hands behind his back. If you come to my side, you will no longer be a servant. You will be a disciple of Kikikyo. Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes. He felt as if a meat pie had fallen from the sky and hit his head, making him dizzy. The servants of the Fire Spirit Land had the lowest status, but they had the most work to do every day. Which servant didn't want to break away from this status? However, only by breaking through to the heaven-opening realm would one be able to achieve such a thing. So, the miscellaneous workers had worked hard for countless years to accumulate heaven-opening pills in order to buy heaven-opening materials from the market. Who would have thought that such a good thing would actually fall into Yang Kai's lap today? With Du Ruffing's status in the Fire Spirit Land, since he had opened his mouth, he definitely wasn't lying. In other words, as long as Yang Kai agreed, he could immediately break away from his status as a servant and become a disciple of Kikikyo. This would definitely be very convenient for him to obtain the Genesis pills recipe. But this was too strange. Although he had contributed greatly last time, he had already been rewarded with 5,000 Genesis pills and a piece of land. Now Du Ruffing had given him such a great gift. What was he thinking? Could it be that someone had seen through his wood elemental energy? Yang Kai was secretly on guard. As if seeing his hesitation, Du Ruffing smiled and said, this isn't the Venerable's idea. It's my own. The Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame I collected last time was given to me by the Venerable, and in the next 10 years, it's a crucial time for me to break through to grade 4. With this Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame, I'll be able to take a big step forward on my path to grade 4. So, can you understand how important it is to me? After pausing for a moment, he said, but you can rest assured. Although the Venerable hasn't said anything, since I brought this up, I naturally have the confidence to convince the Venerable to remove your servant status. Chapter 3868. I've always been the kind of person who reciprocates with peaches. That Scarlet Firmament Golden Flame is very important to me, and now that I've obtained it, I naturally won't forget your hard work. Du Ruffing smiled at Yang Kai. How about it? Are you interested in coming? I don't dare say anything else, but I'm confident I can help you reach the 3rd stage within 300 years. Yang Kai exclaimed, 3rd stage splitting heavens. The 3rd stage, splitting heavens, could be said to be the greatest dream of a servant, but so far, no servant had been able to accomplish it. After all, condensing one's strength required far too many materials, and each one was extremely valuable. Servants simply couldn't save enough heaven-splitting pills. Of course, Yang Kai's goal was definitely not limited to the 3rd stage, but as a servant, he naturally had to react, as a servant should. Du Ruffing nodded. I know you're lucky to have condensed wood element strength above the 4th stage, but you should know that this is just a moment of luck. Even if you have wood element strength above the 4th stage, without other high-grade materials, your future in splitting heavens will be limited. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. It's good that you understand. I'm just afraid you'll feel too good about yourself and have too high of an expectation. In the end, you'll achieve nothing. Many thanks for Master's kindness. Yang Kai cupped his fists, but Disciple has thought about it and feels it's better to work in the orchard for the time being. Why? Ruffin was slightly stunned, not having expected Yang Kai to reject his proposal. After all, this was an irresistible temptation for any servant. First, Disciple has only been in the fire spirit land for 3 months. Although I've made some contributions, I've also received a proper reward. If the other servants learn of this, they'll complain that Master is unfair. At that time, everyone will be impetuous, and taking care of the orchard will be delayed. Who would dare? Ruffin sneered. Yang Kai said, not openly but privately, I don't know. Ruffin pondered for a moment before nodding. Continue. Second, Disciple wants to temper himself in the orchard for a while. When the time is right, Disciple will submit to Master. At that time, no one will say anything, and Disciple will be able to help Master better. Unlike now, Disciple can only rely on Master's wings and achieve nothing. Ruffin looked at Yang Kai. It's rare for you to have such a heart. Since that's the case, it's fine. When you've thought it through, you can come find me. Thank you, Master. After saying a few more words of encouragement to Yang Kai, Ruffin continued to patrol the orchard. He had just found a way to make money, earning several thousand heaven-opening pills every month. Why would he go follow Ruffin for no reason? If he really did, then this source of income would be cut off. Ruffin had promised him that he would reach 3rd grade heaven opening within 300 years. The materials needed to reach 3rd grade heaven opening pills were only worth around 110,000 heaven opening pills. He could easily save up this amount in a few years. So why would he need Ruffin's guarantee? The following days were very calm, but Yang Kai could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the orchard had become tense. Perhaps it was because the head steward was coming to inspect, but all the servants obediently stayed in their own territories, carefully taking care of the fruit trees, afraid that something would go wrong. Even Xiang Yong didn't dare to leave his territory. Zhou Zheng had probably given him some kind of order. When the time came, the orchard's restrictions were activated, and everyone was forced to leave. Yang Kai didn't stop and went straight back to the servants' room. After waiting for a while, Old Fong and Dai Yu rushed over and went straight to the market square. In the market square, they were busy again collecting the insects from the other 6 spirit lands. At night, in the hut in Yang Kai, just like last month, the 3 of them sat on the ground and divided the spoils. However, the harvest this time was much more than the last time. Last time, the representatives of the spiritual lands had their doubts and didn't dare to buy too many at once. Except for Yu Shueping, who was full of courage, the others only bought 600 insects at most. However, after tasting the sweetness once, they didn't hesitate anymore. This time, they bought more than 12,000 insects from all over the spirit lands. Including the insects they bought this month in the fire spirit lands, they had about 15,000 insects. After feeding the great general for a whole day and night, even with the great general's appetite, when he left Yang Kai, he was a little full. He walked unsteadily, as if he was drunk. After deducting the expenses, the income this month was nearly 10,000 opening heaven pills. According to the previous agreement, Old Fong and Dai Yu each took 10%, which was 1,000, and the remaining 8,000 went to Yang Kai. Old Fong's eyes were red, not from jealousy but from excitement. He thought about how he had worked hard to accumulate opening heaven pills for hundreds of years. Every time he used one, he had to be very careful, but now he was just sitting there and collecting money. He couldn't help but feel emotional and choke with emotion. Yang Kai laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Old Fong, why are you crying? This is just the beginning. The good days are still ahead. Old Fong wiped the corners of his eyes and said, I'm crying. Why didn't you come to the fire spirit lands a few hundred years earlier? If you came earlier, this old man wouldn't have to work so hard to condense the second rank. If this old man condensed the fourth rank and advanced to the fourth rank, he would be able to open the heavens. Unfortunately, now that the tone has been set, there's no chance to change it. I wasn't even born a few hundred years ago. Yang Kai sneered, and you're talking nonsense again. How rare are the fourth rank materials in the fire spirit lands? Even if you had enough opening heaven pills, you still wouldn't be able to buy them. You should be content if you could condense the second rank. Old Fong nodded. That's true. I'm content. I'm content. His original goal was to condense the second rank and open the heavens. He had worked hard to accumulate opening heaven pills for this goal. So what was there to be dissatisfied with now? Dai Yu smiled from the side. According to our current income, we only need 1 to 2 opening heaven pills to buy a set of materials, but we still can't compare with little brother Yang Kai. Who can compare with him? Old Fong smiled bitterly. When Yang Kai had received 5,000 opening heaven pills as a reward, he had thought it was enough, but now Yang Kai's monthly income was 8,000. How about I give you another 10%? Yang Kai looked at them. Dai Yu and Old Fong looked at each other and waved their hands. No, 10% is 10%. If we need opening heaven pills in the future, we can borrow them from you. That's fine too. Yang Kai nodded. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, right, if the workers buy materials and want to condense them, what about the orchard? They can't take care of it and absorb it at the same time, right? Dai Yu explained they can apply for seclusion. If you want a horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass. Qiqiao Land is quite humane about this. Old Fong nodded. That's right. As long as you need to absorb opening heaven pills, you can apply for seclusion. Of course, it depends on the local managers. If too many people go into seclusion at once, there will be no one to take care of the orchard. Oh, Dai Yu said, that's why this matter still depends on whether the managers approve or not. Even if you apply, you might have to wait for 10 or 20 years, or even longer before it's your turn. I once applied to go into seclusion and waited for 50 years. Yang Kai laughed. If I apply, Zhou definitely won't approve. After chatting for a while, the three of them dispersed. Yang Kai and Old Fong were going to visit the city again. They had made a lot of money this time and wanted to take advantage of the fact that the city wasn't closed yet to have some fun. Since Dai Yu didn't want to go, the two of them didn't force her. Drinking and having fun really wasn't suitable for women. When they returned from the city, Yang Kai went straight to Dai Yu's hut and knocked on the door. Dai Yu was a little surprised and invited him in, bringing him a cup of tea and asking curiously, "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and mysteriously took out something from his space ring. "I just wanted to give you something. See if you like it." Dai Yu blushed slightly and asked, "You came all the way here to give me something? What is it?" "Take a look for yourself." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Dai Yu glared at him for a moment before looking down and seeing a delicate box placed in front of her. It wasn't a box made of pure wood used to catch insects, but rather another kind that looked familiar. Realizing what was inside this box, she looked up at Yang Kai and asked, "You didn't buy that, did you?" "You guessed." Yang Kai was stunned. Dai Yu said, "I've been here for 1,000 years and have gone to that place to buy things. I recognize this box." As he spoke, he opened the box. Inside the box was a strange object that was constantly twisting and changing its shape. It was filled with metal elemental energy. Untainted golden dew. Dai Yu sighed slightly. "It really is this. Why did you buy it?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "We agreed before that I would buy it for you in the future. That was just a joke." "No, this is too precious. You should take it back." Dai Yu shook her head. A third-grade material was worth 16,000 heaven-opening pills in Heaven Opening Hall. Every time she went to the city, she could only take a look and never thought she would one day be able to buy it, but now it was sitting right in front of her. Saying so, she closed the box and pushed it in front of Yang Kai. "Since I'm giving it to you, I won't take it back." Yang Kai pushed the box back and said seriously, "If I didn't have the financial resources, I wouldn't have thought of it, but since I have enough heaven-opening pills, I naturally have to fulfill my promise. Moreover, when I first came to the Fire Spirit land, you helped me a lot, so consider this a gift of thanks." Dayu still wanted to refuse, but Yang Kai said, "It's useless for me to take it back. I can't just give it back, right? Keep it for yourself. There will be a time when you need it in the future." Yang Kai shook his head. "My ambition is not to become a third-grade treasure." Dayu was slightly stunned. Chapter 3869. In the entire Qiqiao land, not only was the third grade splitting the heavens the limit of all the servants, but it was also the limit of most of the Qiqiao land's disciples. Apart from Du Rufeng, who was favored by the venerables, who could obtain materials above the third grade, there were only a few people who had the chance to achieve splitting the heavens above the third grade. But now, Yang Kai said that his ambition was not to reach the third grade. Dayu was not a fool and naturally understood what he meant. Thinking back, when she first came to the Fire Spirit land, she seemed to have the same ambition. Unfortunately, the torrent of the flowing time great emperor had smoothed out her edges, and she no longer had the drive of the past. She didn't know if many years later, Kai Yang would also accept his fate like she did now. "Where did you get so many splitting heavens pills?" After Dayu asked, she suddenly remembered that Yang Kai had earned 8,000 spirit stones this month and had received a reward of 5,000, which added up to 13,000 spirit stones. Adding in his previous 2 months' income, it should be enough. Even if it wasn't enough, he could borrow some from old Fong. "You don't need to worry about that." Yang Kai laughed. "Or are you like me and want to reach a higher grade, so you don't care about this third grade?" "How could I not care? Old Fong said before that our path is set, and there is no chance to change it." "It's just that," seeing that she was still hesitating, Yang Kai said, "Don't think too much. I don't mean anything by it. It's just that I promised before. Now that I have the ability, I naturally have to fulfill it. I didn't expect to be able to buy it so quickly." Dayu sighed lightly. "All right, I'll accept it, but just consider it a loan from me. I get a lot of heaven-opening pills from you every month, so it's not like I can't pay you back." Pausing for a moment, she solemnly said, "Little brother, thank you." Yang Kai laughed. "I didn't say thank you when you helped me before." Dayu said, "How is that the same? I didn't pay much when I helped you. This thing is worth 16,000 splitting heavens pills." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Since ancient times, there have been many people who add flowers to embroidery, but very few who offer help in times of need. To me, your help at that time cannot be measured by the heaven-opening pill. At the same time, in another room in the village where the handyman's quarters were located, 2 people were sitting across from each other. The table was covered with food and wine, and one of them was eagerly urging the other to drink. He enthusiastically picked up the food and said with a fawning smile, "Steward Chow, try this. I specially bought all of this from the market square." Zhou Zheng drank the wine and ate the dishes as they came. He slowly put down his chopsticks and said, "You must have spent a lot of money on this table, right?" Xiang Yong said, "I didn't spend much, as long as Steward Chow is happy." He cursed in his heart that it was really not easy to invite him to a meal. When he came back from the orchard, he wanted to invite him, but Zhou Zheng ignored him. He went to find him several times in a row. Only then did Zhou Zheng tell him that he could drink and eat, but he did not want to go to the market square. He was not in the mood and could just stay in the handyman's room. What could Xiang Yong do? Naturally, he went to the market square to order a table of food and wine and brought it back. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, they chatted casually. The atmosphere gradually warmed up. Xiang Yong struck while the iron was hot and said, "Steward Chow, what do you think I should do about this matter?" Zhou Zheng picked up some food and ate. As he ate, he said, "I'm sorry about this matter, but I can't do anything about it. Master Du said that I have to find a better place for that guy. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to Master Du." Xiang Yong almost cursed. "Master Du asked you to find a better place for Yang Kai. The orchard was so big. Why did you have to change it to his place?" He was unhappy in his heart, and even the expression on his face looked a little ferocious. "Since Lord Du has spoken, we should indeed do as he says. However, Steward Zhou, can we transfer him to another place? I have taken care of that piece of land for so many years, more or less. I have some feelings for it. I am reluctant to leave." Zhou Zheng sneered in his heart. He knew that Xiang Yong was not attached to that land, but to the neighbor next door. He waved his hand and said, "There's no other way. If it was a few days ago, there might be some possibility. But today we can't do anything to him." "Why?" Xiang Yong stared. "Does that guy have 3 heads and 6 arms? Even Steward Chow can't do anything to him? He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Zhou Zheng smiled bitterly. "But that guy made a great contribution last time and won Master Du's favor. A few days ago, when Master Du was patrolling the orchard, he went down and said a few words to him. Now that Master Du knows where he is, if I change him again, how can I explain it when Master Du asks about it?" "Master Du went down and talked to him?" Xiang Yong was stunned. He couldn't understand why Yang Kai was so lucky. After a moment of silence, he poured more wine and said in a low voice, "Steward Chow, if we can't do anything to him, we can do something to others. I don't want to go back to my original land. You can find a way to transfer me to the neighboring land. That shouldn't be difficult, right?" Zhou Zheng said, "There has to be a reason to transfer people. Others are doing well. Why should I transfer them?" Xiang Yong was speechless. "Is this the first time you've done this? It's not like you haven't done it before. Moreover, as the manager of the orchard, it's just a matter of a word to transfer people. Who can say anything? It's clear that he doesn't want to help." Looking at Zhou Zheng's hateful face, Xiang Yong couldn't help but feel angry. Zhou Zheng sneered. "Instead of worrying about that land, you should worry about that person. If the land is gone, you can change it. But if the person is gone, how can you change it? What person?" Xiang Yong was confused. "What person are you talking about?" Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. Xiang Yong blinked. "Xiao Dai. What's wrong with Xiao Dai?" Suddenly he tensed up and sprang up with a fierce look on his face. "What happened to Xiao Dai?" Zhou Zheng chuckled. "What can happen to Miss Dai Yu? Not only is she fine, but she's also living a good life right now." Xiang Yong frowned and stared at him. He felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words, but he was disgusted by his pretentious attitude. Thinking of his several evasions just now, he couldn't help but say coldly, "Steward Chow, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm a straightforward person. I don't understand your twists and turns." Zhou Zheng pointed at him with a distressed look. "It's because you're too innocent. You don't even know that you've been deceived." "Who dares to deceive me?" Xiang Yong was furious. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink. Drink my ass." Xiang Yong kicked out and knocked over the table in front of him. The wine and dishes splashed out, almost drenching Zhou Zheng's face. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. "Xiang Yong, what are you doing?" Zhou Zheng was furious. Although he knew that Xiang Yong was a rough person, he didn't expect him to be so rough. Xiang Yong's expression was ferocious and unruly. "Steward Chow, I invited you to drink out of goodwill, but you're making me feel uncomfortable. That's not right, is it? I'm not the one who's making you feel uncomfortable. It's someone else." Why are you so angry at me? Xiang Yong shook his head. I don't care. Steward Chow, you have to make yourself clear today. Zhou Zheng sneered. Are you sure you want to know? Xiang Yong glared at him as if he wanted to eat him. His meaning was clear. Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth. Fine, fine, fine. Since you want to know, I'll let you know. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Without further explanation, he took out a token and infused it with his own energy. He waved the token in front of him and said coldly, Open your eyes wide and see for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a projection of an image immediately appeared in the air between the two of them. There was nothing special about the image. It was just a house, and it was the most ordinary house in the servants' quarters. There were at least 300 houses like this in the servants' quarters, if not 500. Xiang Yong recognized it at a glance. Isn't this Xiao Dai's house? You have good eyesight. Zhou Zheng snorted. What does Steward Chow want me to see? Xiang Yong didn't understand. Take your time and wait. You'll know in a while. Zhou Zheng didn't want to waste time with him. Xiang Yong looked at him for a while. He figured that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him, so he rubbed his chin and watched carefully. However, he didn't find anything strange. He was bored. After waiting for more than an hour, the door of the house in the image suddenly opened. Xiang Yong was startled and looked at it expectantly. But in the next moment, the expectation in his eyes turned into shock and then anger. His eyes burned with anger, and he looked like a volcano about to erupt. Yongkai? Xiang Yong gritted his teeth and shouted, Why did this boy come out of Xiao Dai's house at this time? In the image, when Yongkai came out, he seemed to be in a good mood, a smile on his face. Behind him, Dai seemed to be saying something to him, causing her face to blush. Yongkai didn't even turn around and just waved his hand. Zhou Zheng looked on coldly from the side and clicked his tongue, a man and a woman alone in the middle of the night. What do you think this boy was doing just now? TSK, he's only been in the fire spirit land for a few months, and he's already won Master Du's pity and the favor of a beauty. How enviable! Xiang Yong's face twitched, and the anger in his eyes instantly turned into endless killing intent. Bastard! He turned around and walked towards the door with his axe in hand. Full of killing intent, I'm going to kill him. Zhou Zheng coldly said, Handymen are not allowed to fight in private. Those who injure others will be grounded for 3 to 100 years, depending on the severity of the injury. Those who kill will be killed without mercy. Do you want to be buried with him? Xiang Yong's rushing figure couldn't help but pause. Although he was furious at this moment, he still had a trace of reason. He knew that Zhou Zheng was right. If he really went to kill Yongkai, he would definitely be buried with him. At that time, no one would be able to save him. After 3 breaths of time, Xiang Yong said, Then I'll go beat him up first. Zhou Zheng said, 3 years of confinement is inevitable. While you're in confinement for 3 years, this boy, and Miss Dai, you can do whatever they want. Xiang Yong turned around and glared at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng sneered, What are you looking at me for? I'm not the one who touched your woman. Chapter 3870. Do you want me to sit back and do nothing? Xiang Yong shouted angrily, his expression constantly changing. His expression was ferocious and twisted, and it was obvious that he was fighting a battle in his heart. Seeing this, Zhou Zheng said, Xiang Yong, you have to be calm at a time like this. You may ruin everything if you act rashly. It's easy to say, but it's useless. Xiang Yong said in a low voice, Steward Chow, just pretend you don't know anything about what happened today. I'm going to kill him right now. It's not like you have to do it yourself if you want him dead. Zhou Zheng sneered. Xiang Yong, who was about to go out, immediately stopped and turned to look at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng's expression changed. Don't take my words seriously. When I'm drunk, it's late, so I'm going back to rest. Saying this, he was about to rush out of the door. Xiang Yong swung the axe in his hand and chopped down in front of Zhou Zheng. His burly figure blocked the door and looked down at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was not afraid and narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiang Yong, are you going to fight with me? I drank too much and am a little delirious. You look like you're the one with a brain problem. Xiang Yong said in a low voice, Master, you're in the heaven-opening realm. I admit that I'm not your match. If we really fight, I'll only be humiliated. However, Xiao Dai's matter is closely related to me. If you have a good plan, please tell me. I'll be very grateful. What if I don't say it? Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. Xiang Yong laughed sinisterly. Master, although you're in the heaven-opening realm, you're only in the first grade. If I risk my life, I can probably bite off 2 to 3 kilograms of your flesh. You're crazy. Zhou Zheng's expression changed. Xiang Yong rubbed his head and said with a ferocious expression, Master, please teach me. Zhou Zheng did not speak and looked at him. There was only determination and ruthlessness in Xiang Yong's eyes. After a long time, Zhou Zheng said, Xiang Yong, why are you doing this? Since Miss Dai Yu has no interest in you, why do you keep pestering her? That's my business. Master Steward, you don't have to worry about it. Sigh. Zhou Zheng sighed. Originally, it was not my place to say anything about this matter, but seeing how infatuated you are, I can give you some advice, but… Xiang Yong said, Master Steward, don't worry. This matter has nothing to do with you. No matter what the final result is, I will bear all responsibility. Very good. Zhou Zheng nodded. In that case, come closer. Xiang Yong hurried over. Zhou Zheng lowered his voice and told him in detail for a while. Xiang Yong's expression kept changing as he listened. He secretly lamented that Zhou Zheng was really vicious and merciless. If this was true, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. Moreover, it would be an effortless death. After a while, Zhou Zheng said in a low voice, this matter involves too many people. If it's exposed, you won't have a good ending. Think carefully. Xiang Yong chuckled. Master Steward, this is a good idea. If I don't do it, I'll be letting you down. What does this have to do with me? Zhou Zheng was shocked. Xiang Yong hurriedly slapped his mouth. Yes, yes, yes. This has nothing to do with Master Steward. This was all my idea. Come, come, come. Let's drink. The table had been kicked over. How could they drink? Zhou Zheng flicked his sleeves and said, It's late. I'm going back to rest. Xiang Yong said, Then I'll leave the matter of the day after tomorrow to Steward Chow. Zhou Zheng staggered. He didn't know whether this idea of his was a blessing or a curse for him, but it was too late to regret it now. Looking at Xiang Yong's expression, it was clear that he had to do it. He could only secretly pray that he hit Xiang Yong's weak spot so that he could never rise again. Life in the handyman's quarters was not exciting. After returning from Dai Yu's place, Yang Kai meditated and rested. The next day, he dragged Old Fong to the market, mainly to broaden his horizons. Although he had a general understanding of the situation in the market, there were still some strange things in many stalls, all of which were brought out by the handymen from their respective Qinquan worlds. In order to buy the 3rd-grade pure golden dew for Dai Yu, he went bankrupt and even owed Old Fong some heaven-opening pills. However, he was not in a hurry. In any case, he could earn a large number of heaven-opening pills next month. The food and drinks in the market were all on Old Fong's head, so Old Fong naturally did not bicker with him. This time, he even mysteriously brought him to a place. That place was extremely secluded. From the outside, it looked inconspicuous, but once one entered, one would know that there was a universe inside. The people who came here not only included the odd job workers from the odd job room, but also some disciples from the 7 Openings land. Many of them were wearing 7-colored clothes, and they were hugging women left and right as they enjoyed themselves. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. He pulled Old Fong aside and said, "There's actually such a place in the market." Old Fong sneered. "What's so strange about it? Since ancient times, this kind of place can be seen everywhere." "These girls, who are they?" Yang Kai looked around. Old Fong sighed. "They're all handymen from various spiritual lands. Everyone is trying to make a living. In the past, they didn't have much ability, but now that they have, they naturally want to help." Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. This was the first time he heard someone speak of doing something so noble. He frowned slightly and said, "The handymen shouldn't have much money." Old Fong said, "That's why most of the people here are Chi Chiao Lan's disciples. There are very, very few handymen who come here to seek pleasure. Although this place is not specially open for Chi Chiao Lan's disciples, it's basically relying on them to survive." It was indeed as Old Fong said. Most of the people Yang Kai saw here were Chi Chiao Lan's disciples who wore colorful robes. There were only a few handymen who came here, including the two of them. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and find a girl to take care of." Old Fong gave him a push and pointed at a group of more than 10 girls. "If you take a fancy to any of them, just bring them upstairs." After he finished speaking, he went upstairs and knocked on the door of a room. A moment later, the door opened, and a jade-like hand reached out and pulled Old Fong inside. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He stood in place and scratched his head. He looked to the side and saw that the 10 girls were also looking at him curiously, but none of them had any intention of coming over to greet him. This place was mainly maintained by Chi Chiao Lan's disciples. Moreover, it was only open for 3 days every month. The girls all knew that if they wanted to make money, it was best to make money from those wearing colorful robes. If a handyman like Yang Kai came in, most people would ignore him unless he took the initiative to talk to them. It was good that no one cared. He walked to a table at the side and called for the handyman. He ordered a table of food and wine and drank by himself. However, it had to be said that although there was a sex trade here, it didn't have much of a prostitute atmosphere. It was more like a tea house. If it wasn't for waiting for Old Fong, Yang Kai would have left long ago. After waiting for a long time, he still didn't come out. The food and wine were all changed. In the end, a girl couldn't stand it anymore and walked over. "Brother, are you waiting for your companion?" Yang Kai nodded. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. "Then you don't have to wait any longer. I heard from the senior sisters that every time your companion comes, he will stay the night here." Yang Kai almost cursed out loud. With a dark face, he thanked her and paid for the food and wine. Just as he was about to leave, the girl suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's sleeve. Yang Kai turned to look at her and saw that her face was red. He couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister, do you need something?" The girl lowered her head. "Brother, did you come here just to drink?" Yang Kai wasn't an idiot. He naturally understood what she meant. Carefully sizing her up, he found that this girl had delicate features and didn't have the slightest bit of a prostitute's aura. He couldn't help laughing. "I came here with someone. I've never been to a place like this before." The girl's voice was soft. "There's a first time for everything. Brother, do you want to try?" As she spoke, her head was almost buried in her chest, and her face was as red as fire. Yang Kai was speechless. He knew that this girl was either shy by nature or had only come out a few times and wasn't too open. Just as he was thinking this, the girl said, "I won't hide it from brother. Junior sister, this is also my first time." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Junior sister, why did you come here?" The girl closed her mouth and didn't answer. However, Yang Kai had already been here for several months, so he naturally knew about the hard lives of the workers. They were paid 3 heaven opening pills a year, but even if they wanted to buy a set of second-grade materials, it would still cost 1,500 to 600. If he wanted to quickly advance to heaven opening, he had to find some other way. He sighed inwardly, knowing that old Fong was right. If it weren't for the fact that life was hard, who would come to this place? At this moment, a tall and sturdy man suddenly walked in from outside. His eyes swept over the area and fixed on Yang Kai, and he walked over in surprise. Sensing movement, Yang Kai turned his head and was also stunned. "Brother Fong, why are you here?" Fong Tai looked at Yang Kai curiously. "Did you come to the wrong place? What does Brother Fong want to say?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. "Nothing." Fong Tai slowly shook his head, probably because he didn't want to talk to him anymore. Looking around, he then turned to the young woman beside Kai Yang and smiled. "Junior sister, you need to have a good eye for people. Some people, even if you receive them, I'm afraid they won't be paid. At that time, you'll have to work for nothing." The girl forced a laugh. "Brother, you must be joking." Fong Tai said, "I'm not joking. The person you brought here is a newcomer. He's only been here for a few months and hasn't even been paid his salary yet. How could he pay you?" The woman looked at Kai Yang strangely. Kai Yang's performance just now was not like that of a newcomer. That table of food and drinks he had happily paid for, no more, no less. This Fong is different. "I'll make sure to satisfy junior sister later." Saying so, he reached out and grabbed the girl's arm. The girl couldn't dodge and was caught, quickly turning her head to look at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. She was more willing to receive Yang Kai. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to talk to him. But to her disappointment, Yang Kai just glanced at her and cupped his hands. "Then I won't disturb Brother Fong. Goodbye." "Humph!" Fong Tai coldly snorted. Yang Kai stepped out, but he could clearly feel a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Chapter 3871. Stop looking. Why bother with this piece of trash? This brother will take you to have some fun. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and turned around. He walked up to Fong Tai and looked up at him. "Brother Fong, did you eat the wrong medicine today?" Fong Tai said, "This Fong is not sick. Why would I eat medicine? If you're not sick, why are you spouting nonsense and insulting me for no reason?" Fong Tai was extremely astonished. "When did I insult you?" "Oh, you said that piece of trash." "Not you." This Fong was referring to someone else. "But if you insist on sticking to me, then I can't do anything about it." Yang Kai stared at him. Fong Tai's eyes were full of ridicule and mockery. Yang Kai nodded. "It seems that Brother Fong is seriously ill." Fong Tai was about to say something when he saw a fist rapidly growing in front of him. Immediately after, his head buzzed, as if he had been struck by a powerful force. He flew backwards, feeling dizzy and seeing stars. The woman beside Fong Tai was stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai. In her field of vision, Yang Kai was still in his punching posture. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have dared to believe that this seemingly amiable senior brother actually had such a fiery temper. Just because of a disagreement, he attacked and injured someone. Could it be that he didn't know the consequences of doing so? Less than 3 breaths after Yang Kai punched, the women in the hall all used their movement techniques and fled out the door. In the blink of an eye, all of them were gone. However, there were still a few Chi-Chiao Land disciples looking over with interest. How many years had it been since a servant dared to make a move in private? Today, they were finally able to watch a show. On the other side, Fong Tai staggered to his feet, only to feel that his mouth and nose were sticky. Wiping his hands, he found that they were all covered in blood. Raising his head, he glared at Kai Yang in disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" He had also been beaten into a daze. He had never thought that Yang Kai would attack him. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have been defeated by Yang Kai in one move. For a moment, humiliation and anger surged in his heart, and his aura fluctuated wildly. "You dare to scold me. Why wouldn't I dare to hit you?" Yang Kai sneered. "Very good." Fong Tai roared angrily and kicked away the table and chair in his way. Then, like an ancient divine spirit, he rushed to the front of Yang Kai. His two fists, which were as big as casseroles, turned into shadows of fists that covered the sky and covered Yang Kai. Fong Tai was also a newcomer who had just arrived outside of heaven and earth. His strength was on par with Yang Kai's, so this fight was actually a close match. At the side, a few disciples of the Kikikyo land, who were dressed in 7-colored robes, were watching the show and cheered loudly. However, the two of them had only fought for a dozen breaths of time when a group of people came in from outside. The leader of the group had his hands behind his back and looked around. He narrowed his eyes and shouted angrily, "All of you, stop!" Yang Kai and Fong Tai, who were in the midst of fighting, ignored him and continued to fight. "You're revolting." The leader was furious. He waved his hand, and the disciples of the Kikikyo land on both sides threw out ropes. These ropes were made of an unknown material and wrapped around Yang Kai and Fong Tai's bodies like snakes. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were tied up like rice dumplings. Yang Kai struggled but was unable to break free. Instead, the strength of the ropes increased, causing him to feel uncomfortable all over. "You two are quite bold to fight in private. Don't you know the rules of the Chichao land?" After tying up the two of them, the leader walked in front of Yang Kai and Fong Tai. He looked at one and then looked at the other with a cold expression. "Brother?" Fong Tai also came back to his senses at this time. Just now he had been hit by Yang Kai and was a bit angry. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to act so presumptuously. He knew that this matter was a bit serious and that one wrong move could cause him to be consigned to eternal damnation. He immediately begged for mercy. "Brother, this little brother has only been here for a few months and is not familiar with the rules of the Chichao land. Brother, can you consider this as this little brother's first offense and let me go? This little brother will be very grateful." "Humph!" The leader coldly snorted. "Rules are rules. Who cares if this is your first offense or not? You'll suffer this time and know how to behave next time." Fong Tai panicked. "Brother, I'm innocent. This bastard hit me, and I had no choice but to fight back. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other brothers over there. They saw everything clearly." The leader coldly looked at him. "I only know that when I came in, you were fighting with this brat. As for who made the first move, I have no interest in knowing. Take them away." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Fong Tai and Yang Kai, who were tied up like dumplings, were also taken behind. Fong Tai was still trying to explain something, but he was only reprimanded by a Chichao land disciple beside him. Seeing this, Yang Kai also gave up the idea of wasting his breath. On the second floor, old Fong's face was pale as he muttered, "It's over, it's over, it's over." He had naturally heard the commotion downstairs. When Yang Kai and Fong Tai had been fighting, he had hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out, but he had still been a step too late. He could only watch as Yang Kai was tied up and taken away, unable to save him. The people who had taken away Yang Kai were the Chichao Lands patrols. As a worker, he had no right to say anything in front of them. Thinking about it, the only person who could save Yang Kai was Zhou Zheng, as the manager of the orchard and a heaven-opening cultivator. If he was willing to step in, he should be able to help. Mentally preparing himself for a huge loss, old Fong didn't even have time to tidy up his clothes as he hurriedly rushed to the fire's spiritual land. In a simple and crude cell, dark and damp, Yang Kai and Fong Tai were locked inside, each occupying a corner of the cell. This cell was in the middle of the market deep underground. It was casually built with some wood, so if Yang Kai wanted to, he could easily escape. However, neither he nor Fong Tai had the courage to do so. The Chichao Land's disciples were standing guard outside, so what could they do even if they escaped? They would still be tied up and brought back. As such, even though there was no one watching over them, and even though their bindings had been undone, The two of them only occupied a corner of the cell, minding their own business, accompanying old Fong to visit a brothel only to end up in prison. Yang Kai was somewhat speechless. However, today's matter gave him a strange feeling. Although Fong Tai had wanted to draw a clear line between them because he had offended Zhou Zheng, there was no need for him to offend him for no reason, right? Fong Tai's actions today gave him the feeling that he was intentionally trying to anger him, but what good would that do for Fong Tai? In the end, he would end up the same as him, locked up here, and who knew what kind of punishment he would receive. He had heard old Fong say that the Qiqiao land's punishment for workers who made mistakes was quite harsh. If he didn't handle this matter well, he might end up locked up for 3 to 5 years. If he was really locked up for such a long time, it would be a huge loss. Once he was locked up here, his source of income would be cut off, and who knew how many heaven-opening pills he would lose. Thinking of this, Fong Tai became even more displeased. He coldly glanced over and saw that this guy was looking anxiously in a certain direction, his face full of anticipation. Yang Kai frowned slightly, not knowing what he was looking forward to. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside. Fong Tai, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, immediately stood up, and Yang Kai also listened attentively. Not long after, a person arrived in front of the cell, his eyes gloomy as he looked at the two people in the cell. "Master Steward," Fong Tai exclaimed excitedly. "Steward Chow." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. Although he didn't get along well with Zhou Zheng, since the other party had the title of steward, he still had to show the proper etiquette lest he caught something that could be used against him. "You two really give face to my Fire Spirit Land chores room." Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth and pointed at the two people in the cell, a look of resentment on his face. "Fighting over a woman and coming to the market square? You two are good. You two are too good." Fong Tai awkwardly said, "It's a misunderstanding, Master Steward." "Yang Kai and I weren't fighting over a woman. It was just that our hands were itchy, and we casually swapped pointers. Who knew that this would happen?" As he spoke, he turned his head and shot a look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and pretended not to see. "You've been caught by the patrol and brought here, yet you still dare to say it's a misunderstanding," Zhou Zheng angrily shouted. "And the injury on your eye, do you think I'm blind?" Fong Tai reached out and covered the eye that Yang Kai had hit, not saying a word. Zhou Zheng snorted. "Do you know what punishment there is for a private fight between chores?" Fong Tai nervously asked. "What punishment?" 3 to 100 years of confinement. Zhou Zheng sneered. "Do you want 3 years or 100 years? Fong Tai was shocked and begged. "Master Steward, please save me." Zhou Zheng said, "But I happen to know the patrol leader who caught you, so I can speak to him. Seeing that you're both newcomers, and this is your first offense, I'll let it go this time. If there's a next time, there won't be any mercy." "Let it go just like that?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought that he would definitely be locked up for a few years, so he had mentally prepared himself. Fong Tai, however, was overjoyed and repeatedly cupped his hands. "Thank you, Steward Chow. Master Steward, I will remember your kindness and never forget it." Zhou Zheng didn't comment and opened the cell door, saying, "Get out, both of you. What are you still doing in there?" Fong Tai and Yang Kai walked out one by one. Zhou Zheng coldly snorted. "If it weren't for the fact that something happened in the orchard today, I wouldn't have cared about your lives." Fong Tai said, "Is it about the chief steward's patrol?" This wasn't a secret. The chores in the chores room had all heard about it from different sources. "Yes, the chief steward should have arrived at the orchard by now. The two of you should hurry over. If the chief steward patrols your territory, be careful. If something goes wrong, no one can save you." "Yes, yes, yes." Fong Tai quickly nodded. Yang Kai then remembered that the so-called chief steward was going to patrol the Fire Spirit Land's orchard today. The entire fire spirit land had been busy just for today. However, this had nothing to do with him, so he didn't need to worry too much. He just needed to do his job well. Chapter 3872. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at the surface. At this moment, the entire market was silent. 3 days had passed, and the servants had all returned to their respective orchards. The market was naturally empty, and there were no Qiqiao disciples outside the prison. It was as if there were only the three of them here. It's getting late. Steward Chow, I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai bid farewell and soared into the sky, heading straight for the fire spirit land. He has no respect at all. The steward master saved him, but he didn't even say a word of thanks. Fong Tai looked in the direction Yang Kai left and coldly snorted. There's no need for him to thank me. Zhou Zheng chuckled. He had already thanked those who needed to be thanked. Old Fong had spent a lot of heaven-opening pills for him to plead for leniency. For the sake of those heaven-opening pills, he couldn't be bothered to bicker with Yang Kai. His expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, "You did well this time." Fong Tai said, "The reason this Fong can have today is all because of the steward master's nurturing. If the steward master has any orders, this Fong will do anything." Very good. Zhou Zheng nodded, very satisfied with Fong Tai's attitude. Fong Tai frowned. "But there's something this Fong doesn't understand." "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Zhou Zheng seemed to be clear about Fong Tai's doubts and blocked him with a single sentence. "Also, this was only an accident." Fong Tai lowered his head. "I understand. Let's hurry to the orchard. There might be a good show later. Moreover, the steward is here, so a small steward like me should accompany him." As Zhou Zheng spoke, he soared into the sky. Fong Tai didn't understand. He didn't know what kind of good show would happen later. He faintly felt that it had something to do with yesterday's incident, but since Zhou Zheng had already said so, he didn't ask any more questions. When the two of them set off, Yang Kai had already arrived at the fire spirit land. When he passed by the village where the servant house was, he saw a golden light from the corner of his eyes. He lowered his head and saw that in front of his house, General Si Chin was continuously pecking at the door, as if calling for him to come out. "General," Yang Kai greeted. General Si Chin heard the sound and turned his head to take a look, following which he turned into the size of an ordinary rooster and flapped his wings, flying up and down as he flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed. "General, you should lose some weight." Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that this stupid chicken was fatter than the first time he saw it. He stretched out his hand to summon it over and placed it on his head. Great General Si Chin twisted his butt and found the most comfortable position he was familiar with. He then pecked the Yang Kai twice. Yang Kai said, "Something happened. It's not like I'm delaying the time on purpose. Stop pecking." Only then did General Si Chin become obedient. After a short while, they arrived at the orchard. After flying for a while, they landed on their own territory and saw Dai Yu anxiously waiting for them. Hearing the commotion, Dai Yu turned her head and revealed a look of surprise. "Are you all right? I heard from Old Fong that you fought with someone and got caught by the patrol team." "Old Fong, you blabbermouth." Yang Kai had a look of disgust. This wasn't something to be proud of, so why did he spread it around? "I was the one who asked him if you were all right. Did the patrol team do anything to you?" Dai Yu asked with concern. "It's nothing. If they did, would I still be standing here?" Yang Kai smiled. Dai Yu nodded. "That's right. Did Steward Chow come out and save you? How did you know?" Yang Kai was stunned. Dai Yu said, "Old Fong gave Steward Chow a valuable gift." Yang Kai revealed a look of understanding. No wonder. He was wondering why Zhou Zheng was so kind. It was understandable that he went to save Fong Tai, but why did he save him as well? It turned out that Old Fong had done something. How much did Old Fong give him? Yang Kai asked. Dayu said, I don't know, but it shouldn't be a small amount. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an errand boy to get caught in a private fight without any punishment. But it's fine as long as he's fine. That's true. Yang Kai nodded. When you have time, tell Old Fong that you're safe. He probably doesn't know that you're out yet. Dayu looked around and said, Moreover, the chief steward is patrolling the orchard today. You have to be careful and don't slack off. I know. You should go back quickly. I heard from Zhou Zheng that the chief steward should be in the orchard already. It won't be good if he finds out that you're not in your own territory and came to my place. Then I'll go back first, Dayu said and walked towards her orchard. After she left, Yang Kai took out his communication device with Old Fong and told him that he was safe. Old Fong quickly sent a message asking him about the details of the situation. So Yang Kai naturally told him everything he needed to know. After he finished, Old Fong replied and told him not to be so impulsive in the future. When Yang Kai asked how much he had given Zhou Zheng, the old man actually cut off the communication. Obviously, he didn't want to say more. This further confirmed Yang Kai's guess. Old Fong must have given him a lot this time. Otherwise, why would Zhou Zheng be so kind as to help him out? He cursed Zhou Zheng in his heart for his insatiable greed and swore to himself that if he had the chance in the future, he would make Zhou Zheng pay him back. He turned around and started to work in the orchard. The chief steward's inspection of the orchard was a big deal. It could be seen from Du Rufing's attitude before, so Yang Kai was not careless. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because of what happened yesterday, but Yang Kai felt a little uneasy today, as if something was going to happen. This made him more vigilant. An hour later, Yang Kai stood in the orchard with his token in his hand. His face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. There was a fruit missing in his orchard. The number of fire spirit fruits in the orchard was limited. It was recorded in the token of every handyman. If it was spoiled or rotten, they had to report it to the chief steward of the orchard. However, under normal circumstances, nothing would happen to the fire spirit fruits, let alone one missing for no reason. But at this moment, this happened in his orchard. The number of fire spirit fruits in the orchard was one less than the number recorded in the token. Yang Kai carefully counted 3 times in the orchard, and it was the same. How could there be one less fruit? Before he left last month, Yang Kai specially checked it once. At that time, the numbers were correct, but after a few days, the numbers were wrong. Yang Kai scanned the orchard with his divine senses and carefully searched the fruit trees one by one. After a while, he finally found something. He went straight to a fire spirit fruit tree and stared at a certain spot. There should have been a fire spirit fruit in that spot, but at this moment, there was nothing. On the stem where the fire spirit fruit should have been, there were still traces of freshly picked fruit. Even if Yang Kai had not picked the fire spirit fruit before, he knew that the fruit here had been picked less than 2 hours ago. Someone actually stole his fruit while he was not around. Kai Yang flew into a rage. Which idiot would be so daring as to do such a stupid thing? Stealing the fire spirit fruit could put him in a disadvantageous situation, but if the truth was found out, even 100 lives would not be enough to kill him. Who on earth was doing such a thing that harmed others without benefiting themselves, or rather, who had a grudge against him? In the entire fire spirit land, Yang Kai did not know many people. The only ones who had a grudge against him were Zhou Zheng and Fong Tai, who he had a fight with yesterday. Fong Tai did not have the opportunity to do so. When he came over, he had not moved yet. Could it be Zhou Zheng? It should not be him either. Zhou Zheng had rescued him and Fong Tai from the market, so he also had no time to do such a thing. If it was not Zhou Zheng or Fong Tai, then who else had a grudge against him? After thinking about it, Yang Kai could not think of anything. However, The figure of shaking bear Xiang Yong flashed through his mind. If it was Xiang Yong, then there was a possibility. However, there was no grudge between him and Xiang Yong. There was no reason for the other party to be so heavy-handed, right? Perhaps he could ask Daiyu. When he came over, Daiyu had been in his orchard. Perhaps she had seen something. After making up his mind, just as he was about to move, he suddenly heard a bustling sound coming from not far away. When he looked up, Yang Kai's expression stiffened. He saw a group of people flying through the air, neither too fast nor too slow. The person in the lead had a dignified appearance. When he looked around, he had a dignified expression. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a person of high status and was around 40 years old. On his left, Du Ruffin was half a step behind to accompany him. He had a smile on his face and was saying something to the man. The man only had his hands behind his back. From time to time, he would lower his head and look around. Occasionally, he would nod. Behind Du Ruffin was Zhou Zheng. However, looking at his position in the crowd, it seemed that he was the kind of person who could not even speak. Even though he had never seen them before, Yang Kai immediately recognized that the middle-aged man in the lead should be the chief manager of the entire Kikikyo land. He instinctively shrunk his neck. If the orchard was peaceful, he had nothing to be afraid of. However, now that his territory was missing a fruit, this matter was a little difficult to explain. In his heart, he secretly prayed that this group of people would leave quickly and not pay attention to him. However, what he was afraid of just had to happen. While he was feeling guilty, Yang Kai heard the chief manager say, is it that Duan Hai's General Sichin? Why did he come to the orchard? Yang Kai almost spat out blood. He was so preoccupied with his guilty conscience that he actually forgot that the great general was still lying on his head. The great general's body was dazzling with golden light, like a lighthouse in the darkness. It was difficult not to notice it. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought the great general with him today. He should have left it in the servant room. Du Ruffin said, "The chief manager is right. That is the venerable one's General Sichin." The chief manager laughed. How did the servant offend General Sichin? The general actually wants to punish him like this. Du Ruffin said, the chief manager misunderstood. He did not offend General Sichin. Previously, I also thought that he offended the general and was punished. However, when I reported to the Venerable One, I found out that the general likes him and is close to him. Chapter 3873. Like him? Get close to him? The manager revealed a surprised expression. I understand General Sichin's temper a little. He wouldn't care about normal people. What's so special about this servant that he could gain General Sichin's favor? Du Ruffin laughed. This disciple doesn't know. Maybe General Sichin has a good eye for people. Let's go down and take a look. The manager was interested and waved his hand, leading a group of people to descend. When Yang Kai saw this scene, he had the urge to curse. But if it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. Seeing the group of people bustling over, he had no choice but to greet them. He cupped his hands and bowed. Yang Kai greets master. The manager didn't look at him, but looked at General Sichin with a smile. He didn't need to pay too much attention to a mere servant. The reason he came down was mainly because of General Sichin. Du Ruffin, who was following behind him, said, Yang Kai, this is the manager of the Seven Openings land. He is in charge of all matters of the Seven Openings land. As he spoke, he gave Yang Kai a look, telling him not to be nervous. Yang Kai bowed again. Greetings, manager. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. His orchard had lost a fruit for no reason. It would be fine if it wasn't discovered, but if it was discovered, how would he explain it? Could he say that it was stolen? Where was the evidence? If he couldn't find the person who stole the fruit, he would have to take responsibility for the loss of the fire spirit fruit. He didn't know if Du Ruffing would be able to protect him when the time came. She wanted to send him a sound transmission to explain the whole story, but this chief manager was clearly a heaven-opening expert. How could a sound transmission be concealed in front of him? Even though he was feeling depressed, he appeared calm and composed on the surface. Even though he saw from the corner of his eye that a group of people who had followed the chief steward spread out to investigate his orchard, his expression did not change, and his heart did not beat faster. Since it had come to this, he could only pray that those people wouldn't carefully check the number of fire spirit fruits. Only then would he be able to escape this calamity. Inadvertently, he saw Zhou Zheng smiling at him. That smile seemed to have a deeper meaning. Before he could think any further, he heard the steward ask, "How did you manage to make General Si Chen so close to you?" Yang Kai lowered his head. "I don't know either." "You don't know either?" The chief manager raised his eyebrows. Du Ruffing said from the side, "Yang Kai, just say what you want to say. The chief manager is just asking casually. It's nothing important." Yang Kai said with a bitter face, "I really don't know. A few months ago, when I first came to the orchard, the great general passed by the orchard. I don't know how it fell from the sky and landed right in front of me. Perhaps the great general thought that I had done something to it, so it was angry and wanted to peck the fruits in my orchard. How could this disciple bear it? As an odd job worker of the orchard, taking care of the fruits is my duty. I was angry and fought with it." "You fought with it?" The chief manager laughed. "You're quite brave," Yang Kai said embarrassedly. At that time, this disciple had just arrived and didn't know the great general's identity. "That's why I dared to offend it. If it were today, I definitely wouldn't have the guts." Du Ruffing nodded. "All right, chief manager. This disciple has been in the land of fire spirit for less than half a year. He's indeed a newcomer, but he's already made a great contribution." "Oh," the chief manager revealed a look of surprise. Looking at Kai Yang seriously, he didn't ask what kind of contribution Kai Yang had made. Nodding his head, he said, "You can continue." Yang Kai spread his hands. "That's all. From then on, whenever I came to the herb garden, the great general would be like this. So it's a friendship formed through fighting." The chief manager smiled and nodded. "That's interesting." This was the first time Du Ruffing had heard of such a thing, so he pointed at Yang Kai and said, "You little brat, you should be glad you didn't do anything to the great general at that time. Otherwise, the venerable would have skinned you alive." Yang Kai laughed dryly. He thought to himself that the great general had lost quite a lot of feathers at that time. At this moment, the people who were scattered in the orchard returned one after another. One of them glanced at Yang Kai, then handed something that looked like a jade scroll to the chief manager. Yang Kai's heart tightened. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The chief manager took the jade scroll and scanned it with his divine telekinesis. He then handed the jade scroll to Du Ruffing. "Take a look." Du Ruffing took it curiously and glanced at Yang Kai. He guessed that something must have happened to the orchard. Otherwise, why would the chief manager ask him to take a look at this? This was not within his authority. However, what could have happened to the orchard? After carefully inspecting it, Du Ruffing's expression changed slightly. He looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, "Yang Kai, can you tell me why your orchard is missing a fire spirit fruit? It's really missing?" Yang Kai was surprised. "You know?" Du Ruffing frowned. Yang Kai said, "Before honored seniors arrived, Disciple was counting the number of fire spirit fruits and found that there was a discrepancy between the number recorded before Disciple left last time. However, Disciple wasn't sure at that time. So honored seniors arrived just as Disciple was about to carefully count them." He paused and said, "Now, it seems that the previous count was not wrong. There is indeed a fire spirit fruit missing." Du Ruffing said in a low voice, as a servant, You should take care of everything in the orchard. Do you know what kind of punishment you will receive if the spirit fruit is missing? I don't know. A light punishment would be crippling your cultivation and banishing you from the Chiqiao land. A heavy punishment would be to kill you on the spot. Yang Kai was shocked. This was not giving him a way out at all. He exclaimed, Master Du, I am innocent. I counted the number of spirit fruits before I left a few days ago. The number of spirit fruits was exactly the same. I didn't have time to do anything when I came here today. The lack of spirit fruits has nothing to do with me, Master Du. How can it have nothing to do with you? Du Roofing's expression was dignified, since you are the servant who takes care of this orchard. Everything in this orchard is closely related to you. The loss of the spirit fruit is due to your lack of care, unless you reported it to the manager here before. As he spoke, he turned to look at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, did Yang Kai report it to you? Zhou Zheng stepped forward and took out a jade slip to check it carefully. After a while, he cupped his hands and said, I did not find any records. Du Rufeng looked at him deeply, then turned to Yang Kai and said, Do you have anything else to say? I don't accept this. Yang Kai straightened his neck. The loss of the spirit fruit is not because I took care of it. If it was lost, it was because someone stole it. The one who should be punished is the person who stole the fruit. Du Rufeng's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, Don't talk nonsense. Who dares to steal spirit fruits in the Chiqiao land? Yang Kai snorted. If someone didn't steal it, how could the fruit be lost for no reason? Did you see it? The chief manager, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. Losing a spirit fruit was not a big deal. Whoever took care of it would be punished, but now someone actually dared to steal the spirit fruit. They had to make an example of this and let everyone in the Chiqiao land know what the consequences of stealing a spirit fruit were. I didn't see it, but I have my suspicions. Yang Kai shook his head. Chief manager is at the heaven-opening realm, so you should be proficient in some soul-searching techniques. As long as we capture those people and interrogate them carefully, the truth will come to light. The chief manager smiled, and if we can't get anything out of them, Yang Kai said, then count it on me. When the time comes, we'll do what we need to do. You've got a good plan. The chief manager lightly snorted, but who knows if you're trying to drag them down with you? If we really want to do a soul searching, we should start with you. Yang Kai almost coughed up blood. When he heard this was like shooting himself in the foot. If his soul was really searched, wouldn't he lose all his secrets? If he was unlucky, his soul might even be damaged, causing him to lose his mind forever. However, today's matter could not be explained clearly in a few words, and he did not have the strength to resist. The chief manager was at the 4th stage heaven-opening realm at the very least. Killing him would be as easy as crushing a bug. Unable to escape, unable to fight, he could only turn to look at Du Rufeng. Du Rufeng did not disappoint. He cupped his hands and said, Chief Steward, since this matter happened in the Fire Spirit Land, then let the Fire Spirit Land take full responsibility. Let me take this person back. I will give Chief Steward an explanation. The chief manager shook his head. Rufeng, since you've asked, logically speaking, I should give you face. However, today's matter is no longer as simple as losing the spirit fruit. It involves theft. You should also know that the spirit fruits everywhere are the foundation of the 7 Openings land, and we can't tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness. Now, there's actually a servant who dared to touch the foundation of the 7 Openings land. This matter should not only be explained to me, but also to the heavenly monarch. Du Rufeng's heart trembled. The chief manager even mentioned the heavenly monarch, which completely cut off his right to speak. He looked at Yang Kai with a speechless expression, thinking of all things to talk about. Why did you have to talk about someone stealing the spirit fruit? Now, I can't help even if I want to. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded. He never thought that his original intention of shifting the blame would end up cutting off his own path of survival. According to the chief manager's words, as long as it was not a servant who stole the spirit fruit, it was not a big deal. After all, some of the fire spirit fruits were already spoiled or dead, so there would be a shortage. However, when it involved a servant, it was a completely different concept. Capture him. As soon as the chief manager gave the order, two people immediately walked out from the left and right, heading towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's entire body tensed up, and he quietly gathered all his strength. He was wavering between being captured and fighting to his death. Right at this moment, a cry was heard. The great General Sichin above him shook its wings, and a ball of golden light floated out from its mouth. Yang Kai habitually reached out to grab it. When the golden light dissipated, what appeared in his hand was not the heaven-opening pellet that he was used to seeing, but a fruit core the size of a longan fruit core. Yang Kai was stunned. Du Ruffin was also stunned, but he quickly reacted. Wait a moment. The two Chiqiao disciples who were approaching Yang Kai immediately stopped. Du Ruffin quickly came in front of Yang Kai and picked up the fruit core in his hand. After examining it for a while, he laughed and said, "Chief Manager, the thief seems to have confessed. The loss of the spirit fruit should not be related to the servants here." As he spoke, he presented the fruit core in his hand. Chapter 3874. The head manager took it and examined it for a moment. He then turned to Du Ruffing and chuckled. "You said General Sichin liked him and wanted to get close to him, but I think he was just looking for an opportunity to frame him. He almost got him killed, but luckily he didn't go too far and spared him at the crucial moment." Du Ruffing also smiled. "So that's how it is. I was wondering why the Grand General would behave like that. So it was all for today." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Now that the truth is out, it means that the missing fruit was not stolen by the servants. It was just that the Grand General ate one on a whim. Head manager, what do you think of this, Yang Kai?" The head manager waved his hand, and the two Chiqiao disciples who had walked out immediately retreated back. After this incident, the head manager no longer had any interest in staying. He turned around and said, "Let's look elsewhere." With his hands behind his back, he walked off into the distance. A group of people followed him and left. Before Du Ruffin left, he glanced at Yang Kai and secretly transmitted a message to him. "Take care of yourself." Yang Kai watched as the group left. His gaze was fixed on Zhou Zheng's back. When the Grand General spat out the core of the fruit, he clearly saw Zhou Zheng's surprised expression. He couldn't help but frown. Who was the culprit behind today's incident? Was it related to Zhou Zheng? After carefully sorting out the sequence of events, the person who stole the fruit definitely wanted to kill him. Furthermore, it was only today that he stole one of his fruits. He and Fong Tai were locked up in the city's prison, so they arrived late and gave the thief a chance to take action. The culprit wasn't Fong Tai, but he was caught by the patrol because of Fong Tai. Yesterday, Fong Tai also seemed to want to provoke him, so the person who saved him and him was Zhou Zheng. His emotions fluctuated, and his divine sense moved. Yang Kai felt as if he had cleared up the fog and seen the truth of the matter. But if it was really as he guessed, then how did this guy guarantee that the head manager would come to check on his medicinal garden just because of General Sichin? It wasn't impossible. As long as the head steward saw General Sichin, he would definitely be curious, at that time, whether or not the head steward came down to investigate. This person would be able to guide him. Unfortunately, it was the chief steward who wanted to come down today, not someone else. Otherwise, Yang Kai would definitely be able to verify whether his guess was correct. Yang Kai was infuriated that he almost got himself killed for no reason. If it wasn't for Grand General Sichin turning the tide at the last moment, he wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Even Du Rufeng wouldn't have been able to protect him. From the fact that Du Rufeng didn't show any respect to the chief steward, it could be seen that this matter was related to an odd job worker's theft. On the contrary, it didn't matter that the Grand General had eaten one. This odd job was unbearable. It had only been a few months, and he had almost gotten into trouble. He still had a long way to go. Thinking about this, Yang Kai hurriedly carried the Grand General down from his head. Holding it with both hands, he looked at it carefully. Previously, when this guy had used his head as a chicken coop, Kai Yang had felt quite ashamed. But after witnessing the great general's ability, the god of wealth, he had let it be. He had never thought that today he would need its help. Now that he looked at it, it was pleasing to the eye. Pulling it into his embrace, he ravaged it with all his might. You're really something. Even in such a hopeless situation, you still managed to find a way out. The Grand General's feathers stood on end as it cried out. Using all its strength, it couldn't break free from Yang Kai's grasp. It cried out miserably. After a long while, Yang Kai finally let it go. Sitting on the ground, he placed the Grand General in front of him and chuckled. At this moment, the Grand General no longer had a majestic appearance. Its feathers were a mess. Once it broke free from Yang Kai's grasp, it fluttered its little wings and flew over, pecking nonstop. Yang Kai raised his hand to block it. All right, just vent your anger. After playing around for a while, the Grand General finally calmed down. Standing in front of Yang Kai, it used its beak to comb its feathers. From time to time, it would tilt its head and glance at Yang Kai. Its gaze was extremely arrogant. Yang Kai placed his hands on his knees and cupped his cheeks. He curiously asked, "How did you get the fire spirit fruit's core? Have you eaten the fire spirit fruit before?" The Grand General opened its mouth and spat out a ball of golden light. Yang Kai caught it and discovered that it was actually a few cores. "You really ate it before?" Yang Kai was astonished. It wasn't hard to explain why Si Chin had the ability to save him at such a crucial moment. "Why did you help me?" Actually, what Yang Kai wanted to know was why Si Chin treated him so differently. When others wanted to obtain the heaven-opening pill from the Grand General, it would also depend on the Grand General's mood. Only he was able to use an insect to exchange for a pill. He was even able to use this method to open up a path of wealth. This definitely wasn't because he had fought with the Grand General before. It was a pity that Si Chin hadn't communicated with him properly. If the Grand General could understand what he said, it meant that the Grand General had the ability to communicate with others, but was too lazy to do so. Since he couldn't understand, Yang Kai was too lazy to think about it. He hugged the Grand General and placed it on his head. Yang Kai stood up and said, "Since you saved my life today, if you have any requests in the future, just tell me, and I will do my best." He wasn't sure if the Grand General heard him clearly, but he didn't have much of a reaction. Although the orchard was large, the head steward had only patrolled for a day. Yang Kai waited until the next day before Du Rufeng arrived. As soon as they met, Du Rufeng said, "Yang Kai, I tried my best to exonerate you yesterday, but it was a pity that I couldn't do anything about the theft. Fortunately, at the last moment, the Grand General took the initiative to stand up for you. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Master Du is too serious. Yesterday, this disciple saw the care and concern that Master Du showed to this disciple. This disciple will remember it in his heart." Du Rufeng patted his shoulder. "It's good that you can think this way." "Why? Do you have something to tell me?" If Yang Kai hadn't sent him a message yesterday, he wouldn't have come today. Yang Kai said, "There is something." He gestured with his hand. "Master Du, please." After inviting Du Rufeng to a nearby table and chair, Yang Kai took out some fragrant spring water and began cooking. These things were all stored in his space ring for later use. Du Rufeng smiled and said, "If you have something to say, Don't beat around the bush. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking. Disciple wants to ask, does Master Du's previous words still count? Du Ruffin looked at him with interest. What? Have you thought it through? Didn't you refuse this king before? Yang Kai let out a dry laugh. That was then, and this is now. Disciple had some misgivings before, but after yesterday's events, Disciple discovered that, as a servant, there are many things that are beyond Disciple's control. Disciple doesn't like this kind of feeling. Moreover, water flows downwards and people strive to climb higher. This is a matter of course. Since Master has given me this opportunity, Disciple will naturally grasp it well. Du Ruffing smiled lightly. In my Chichao lands, the number of servants is the largest, but the status of a servant is the lowest. Some people come to my Chichao lands and work for 3,000 years without being able to turn over a new leaf, while others only need a few years to become a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. This all depends on one's own ability. You are a person with ability, so this king wants to guide you. Rest assured, this king's previous words will naturally count. Thank you in advance, Master Du. Yang Kai stood up and bowed, but he didn't take a seat and continued. Disciple boldly asks, if Disciple follows Master Du, what will Disciple's status be? Washing away your servant status, you will become a disciple of the Chichao lands. At that time, what should I do? What do you want to do? Du Ruffing asked back. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Can Disciple do whatever Disciple wants to do? Du Ruffing chuckled. As long as it is within my protection and doesn't violate the rules of the Chichao lands, Disciple can do anything. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and drew a large circle in front of his eyes. Disciple wants to be the manager of this orchard. HM? Du Ruffing narrowed his eyes slightly. Your appetite is a bit big. If Master can't fulfill my wish, then Disciple will be presumptuous. Du Ruffing snorted. Are you trying to provoke this king? Yang Kai doesn't dare. Du Ruffing stared at him for a while, faintly regretting making such a big promise. Now that Yang Kai's words had forced him to ride a tiger, and it was difficult to back down. If he agreed, he couldn't make the decision. If he didn't agree, it would be embarrassing in front of Yang Kai. After weighing the pros and cons, Du Ruffing said, it's a good thing that you want to be the manager of the orchard. As you said, people strive for higher positions. However, the position of manager now belongs to someone else. Although Zhou Zheng is a bit incompetent, he hasn't made any big mistakes. It would be unfair to abruptly remove him from the position of manager. Why don't? Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai interrupted. What if Steward Chow makes a mistake? Du Ruffing frowned. What mistake did Zhou Zheng make? However, no matter what mistake he made, he will be dealt with according to the rules of the sect. No one can help him. Yang Kai heard this and said, after Steward Chow is removed from his position, can Disciple take over the position of manager? Du Ruffing laughed. Is there a grudge between you and Zhou Zheng? Why do you want to drag him down and replace him? Yang Kai shook his head. Disciple will reveal the riddle to Master later. Please answer my question, Master. Du Ruffing thought for a while and said, the position of manager needs to be personally appointed by the Venerable One. I only have the right to recommend. Thank you, Master. All right, you've been beating around the bush for so long. What do you want to say? Just say it. Du Ruffing was getting impatient. He was slightly displeased. It happened yesterday. The general didn't take the spiritual fruit. Someone really did steal it. Du Ruffing's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, Yang Kai, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Don't you know that someone might die if you say that? Yang Kai looked down and said, I didn't know before yesterday, but after yesterday, I found out. Du Ruffing tapped his fingers on the stone table lightly. Tell me in detail. Chapter 3875. It's like this. When I came to the orchard yesterday, the first thing I did was to count the number of spirit fruits, but I found that one was missing. It had only been 2 hours since it was picked. Just as I was worrying, the chief steward and the others arrived nearby. At that time, I didn't have time to find out the truth. Master also saw what happened after that. I was almost consigned to eternal damnation. Du Ruffing narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. You mean this matter has something to do with Zhou Zheng? Before it's confirmed, I don't dare to make any rash comments. Master Du, please watch a good show. A good show? After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Yang Kai flew down from another orchard and landed directly in front of the two men. The two men's reactions were completely opposite. One was overjoyed and walked forward to greet him, while the other's expression changed slightly, and he took a step back. He looked at Yang Kai with a face full of horror and confusion. "Brother, are you all right?" Old Fong looked at Yang Kai from head to toe. Yang Kai didn't look at him, but stared straight at Xiang Yong and said, "It was scary but not dangerous. Didn't I tell you before?" Old Fong said, "I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I was a bit worried. Now that you're all right, I don't have to worry about anything." He paused and said, "Brother, did you come here for something?" Yang Kai grinned. "Can I come to see you? See me?" Old Fong was stunned. "Since you came to see me, why did you keep staring at Xiang Yong?" He instinctively felt that there was something wrong between the two. He turned to look at Xiang Yong and found that there was indeed a problem. Xiang Yong was actually avoiding his eyes and had a guilty expression. He didn't know why. "Brother Xiang, we haven't seen each other for a few days. How come you've become so estranged?" Yang Kai looked at Xiang Yong with a fake smile. Xiang Yong's face darkened. "Am I close to you? We're not even close. How can we be estranged?" "That's true. I'm not that close to Brother Xiang, but why did Brother Xiang look so surprised when you saw me today?" "What surprise? What surprise?" Xiang Yong waved his hand and said in a low voice, "I was just born with big eyes." "Is that so?" Yang Kai laughed. "I won't hide it from Brother Xiang. The chief steward went to my place yesterday and inspected my orchard." "Ooh." Xiang Yong's eyes widened as he said, "Head steward went over." "Brother Xiang, you're very concerned about me. Why would I be concerned about you? I'm just, if you don't tell me." Xiang Yong coldly snorted and sat down on the ground. He leaned against a fruit tree and hugged his arms as he dozed off. The chief steward, Yang's, was being inspected by the chief steward was not a good thing. Taking care of the orchard was the responsibility of the servants. If they did well, they wouldn't be rewarded, but if they were found to be doing poorly, they would definitely be punished. Therefore, no servant was willing to have the chief steward visit their territory. They all hoped that he would just take a look at them and leave. However, every time the chief steward came to inspect, there would always be some unlucky people. Yang Kai's luck was really bad. There were hundreds of servants in the orchard, but the chief steward just had to go to his place. Now, even if there were no problems, there would definitely be some problems. He didn't do anything to you, did he? I almost couldn't see you again, old brother. Yang Kai let out a long sigh, his face full of lingering fear. Old Fong was shocked. What happened? Why is it so serious? Yang Kai solemnly said, I lost a fire spirit fruit in my orchard. Old Fong's face immediately turned white. Brother, you can't joke about this. You're new here. Although I've told you a lot of the rules of the orchard, you probably haven't realized the seriousness of losing a spirit fruit. Let me tell you this. The lives of us servants are not as valuable as a spirit fruit. I know. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Losing a spirit fruit is a serious crime. The chief steward wanted to arrest me on the spot. Even if Master Du came forward to plead for me, it was useless. Then why did you... Old Fong was confused. Du Ruffin had come forward to plead for mercy, but it was useless. Why was Yang Kai still standing there? What happened after that? Yang Kai grinned and pointed at the great general. At the last moment, the great general made a move. It actually spat out a fruit core from its mouth. Now, the truth is out. Old Fong blinked and finally understood. So, the great general stole the spirit fruit and ate it exactly. Otherwise, why would the orchard lose a spirit fruit for no reason? Who would have the guts to steal it? You scared me to death. Old Fong let out a long breath. Although he knew that Yang Kai was standing there, he still couldn't help but tremble with fear when he heard the whole story. Why would the great general do such a thing? Old Fong looked at Yang Kai's head in confusion. How would I know? Maybe he ate too many insects and got greedy. But although the great general caused this, it was also thanks to him that I was able to survive. I should thank him. Old Fong, do you have any blue flame silkworms? A little, but not much. Give me all of them. After taking the blue flame silkworms from Old Fong, Yang Kai didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. In the void, a brilliance like a water curtain flowed. Under the brilliance, Du Ruffin hid himself and watched everything that happened. He was less than 300 feet away from Old Fong, but Old Fong didn't notice anything from beginning to end. Just after Yang Kai left, he suddenly stretched out his hand and made a hand sign. The brilliance like a water curtain wriggled slightly, and Yang Kai quietly flashed in from outside. Will he fall for such a clumsy performance? Du Ruffin chuckled. Yang Kai grinned. That depends on who he is. If it's someone like Old Fong, I'm afraid I can't fool him. But if it's someone like Xiang Yong, I'm not so sure. Let's wait and see. If it's really as I guessed, he'll definitely take action. Du Ruffing said, What if you guessed wrong? Master, will you punish me? Not really, but this king doesn't have so much time to waste here. I'll only give you half a day. If you don't see the result after half a day, this matter will end here. Fine, half a day it is. Yang Kai had no choice but to agree, and it was even more impossible for him to bargain with the other party. Turning his head, he curiously asked Senior, This artifact is quite interesting. If we really end up luring the snake out of its hole, will it be able to conceal our whereabouts? Du Ruffing said proudly, This treasure was bestowed by the Venerable. It's called the Shadowless Veil. Under the third grade heaven-opening realm, it's impossible to see through its flaws. Even those above the third grade heaven-opening realm might be able to deceive them as long as they don't search carefully. Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue. It was good to have a backer. He didn't have to worry about breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. He had a lot of treasures in his hands, such as the capturing heaven net and the shadowless veil. On the other hand, he had worked so hard to fight with his wits and strength here, all for the identity of a small orchard manager. Just as he was speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly brightened. The fish has taken the bait. Below, Xiang Yong, who was leaning against a fruit tree with his arms crossed and dozing off, slowly opened his eyes. He looked around for a while, then stood up with a dignified and hesitant look on his face, as if he had encountered something difficult to decide. After hesitating for a long time, Xiang Yong made up his mind and turned his head to call out, Old Fong, take care of the orchard for me. After saying this, without waiting for Old Fong's agreement, he directly soared into the sky in the direction of the center of the orchard. Under the shadowless veil, Yang Kai and Du Ruffin looked at each other. Du Ruffing said, I'm afraid it's really like what you said. Yang Kai said, Master, you'll know when you see it. Du Ruffin no longer said anything. He urged the shadowless veil and quietly followed behind Xiang Yong. Xiang Yong looked back several times, but found nothing. After a short while, 1,000 blades peak appeared in front of them. This peak was strange, like a sword inserted into the ground. The scenery on the peak was good, but it was surrounded by orchards, and there were no other peaks in the distance. It was a very rare solitary peak. There was a hall on Thousand Blades Peak where the orchard manager usually lived and worked. From time to time, there were handymen coming in and out of the peak. Obviously, they were all looking for Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng liked to work in the pavilion on the edge of the peak outside the hall. Sitting in the pavilion, he could see the small mountains and the continuous orchard below. It gave people a feeling that everything was under his control. Zhou Zheng liked this feeling. At this moment, there were not many handymen looking for Zhou Zheng. After all, nothing serious happened in the orchard. Even if there was a problem, the handymen would find a way to solve it. Only when there was something they couldn't solve would they come to Zhou Zheng. When Xiang Yong arrived, he didn't go to Zhou Zheng immediately, probably because he felt a little guilty. He waited for 2 hours until all the other handymen left. In the pavilion, Zhou Zheng didn't raise his head. "What's the matter?" "Steward Chow," Xiang Yong shouted in a low voice. Zhou Zheng's expression changed. He looked up and saw Xiang Yong. He immediately looked around and gritted his teeth. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to look for me during this time?" Xiang Yong stretched his neck and said, "I don't want to bother Steward Chow, but there's something I don't understand. I need Steward Chow's help." "What's so important?" Zhou Zheng's expression was ugly. "That young Kai." "Shut up." Zhou Zheng suddenly stood up and glared at Xiang Yong for a while. He said in a low voice, "Come with me." With his hands behind his back, he led the way to the main hall. Xiang Yong scratched his head and had no choice but to follow. The two entered the main hall one after the other. Zhou Zheng waved the token in his hand and opened the restriction. He then turned around and glared at Xiang Yong. "Are you crazy? How dare you mention that outside? Don't you know that the walls have ears? If someone heard you, not only you, but even I can't escape death." Xiang Yong said, "But Master Steward said that as long as I followed your orders, that Yong Kai would definitely die. I followed your arrangements and took the risk of losing my head. Why is that brat perfectly fine?" Zhou Zheng frowned. "How do you know? Did you see Yong Kai?" Chapter 3876. Xiang Yong sneered. "Steward Chow, you don't need to know how I found out. I just know." Zhou Zheng's face darkened as he said, "Yesterday's incident was a little unexpected. The head steward went to inspect his herb garden as I wished and discovered that he had lost the spirit fruit. We were just about to arrest him when General Sichin appeared at the crucial moment and ruined everything. Steward Chow doesn't need to elaborate on the process. I found out about it from other sources." Zhou Zheng was stunned. "If you know everything, why are you still here?" "Of course I'm here to ask for an explanation from Steward Chow." Zhou Zheng laughed. "Ask for an explanation? What explanation do you want from me?" His expression turned cold. "Why should I give you any explanation?" Xiang Yong snorted and said, "If it weren't for your instigation, how could I have done such a despicable thing? Now that the matter has been done, but the result has not been obtained, shouldn't Lord Steward take responsibility?" Zhou Zheng's expression was so cold that it was almost dripping water. "When did I instigate you? I've told you before that this is a serious matter. You have to think it through before you act and bear the consequences. Now that things have gone wrong, you're blaming me?" Xiang Yong twisted his neck. "I don't care. We're in the same boat now. If one dies, the other won't be able to escape." Zhou Zheng was so angry that he wanted to slap the guy in front of him to death. He secretly regretted giving him such a bad idea a few days ago. Now he didn't get to eat the mutton, but got himself into trouble. "What do you want?" Zhou Zheng asked coldly. Xiang Yong was a simpleton, and his status was low. He was not as valuable as Zhou Zheng himself. Since Xiang Yong was using this to threaten him, Zhou Zheng could not do anything about it. Xiang Yong chuckled and said, "It's not like Lord Steward doesn't know what this one's intentions are. As long as Lord Steward can satisfy this one will naturally be able to satisfy Lord Steward. Zhou Zheng narrowed his eyes. You want to change your territories? Xiang Yong said, it doesn't matter if we switch back or not, as long as we can be transferred to Xiao Dai's side. Zhou Zheng gently nodded. If that's the case, it's not impossible. How about this? You go back and wait for my news. I'll let you know when I'm done here. Xiang Yong looked at him suspiciously. Master Steward, are you trying to trick me? Although I look a little big and burly, I'm not that easy to fool. Ooh, Zhou Zheng was furious. Why would I lie to you? Do I need to lie to you about this? Then I'll trust you one more time. Xiang Yong nodded and cupped his hands. I'll take my leave first and wait for the good news from the Master Steward. Wait! Zhou Zheng raised his hand to stop him. Xiang Yong turned around. Master Steward, do you have any other orders? Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth and asked, where is the fruit? What fruit? Xiang Yong was confused by his words. What do you think? Oh, Xiang Yong suddenly understood. You're talking about the fruit that I secretly plucked? He patted his stomach and said, of course, I've already sacrificed it to my internal organs. It doesn't taste that good. You... Zhou Zheng looked at him speechlessly and waved his hand in annoyance. Get lost! Get lost! Closing the restriction in the main hall and letting Xiang Yong leave, Zhou Zheng paced around the main hall for a while before he sighed heavily. The plan this time could be said to be perfect. If General Si Chen hadn't intervened at the last moment, Yang Kai would have been dead by now. But now, Yang Kai was not only fine, but he himself had caused a lot of trouble. Xiang Yong, he couldn't let him live. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. He didn't want to be threatened by people in the future. However, even if he was the steward of the orchard, it wasn't easy to get rid of a servant. He still had to wait for an opportunity. In Yang Kai's orchard, there was a flash of light, and two figures appeared out of thin air. It was Yang Kai and Du Rufeng. Yang Kai observed Du Rufeng's expression and found that he was as calm as an ancient well. He didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't take the liberty to ask. What he had seen and heard today had completely confirmed his previous guess. Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong definitely wouldn't have a good ending. When Zhou Zheng fell, whether or not he could be promoted was secondary. The main thing was that he didn't have to constantly be on guard against difficulties from above. Telling Du Rufeng that he wanted to be the steward of the orchard was just asking for too much. Yang Kai didn't think that Du Rufeng would really agree. Firstly, he didn't have enough talent. He had only been in the orchard for a few months. Secondly, his cultivation wasn't enough. It would be difficult for him to convince others. If he couldn't be the steward of the orchard, Du Rufeng would definitely be compensated elsewhere. At that time, there would be a lot of room for him to mediate. If it weren't for the fact that this matter was really related to his life, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so ruthless. If Zhou Zheng just wanted to make things difficult for him and get some benefits from him, Yang Kai would have tolerated it. But now, this guy even used such a vicious method of stealing spirit fruits. Yang Kai felt that if he tolerated it any longer, he wouldn't even know how he died. He asked Du Rufeng to take a seat, poured tea, and waited quietly. After a long time, Du Rufeng smiled slightly and said, "You're really something. You've been here for less than half a year, and there are actually two people who want to kill you. How did you offend them?" "I'm also very curious." Yang Kai had a puzzled expression on his face. "If it's Steward Chow, it's probably because I didn't show him filial piety after receiving a huge reward last time. This caused Steward Chow to hold a grudge against me. But as for Xiang Yong, I can't figure out the reason, no matter how much I think about it." Du Rufeng picked up his tea and took a sip. "No matter what the reason is, since they dared to steal spirit fruits in private, no matter how many lives they have, it won't be enough for them to die." Yang Kai was slightly stunned. Old Fong was right. The lives of the servants were indeed not as valuable as the spirit fruits. It could even be said that the Qiqiao land didn't even treat the servants as humans. As I said before, the steward position needs to be personally appointed by the Venerable One. I only have the right to recommend. I'll report you and explain the cause and effect of this matter. As for whether the Venerable One agrees in the end, it'll be up to him. Whether or not it succeeds, I thank Master Du for your kindness. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Let's wait for the news." Du roughly patted Yang Kai's shoulder and flew away. The next few days were peaceful. Yang Kai strolled around the orchard every day and occasionally went to talk to Daiyu. Xiang Yong was nowhere to be seen. He didn't come over these few days. He sent a message to Old Fong and learned that Xiang Yong had been very obedient and had been sleeping in the orchard every day. On the 5th day, Yang Kai was catching insects with Daiyu in her orchard. Suddenly, he felt someone calling him and quickly took out a jade disc. Old Fong. Daiyu recognized that it was Old Fong's communication device. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and used his divine sense to check the jade disc. He turned to Daiyu and said, "Xiang Yong has been captured." Daiyu was stunned. "Xiang Yong? What did he do?" Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. He didn't know what Du Rufing's arrangement was, so it wasn't good to reveal anything at this time. Daiyu frowned. Although he's a bit reckless, he can still distinguish between right and wrong. Did Old Fong see him being captured? Yang Kai nodded. Several Qiqiao land disciples went to capture him. Old Fong saw it with his own eyes. Half an incense stick of time ago. Yang Kai looked up in the direction of Thousand Blades Peak. Since Xiang Yong had been captured, it meant that Zhou Zheng had also made his move. He just didn't know what kind of expression Zhou Zheng had on his face at this moment. Would he be surprised? However, since he dared to frame him with such a vicious idea, he should be prepared for his revenge. In just one day, a piece of news spread throughout the Fire Spirit land. The orchard's manager, Zhou Zheng, and the handyman, Xiang Yong, had stolen the Fire Spirit fruit. It was confirmed that the two had committed a heinous crime and had been handed over to the Fire Spirit Land's punishment hall to be punished severely as a warning to others. When the handymen heard the news, they couldn't believe it. However, the news was spread by the Qiqiao land disciples, so they couldn't question it. Everyone knew that Xiang Yong was finished. Zhou Zheng was finished. Stealing the Fire Spirit fruit was something that hadn't happened for many years. However, what people couldn't understand was that Zhou Zheng was the manager of the orchard. Why would he steal the Fire Spirit fruit? Besides refining the heaven-opening pill, this thing didn't have any other use. What could he do with it? While this news was spreading, another piece of news was also fermenting in secret. Since Zhou Zheng was in trouble, the position of manager of the orchard was vacant. When the time came, there would definitely be someone to replace him. The handymen didn't need to think about it. The only ones who could become managers were the Qiqiao land disciples. Moreover, although the position of manager of the orchard was very prestigious and had a large number of people under him, it was actually a thankless job. Therefore, the Qiqiao land disciples who had a little bit of a future didn't put them in their eyes. Only Zhou Zheng, who had been promoted from a handyman and had no future, would scramble for this position. Another 2 days passed. Du Rufeng descended from the sky. When the busy Yang Kai saw this, he hurriedly put down what he was doing and went up to greet him with cupped hands. Master Du Rufeng was full of smiles. He waved his hand and said, "Rise." Yang Kai looked at his expression and was slightly stunned. "Master, did something good happen? You're so happy." Du Rufeng smiled. "There is something good, but it's not me. It's you." "Me?" Yang Kai's expression changed. "It can't be that matter." He thought that it shouldn't be. He was already mentally prepared to be rejected. "Look at what this is." As Du Rufeng spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a new set of clothes immediately appeared in his hand. Rainbow shirt. That's right. Du Rufeng opened the rainbow shirt. Try it on. But master, isn't this something that only the Qiqiao Land disciples can wear? So, you're already a Qiqiao Land disciple, Du Rufeng said with a smile. Yang Kai immediately revealed a surprised expression. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, master, for your promotion." He respectfully received the rainbow shirt with both hands. He didn't need to hide anything, and directly put it on. Du Rufeng nodded at the side. Not bad. The size is just right. When you have time, go to the personnel hall to get your disciple token and get a few more sets of clothes. Yes, master. Chapter 3877. He had suddenly become a disciple of the Qiqiao Land. Although the design of the rainbow shirt was nothing special, it was a symbol of status and identity in the Qiqiao Land. If a worker wanted to become a disciple of the Qiqiao Land, the only way was to reach the heaven-opening realm. That was why so many workers had no choice but to refine Grade 1 and Grade 2 materials to reach the heaven-opening realm. The materials needed for Grade 3 heaven-opening realm were too expensive, and workers couldn't afford them at all. If they bit off more than they could chew, they could only spend their lives in the heaven-opening realm. And no matter how many heaven-opening experts there were, the Qiqiao Land did not have to worry about them causing any trouble. As such, they generously washed away their status as workers and gave them the status of ordinary disciples. Not only would this give them a sense of belonging to the Qiqiao Land, it would also increase the Qiqiao Land's strength. With the rainbow shirt on, Yang Kai seemed to understand many things. Seeing him in a daze, Du Rufeng smiled. You're already so happy? There's still more good things to come. Yang Kai asked curiously, what other good things? Du Rufeng smiled slightly. Did you forget the request you made before? To fulfill that request, you have to at least become a disciple of the Qiqiao Land. So your clothes are only the most basic prerequisite. Yang Kai was shocked. The Venerable agreed. Du Rufeng nodded. He agreed. Without waiting for Yang Kai to say anything, he changed the topic. However, the Venerable raised a condition. What condition? Yang Kai asked eagerly, but he was secretly on guard. He knew that the Venerable wouldn't agree so easily. It would be difficult for him to fulfill this condition, but it didn't matter. At the very least, he had achieved his goal. The Venerable said that you haven't been in the Fire Spirit Land for long. This is one thing, and your cultivation isn't high. Even if you've made a contribution, it's not enough to appoint you as the manager of the orchard. You have to know that there are more than 1 or 2 people eyeing this position. If you're appointed rashly, it'll be difficult to convince everyone. Disciple understands. Yang Kai nodded. So, the Venerable wants you to make another contribution. Du Rufeng looked at him with a smile. As long as you can make another great contribution, the Venerable will have a reason to support you. At that time, no one can say anything. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, this kind of merit also depends on luck. It's not something a disciple can do just because he wants to. Or rather, where else would there be scarlet heaven golden flames in the Fire Spirit Land that a disciple needs to help collect? Du Rufeng couldn't help but laugh. The red sky golden flame is extremely difficult to nurture, and it's rarely seen in several thousand years. It was already a great fortune to be able to obtain one last time. How could there be a second time? With a solemn expression, he said in a low voice, now, there is something I need you to do. As long as you do it well, you will naturally get the credit. Yang Kai came to a realization. So the Venerable One has already made arrangements. He immediately cupped his fists and said, if that's the case, please tell me, Master. This disciple will leave now and try to return as soon as possible. Du Rufeng patted his shoulder. You're my brother now that you're wearing these clothes. Don't call me Master anymore. The Venerable One wants Junior Brother to do this time is to hunt down and kill a traitor. Traitor! Yang Kai's expression turned cold. That's right. Du Rufing's expression was cold. This person made a big mistake a few days ago, but he didn't repent. Instead, he escaped from the Chiqiao lands. This is an unforgivable crime. The Venerable One wants you to find him, kill him, and bring back his head. Yang Kai blinked and said somewhat guiltily, Junior Brother should obey the Venerable One's orders, but Junior Brother still wants to ask this traitor, what is his cultivation level? He didn't want to rush out and find out that the traitor was a heaven-opening realm cultivator. If that happened, who knew who would be the one to kill who? Du Rufing chuckled. Don't worry, his cultivation level is similar to yours, and he's still injured. Yang Kai nodded. Then there's no problem. But how do I find him? Brother, you know that the outside world is so vast that it's hard to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. It's so vast and boundless. He can just hide in any direction. Someone will go with you. This is just a formality. It's fine as long as you know it in your heart. In fact, you don't need to do much. You can do that. Yang Kai was stunned. However, he quickly reacted and cupped his hands. Thank you, Venerable One. Thank you, brother, for your promotion. Du Rufing patted his shoulder. All right, there's no time to lose. You can leave now. Once you leave the fire spirit land, there will naturally be someone to receive you. Yes, Yang Kai responded and rushed into the sky. After watching Yang Kai leave, Du Rufing's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. A moment later, in the main hall of the fire spirit land, Du Rufing stood in front of the thick door and bowed respectfully. The door opened a crack, and Du Rufing stepped in. He stood still, and a voice came to his ears. Is it done? Reporting to Venerable. Everything has been done. Yes, the Venerable One responded softly. You look like you have some doubts. Du Rufing smiled bitterly. I can't hide anything from Venerable. Disciple really does have some doubts. Speak. One of Disciple's doubts is that Yang Kai is new here and his cultivation is not high enough. Is it really okay to help him to a higher position? What does it matter? He's just a trivial orchard manager. Even if he is promoted, how long can he stay in this position? At most, it'll only be half a year. Du Rufing heard this and understood. Brother Yulian is about to leave seclusion? Yes. Then there's no problem. Half a year is really nothing. Du Rufing gently nodded. There's one more thing Disciple doesn't understand. Is it about that traitor? Duan Hai chuckled. It's about that traitor. Du Rufeng was puzzled. That traitor entered the fire spirit land at the same time as Yang Kai, and his cultivation wasn't high. Although he made a mistake without knowing it, it shouldn't have been a crime worthy of death. So why did he choose to defect and escape? The Seven Openings land is covered by many spirit arrays. If the spirit arrays were not activated, even if he was a heaven-opening realm master, he would not have been able to enter and leave freely. If this king had not allowed it, how could he have escaped? Du Rufeng suddenly understood. He had guessed before that a trivial cultivator from the Emperor realm would not be able to escape from the Seven Openings land's spirit arrays. Now that he heard Duan Hai say this, he knew his guess was correct. The traitor being able to escape was also the Venerable's intention. It could even be said that the traitor had been provoked by someone. Why is that? Du Rufeng was puzzled by this. That kind of trash, Disciple could have easily dealt with it. Why bother letting him out? You don't understand. Duan Hai slowly shook his head. That person is not someone you can kill. This king noticed when he was leading him back. If he really dies at the hands of the Seven Openings lands people, there may be some trouble in the future. Du Rufeng was shocked. The strength of the Seven Openings land was not weak. the heavenly monarch, and the several venerables were all mid-rank heaven opening realm masters, so anyone who could cause trouble for the seven openings land would at least be a fifth-rank heaven opening realm master. Could it be that that person has some kind of backer? As soon as Yong Kai left the orchard, great general flew down. Yong Kai was already used to this. This guy would only fly over his head when he was in the orchard. Otherwise, he would move on his own. Not caring, Yong Kai continued forward and soon left the fire spirit land. At the exit of the spirit array, two figures were waiting. As soon as they saw Yong Kai rush out, the fat man on the left asked, "Is this junior brother Yong Kai?" "It is this brother." Yong Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Greetings, brothers. I've made you wait for a long time." As he spoke, he sized up the two of them, inwardly shocked. Originally, when he had heard Du Ruffing say that this was just a formality, he hadn't believed it. After all, ever since he had started cultivating, he had never encountered such a good thing. Now that he saw these two, he understood that it really was just a formality because these two were actually heaven-opening cultivators. Their auras were similar to Zhou Zheng's, so they should be first-rank heaven-opening realm masters. Although he didn't know who the person he was chasing was, Du Ruffing had said that this person's strength was similar to his own. In other words, this person was definitely not in the heaven-opening realm or even half-step heaven-opening realm. He and two other heaven-opening realm masters were chasing an emperor realm master. No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange. While Yong Kai was sizing them up, they were also sizing him up. The fat man who had answered first said, "So your junior brother Yong. As expected, you're quite handsome and have an extraordinary bearing." The man on the right also nodded. "Junior brother Yong has a majestic gait and a majestic aura. With a single glance, I can tell you're someone who will accomplish great things." "What's going on?" Yong Kai was dumbfounded. These two fellows' flattery was too obvious, making him feel uncomfortable. Moreover, ever since he had come to the Seven Openings land, he hadn't felt anything when interacting with the workers, but when he went to the market and saw the Seven Openings land's disciples, not a single one of them gave him a proper look. Now, there were actually two heaven-opening realm masters trying to flatter him. This was really uncomfortable. Thinking about it for a moment, he guessed that it was because of Du Ruffing. He didn't know what Du Ruffing had told these two to make them not hesitate to praise him as soon as they met. What else could Yong Kai say? He could only cup his fists with a smile. "Brothers, you're too serious. Your auras are vigorous and your cultivation is profound. This junior brother is far from being able to compare to you. This time, I'll have to ask you two brothers to take care of me." The two looked at each other and smiled, feeling that Yong Kai's attitude was quite good. The fat man immediately said, "Junior brother, don't worry. This time, Brother Du told us that even if something happened to us, we absolutely couldn't let anything happen to junior brother. We two brothers will definitely risk our lives to protect junior brother Yong." "I still haven't asked how I should address you two brothers," Yong Kai asked politely, thinking to himself that it was no wonder these two fellows had such an attitude towards him. It turned out that Du Ruffing had told them to do this before. Now that they had said this, they definitely understood that Yong Kai was an extremely important person to Du Ruffing. In the future, he might be able to make a name for himself in the fire spirit region. At this moment, they naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make friends with him. Perhaps they would be able to soar in the future. The two of them reported their names. The fat one was called Ma Lu, and the thin one was called Jiangsheng. After some small talk, the three of them set off together. Chapter 3878. The Qiqiao land was covered by many spirit arrays, so it was impossible to enter or leave without permission. But since this was Duan Hai's order, naturally he was prepared. Leaving the Qiqiao land, Yong Kai looked back and saw that the Chichao land was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see anything, so he couldn't help feeling a little worried. Two brothers, we don't know how long this trip will take. Should we remember the way back? It won't be good if we get lost on the way back. Fat Ma Lu smiled. Junior brother may not know this, but in this vast universe, directions are chaotic and topsy-turvy, so it's difficult to remember. However, as long as we have a guide, no matter how far we are, we should be able to find our way back. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. When Duan Hai led him to the Chichao land, he seemed to have heard Duan Hai mention something about a guide, but he had never seen it with his own eyes, so he didn't know what it was. Yang Kai guessed that it was some kind of tracking treasure. Then how do we find the traitor? Yang Kai asked again. This time it was Jiang Sheng who answered. Junior brother Yang, don't worry, we naturally have a way to find him. Junior brother, you just need to follow us two brothers and kill the traitor when the time comes. I understand. Then I'll be relying on the two brothers. Yang Kai cupped his fists and simply ignored them. Although he was curious about many things, asking too many questions would only make him suspicious. Since he didn't need to worry, why bother? Speaking of which, he had been in the Chichao land for a few months now, and this was the first time he had left. The Chichao land was not a good place. Although he was lucky enough to be on Du Rufeng's ship and had won his appreciation, Yang Kai always felt that the other party was up to something. And the cause of all this was after Du Rufeng helped him obtain the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame. Yang Kai suspected that his would attribute strength had been exposed, and although he wasn't sure, it was better to be safe than sorry. If there was a chance this time, perhaps he could escape from the Chichao land. It was a pity that he hadn't expected Du Rufeng to give him such a mission. Moreover, Du Rufeng didn't give him any time to prepare before urging him to set off. Otherwise, he might have been able to take Old Fong and Dai Yu with him. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were both in the heaven-opening realm, so they were extremely fast. Yang Kai used his full strength, but was only barely able to catch up. But even so, the two of them had a whole new level of respect for Yang Kai. They had originally thought that he was just a boy who had been lucky enough to obtain Du Rufeng's appreciation, but who would have thought that he actually had some ability? Half a day later, Ma Lu suddenly stopped. He waved his hand and took out a ball-like object. Inside the ball-like object, there was a red mist that was constantly changing and pointing in a certain direction. Keeping the ball, Ma Lu chased in that direction. Seeing this, Yang Kai understood that this ball-shaped artifact should have a tracking function. Otherwise, in this vast universe, how could the traitor find him after escaping the 7 openings? His heart trembled. Since that traitor had a tracking mark on him, did he have one on him as well? If Duan Hai had secretly used some kind of trick when he brought them back, it would have been difficult for Yang Kai to notice. After all, the gap between their cultivation realms was obvious. Perhaps there really was one. If that was the case, then Yang Kai needed to think about how to escape the 7 openings. If he failed to do so, and instead exposed his intentions, being caught would not have a good ending. Flying through the void, in this vast universe, the scenery was breathtaking, and anyone could feel their own insignificance. Without counting the days, Kai Yang estimated that at least 10 days had passed since they left the Chichao land. The group of 3 continued on their way, with Ma Lu taking out the round ball from time to time to look at it and changing directions according to its guidance. As time went by, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng's expressions gradually turned ugly. At this point, even if Yang Kai didn't want to ask, he had no choice but to do so. 2 brothers, did something go wrong? Ma Lu said, Junior brother Yang, please don't worry, there's nothing wrong. It's just that we're too far from the 7 openings land. In this vast universe, all kinds of dangers are possible. Although we 2 brothers are heaven-opening realm cultivators, we're only first-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators. If you really encounter danger, we may not be able to protect you. Jiang Sheng cursed. I thought it would be easy to catch up to that bastard, but who knew he would run so fast? I wonder what kind of secret technique he cultivated. Yang Kai understood that the situation had developed somewhat outside of their expectations. The traitor had run too far. Ma Lu said, "We have to speed up if we let him run like this. Who knows how long we'll have to chase him?" Jiang Sheng nodded. "Junior brother Yang, I'll have to apologize." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Ma Lu, one on the left and one on the right of Kai Yang, suddenly increased their speed. After traveling like this for 3 days, Ma Lu's face suddenly lit up. He stopped. He should be recovering from his injuries. Jiang Sheng raised his eyebrows. How much longer? Ma Lu looked at the ball in his hand. "Half a day." Jiang Sheng said, "Junior brother Yang, make your preparations. When we see that traitor, you'll have to act. We 2 brothers will support you from the side." "Thank you for your trouble, brothers." Yang Kai cupped his fists. Ma Lu laughed. Of course. I just hope that junior brother won't forget to give us 2 brothers a hand when you soar in the future." "I wouldn't dare to hope for that," Yang Kai replied, closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. He was speechless inside. With Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng riding on his left and right, even if he wanted to run, he wouldn't be able to do so unless he killed these 2 first. However, these 2 were still Heaven Opening Realm cultivators. Yang Kai knew that if he suddenly attacked and used his full strength, he would be able to kill one of them while they were off guard, but if he killed 2 of them, that would be unrealistic. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to escape from the Chiqiao land for the time being, so he could only take it 1 step at a time. Half a day later, the aura of a universe world suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked over, discovering that it really was a universe world. Looking from a distance, this world was blue and seemed to flow like clouds, making for a beautiful sight. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng led him straight into this world, passing through layers of clouds and mist. Yang Kai looked around curiously. After all, this was the first universe world he had seen after leaving the star boundary, so he naturally wanted to see if there was anything different about it. Looking around, there didn't seem to be much of a difference. Only the world principles were slightly different. Moreover, there didn't seem to be any powerful existences in this universe world, because when the 3 of them entered, there wasn't the slightest obstruction. If there were great emperors here, this definitely wouldn't be the case. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng let out a sigh of relief, although they were heaven-opening realm cultivators. If there were great emperors here, they wouldn't be willing to rashly clash with them. Since there weren't any great emperors, that was for the best. Flying through the sky, 3 figures suddenly came to a stop on a large mountain. Ma Lu took a deep breath, his already fat body becoming even more bloated. He then spat out at the mountain below and roared, "Get out here!" As he spoke, the mountain range collapsed, and the waterfall flowed in reverse. In the wilderness, countless birds and beasts were instantly killed. The earth continued to rise and fall, as if there was an earth dragon roiling underground. With a rumbling sound, the mountain peak collapsed, and a figure scrambled out of it, looking towards the place where Yang Kai and the others were standing in horror. Jiang Sheng sneered, "Bastard, you're quite good at running, making this uncle chase you for so many days." At this moment, the traitor clearly saw the 7 colored robes on Ma Lu and the others, and his expression changed greatly as he turned around to flee. Jiang Sheng's laughter became even colder. "Since this uncle is already here, where do you think you're going?" Spitting out a ring-shaped artifact from his mouth, it instantly sealed off the surrounding area. The traitor tried to flee, but he was unable to escape the range of this secret technique, causing his expression to become even more terrified. "Junior brother Yang, it's up to you." Ma Lu turned to Yang Kai and said, "Don't worry, he's currently injured, and definitely isn't your match. Moreover, us 2 brothers will take care of him, so you just have to be bold and attack." Yang Kai nodded. "I understand," stepping forward. He entered the area sealed off by Jiang Sheng, a complicated expression on his face as he stared at the traitor who had betrayed the Qiqiao land. The traitor struggled for a while, but couldn't find a way to leave, so he could only turn his head. Their eyes met, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Yang Kai, why is it you? Yang Kai let out a long sigh. That's what I wanted to ask as well. Previously, when Du Ruffeng had asked him to hunt down a traitor, he didn't ask who it was. After all, he didn't know many people, but now that he saw this traitor, he realized that he really did know this traitor, and that he was someone who had joined the Qiqiao land with him. Fong Tai, it's all because of you. Fong Tai's eyes were crimson red, as if he was meeting Yang Kai's mortal enemy. If it weren't for you, this Fong wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Yang Kai snorted. What does it have to do with me? This was simply inexplicable. Fong Tai gritted his teeth. The fire spirit fruit that Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong conspired to steal is yours, right? That's right. Yang Kai nodded, suddenly revealing a look of realization. I understand. You've been caught in the crossfire. Fong Tai angrily said, I didn't know anything. It was Zhou Zheng who told me to delay you. He's the manager of the orchard, so how could I not listen? I thought it was just a small matter. Who knew that it would involve the theft of the fire spirit fruit? You didn't have to listen. Yang Kai coldly laughed. Fate has always been in your own hands. You're right. Fong Tai exploded. When Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong got into trouble, I knew that they would definitely investigate me. So I ran, but I didn't expect that you guys would still catch up to me. What's more, I didn't expect that you would be one of the people chasing after me. What's so strange about that? This matter started with me. Fong Tai didn't understand, but you're just an errand boy. Yang Kai pinched his collar and adjusted it. Fong Tai's eyes widened. Rainbow robe. You actually dare to wear the rainbow robe? Are you a disciple of the Qiqiao land? Chapter 3879. In an instant, Fong Tai's eyes turned red with jealousy. He had also stayed in the Qiqiao lands for a few months, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to become an ordinary disciple from a worker. However, Yang Kai was wearing the 7-colored robe, so he had clearly shaken off his status as a worker and become a disciple of the Qiqiao lands. How could this be? The last time he had seen Yang Kai was only a few days ago. At that time, he had Zhou Zheng's protection, while Yang Kai had been bullied by Zhou Zheng. He had originally thought that relying on Zhou Zheng would allow him to rest easy, but who would have thought that in the end he would be implicated and forced to flee for his life? Brother Fong, we've all known each other for a while. Now that I've come here to take your life, I don't want to make things too complicated. Why don't you just stick your neck out and save yourself some pain? Take my life? Fong Tai's expression changed drastically. This Fong only made an unintentional mistake, and you want to take my life? Yang Kai said indifferently, that's what the higher-ups want. I'm also very helpless. Fong Tai looked around and saw that Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were both glaring at him. He knew that no matter what, he would not be able to escape from the hands of 2 heaven-opening realm masters. All hope was lost, and his face paled as he sent a message. Brother Yang, you and I entered the Qiqiao lands together, and we even had an agreement before. Now that this Fong is in dire straits, Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and let me go. This Fong will be grateful and will definitely repay you in the future. Yang Kai stared at him and said, does Brother Fong really place that agreement of alliance in your eyes? Fong Tai's expression was bitter. He knew that his previous actions were somewhat wrong. When he saw that Zhou Zheng loathed Yang Kai, he had intentionally excluded him. Now, in a mere 2 months, the tables had turned. Now he had to rely on others to survive. He immediately begged, Brother Yang, this Fong was wrong before. Master Brother Yang, Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level. It was this Fong who was stupid and did not recognize people. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. There's no point in you saying this now. Brother Du ordered those two brothers to come with me, so they definitely didn't just lead the way for me. Even if I was willing to let you go, those two brothers wouldn't let you go. Moreover, why should I let you go? If it was just some previous matters, Yang Kai was too lazy to care about anything with him. After all, everyone had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. He had offended Zhou Zheng and wanted to rely on Zhou Zheng. Naturally, he had to draw a clear line between himself and Fong Tai in order to survive. This was a very correct choice. It was just that they had different principles and couldn't make plans together. However, he cooperated with Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong to frame Fong Tai. This was unforgivable, even though he didn't know anything about it. If it had succeeded, Fong Tai would have been dead by now. An unintentional mistake was also a life and death feud. Moreover, as he said, since Du Rufeng had asked Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng to accompany him, it was impossible for him to just be a lookout. Even if he didn't do anything, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng would definitely not let Fong Tai go. Reaching out in the void, Yang Kai grasped the black dragon spear in his hand with a dragon roar. He shouted in a deep voice, "Fong Tai, give me your life." While speaking, Yang Kai's aura quickly climbed to the limit, and by the time he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Fong Tai and thrust his spear forward. Fong Tai was shocked, never having expected Yang Kai to act so decisively, not giving him the slightest time to react. Even though he had been on guard the entire time, when the spear intent was about to reach him, he barely managed to raise his hand and summon a shield-like artifact to block in front of him. With a crisp cracking sound, cracks appeared on the round shield as soon as it appeared. The light that was flowing endlessly on it also quickly dimmed. In merely the time for a single breath, the round shield exploded into pieces, and Fong Tai's face that was filled with terror was revealed behind it. Not far away, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, who were watching, couldn't help exchanging a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Although they could use such an attack at will with their current strength with Yang Kai's cultivation, it was absolutely impossible. In other words, in the Emperor realm, Yang Kai's foundation was much stronger than theirs. When he broke through to heaven opening in the future, even if they were both first grade, they might not be his match. The round shield shattered, and the black dragon spear pierced through Fong Tai's shoulder like a hot knife through butter. As blood spurted out, Fong Tai's face was as pale as paper. Yang Kai's face was wooden, and as he withdrew his spear, he kicked out, hitting Fong Tai's waist. An irresistible force was transmitted, and Fong Tai was sent flying like a rag sack, crashing into the barrier of Jiang Sheng's artifact and vomiting blood. Fong Tai's expression was extremely horrified, and Yang Kai's expression was slightly stunned. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had jumped out of the shackles of the universe and come to the 3,000 worlds to fight with someone. Although his opponent was not at the heaven-opening realm, he felt that this Fong Tai was not as strong as he thought. However, this could also be related to the fact that he was injured and had been on the run for so many days. Yang Kai did not know how Fong Tai's injuries had come about, but he guessed that he had fought with someone while escaping from the Qiqiao lands. Since that was the case, there was nothing to say. His figure flickered as Yang Kai charged forward, the black dragon spear turning into a sky full of afterimages that enveloped Fong Tai. Fong Tai's strength was not bad, and he had an endless supply of artifacts, especially those defensive artifacts. Yang Kai did not know where he had obtained them, but he did not feel safe at all. However, under Yang Kai's storm-like attacks, he could only parry and was unable to counterattack. His expression slowly turned to shock, as if he had not expected that under the same cultivation level, he would not be Yang Kai's opponent at all. When the last defensive artifact was shattered, Fong Tai clutched his chest in grief and indignation. Yang Kai, must you be so ruthless? Yang Kai did not speak, simply pointing his spear forward with a solemn look on his face. Fong Tai ground his teeth. You force me to do this. If this Fong suffers, you can forget about living in peace. Saying so, Fong Tai formed a seal with one hand, and his originally weak aura suddenly swelled. At the same time, a profound aura began to spread from his body. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Just as he felt that this aura was a little familiar, Fong Tai opened his mouth and spat out an ancient seal. This seal looked inconspicuous, but it contained a terrifying power. A Tao seal. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he thought to himself, no wonder it felt a little familiar. It turned out that he had done this before. Back in the Star Boundary, Yang Kai had been forced to release his Tao seal and fight a desperate battle with the great demon god. Yang Kai had not expected that outside this world, his first enemy would deal with him in such a manner. How powerful a Tao seal could be, when released, was something Yang Kai was well aware of. So when he saw the ancient seal turn into a stream of light and rush towards him, Yang Kai immediately retreated. At the same time, he raised his arm slightly and swung it forward, sending the blue dragon spear in his hand flying. The two streams of light collided midair, creating a loud bang that shook the heavens and earth. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, causing even the barrier around Jiangsheng's artifact to ripple. At this moment, Ma Lu rushed over and stood in front of Yang Kai, his fat body like a city wall, blocking the storm in front of him, his palms constantly striking forward to offset the terrifying shockwaves. After a dozen breaths of time, everything slowly stabilized. Yang Kai, who was hiding behind Ma Lu, poked his head out and saw that Fong Tai's burly figure had completely shriveled up, his aura so weak that it seemed he would soon die. He was not as lucky as Yang Kai, nor was he as strong as Yang Kai. After releasing his Tao seal, it had been completely destroyed after colliding with the blue dragon spear. However, this Tao seal was the condensation of his cultivation, so when it was destroyed, his strength would also disappear. Although he had not died at this moment, he would not live for long. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and swore that he would never release his Tao seal unless absolutely necessary. This was simply too dangerous. Junior brother Yang, are you all right? Ma Lu turned around and asked with concern. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Thanks to Big Brother's protection, Junior brother is fine. It's good that you are fine. Junior brother, you must remember that fighting outside of Qianquan is different from your previous experiences. The most important thing is to be on guard against this kind of desperate situation. If you are not careful, you will be unlucky," Ma Lu said earnestly. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "I will remember." Ma Lu said, "It's fine as long as you remember it. Go, take that guy's head, and we can go back and report back. We've run too far this time. If we don't hurry back, senior brother won't feel confident." Yang Kai nodded and slowly ran towards Fong Tai. He waved his hand in the air, and the blue dragon spear immediately flew back. On the other side, Fong Tai was already gasping for breath. Yang Kai came in front of him and looked down. He saw that Fong Tai's eyes were cloudy, as if he had aged a few thousand years in an instant. Even his body did not have much vitality left. He did not know if he could see clearly, but Fong Tai's mouth squirmed, and a low voice came out, "If you kill me, you will not have an easy time." With a swish, the long spear thrust forward, and Fong Tai's head flew, but not much blood flowed from the neck. Jiangsheng flew over at the right time, wrapped the head in a black cloth he had prepared, and directly put it into his space ring, grinning meaningfully as he said, "Success!" The order they had received was to assist Yang Kai in retrieving the head of the traitor Fong Tai. Now that everything had been completed, they could naturally return home. Moreover, this time, Not only had they managed to befriend Yang Kai in advance, Du Ruffin would certainly reward them handsomely. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, Yang Kai saw that Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded and couldn't help patting him on the shoulder. "Junior brother, do you rarely kill people? You'll get used to it. If you want to survive, you either have to kill or be killed. We also have the protection of the Seven Realms, but if you wander outside, you will always have to keep your head tied to your belt. Who knows when you will be killed?" How could Yang Kai rarely kill people? Throughout his cultivation journey, the number of people who had died at his hands was innumerable. The reason he was absent-minded was because after killing Fong Tai, he felt that something was not quite right, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Too lazy to explain, Yang Kai simply nodded and said, "What Junior Brother says is true." Looking at the headless corpse in front of him, Yang Kai thought back to a few months ago, when he and this guy were brought to the Seven Realms by Duan Hai. Now, they were actually forced to fight to the death. Chapter 3880. Raising his spear, Yang Kai took the space ring from Fong Tai's hand and handed it to Jiang Sheng. "I don't know if there's anything good inside, but since you two brothers have accompanied me on this trip, you've worked hard and contributed greatly. Consider this my thanks to you two brothers." How could I accept this? Although Jiang Sheng said so, he did not hesitate to accept the space ring and grinned meaningfully. "Then I'll have to thank Junior Brother." Thinking to himself, Junior Brother Yang really knows how to conduct himself. No wonder Brother Du appreciated him. Yang Kai really had to learn from him in the future. Perhaps he would be able to take advantage of this opportunity to rise. Shooting a meaningful glance at Ma Lu, Yang Kai put away the space ring, not bothering to check what was inside. In any case, no matter what was inside, they would divide it equally. "Things here are done, let's go back," Ma Lu said. Jiang Sheng and Yang Kai naturally had no objections. Although Yang Kai wanted to stay and experience the local customs of this universe world, he was not in the mood at the moment. The three immediately shot up into the sky. However, before they could fly far, the sky above their heads suddenly darkened. Ma Lu looked up and asked, "What is it?" As soon as his voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Both Yang Kai and Jiang Sheng were shocked and stopped in their tracks, silently standing back to back as they spread out their divine senses to monitor their surroundings. Jiang Sheng constantly called out Ma Lu's name but received no response. A moment later, Jiang Sheng whispered, "Junior Brother Yang, did you see anything just now?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I didn't find anything." Hearing this, Jiang Sheng's heart sank. Not finding anything was the worst. Now that Ma Lu had suddenly disappeared right under their noses, neither he nor Yang Kai had noticed. It was extremely strange. "Let's go." Jiang Sheng no longer hesitated, calling out to Yang Kai before rushing up into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai did not hesitate and immediately followed. The next moment, the sky above their heads darkened again. Yang Kai hurriedly looked up and saw something coming down from above. At the same time, Jiang Sheng shouted, "Let's split up." Without waiting for Kai Yang to recover, Jiang Sheng had already fled far away. However, that black thing didn't seem to care about Kai Yang, and instead chased after Jiang Sheng. With a flash, Jiang Sheng followed in Ma Lu's footsteps and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's scalp went numb, and he felt all the hair on his body stand on end. In that split second, he was able to see the silhouette of the black shadow. It was like an enlarged burlap sack. When the sackcloth bag came down, Jiang Sheng was taken away. Ma Lu must have disappeared in the same way, being able to easily capture two heaven-opening realm masters. The power of this artifact could be imagined. Yang Kai knew he wouldn't be able to escape, but what shocked him even more was the owner of this artifact. Even now, he still hadn't seen who it was. Standing in the air, Yang Kai looked around before cupping his fists and asking, "Which senior is here?" Chi Chao Land Yang Kai respectfully requests senior to show himself. There was no reply, and the sky above them darkened again. Yang Kai, who had been prepared, immediately urged his space principles to escape, but there was an invisible aura that locked onto him, making it impossible for him to escape. His vision darkened, and he instantly felt like he had entered a strange space. Before Kai Yang could adapt, he felt someone pushing against him from the side. Not only that, there was also the sound of punches and kicks coming from the side. Another fierce fist was coming towards him. Yang Kai raised his hand to block and called out, "Brothers, don't fight!" The crackling sounds instantly stopped, and the two men cried out at the same time. Yang Kai, after calling out, they called out again. "Ma Lu, Jiangsheng?" Ma Lu nodded and said, "Oh, so you guys were brought in as well. I thought someone was trying to ambush me." Jiangsheng asked, "Who on earth is the one who did this? What is this place?" Yang Kai said, "I didn't see who it was, but this should be the inner space of a secret treasure. When Brother Jiang was taken away, I caught a glimpse of a secret treasure that looked like a sack." Ma Lu said in a low voice, "A sack? Old Jiang, do you know what it is?" "I've never heard of it." Jiang Sheng slowly shook his head and said in a serious voice, but to be able to bring us in without anyone noticing, "This expert is at least a fourth stage heaven splitter." Fourth stage heaven splitter. Yang Kai was surprised. Why did he bring us in? Ma Lu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How would I know? But he might have settled down in this world, and we disturbed him when we were killing that traitor. Could it be an enemy of our Chichao land? Yang Kai guessed. I just told him who I was, but he ignored me. Jiang Sheng swallowed his saliva. "Junior brother, don't say any more. Your senior brother is scared to death. Please don't be an enemy of our Chichao land. Otherwise, none of us will be able to live. It's best if it's like what old Ma said. We accidentally disturbed them, and they want to punish us." Ma Lu suddenly called out, Senior, we didn't know Senior was here. We offended you before, please forgive us." Jiang Sheng also hurriedly said, "That's right, Senior. Master, please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. Let us out first. If there's anything, we can talk about it. Junior apologizes to you first." These two didn't care if others could hear them, and begged first. Yang Kai was speechless. After shouting for a long time, there was no response, so the two went to rest. Ma Lu sighed. "I knew it wouldn't be good if we went too far. It really isn't good." Yang Kai asked, "Do we have any enemies in Chichao land?" "Never heard of them." Jiang Sheng shook his head. "But us brothers have only been in Chichao land for 1,000 years. Maybe we really do have enemies. But since Senior only wants to capture and not kill us, he shouldn't do anything to us." Ma Lu nodded. "Old Jiang is right. If he really is an enemy of our Chichao land, he would have killed us long ago." After comforting themselves, the two finally stopped panicking. They didn't know how long they had been in this cramped space. Suddenly, a ray of light shone in, as if a skylight had opened above them. The three trapped inside didn't hesitate. Almost at the same time, they activated their movement techniques and rushed towards the skylight. In an instant, they broke free of their bindings and appeared in a cave. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were obviously of the same mind. As soon as they were free, they immediately looked around. Yang Kai also focused his mind and scanned the area with his divine sense. Soon, the three's gazes were fixed on a short distance in front of them. There stood a thin, middle-aged man with a gloomy face. This man's clothes were plain and unadorned, as if they had been washed many times. His hair was tied up in a simple bun. He held a wooden sword in one hand and a bag in the other. That bag was the sack that Yang Kai caught a glimpse of before, but now it was only the size of a palm, so the man quickly put it away in his sleeve. Needless to say, this was the guy who secretly put the three of them away. It was easy to see the person, but the most frightening thing was not even seeing the person. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng glanced at each other. The former cupped his fist and said, "Junior Ma Lu of Chiqiao Land greets Senior. May I ask for Senior's name?" It was so sad to be weaker than others. They were captured for no reason and had to politely ask for the other's name. They had to be careful not to anger the other party. Humph! The man only lightly snorted, and a powerful aura descended from the sky. Yang Kai instantly felt like an entire world was pressing down on him. His bones creaked, and his chest was so tight that he almost coughed up blood. It was only by his strong will that he did not crawl down. On the other hand, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng had higher cultivations and were in a better situation than him, but their expressions were also ugly. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen the difference between the heaven-opening realm and the heaven-opening realm. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were both in the heaven-opening realm, but the other party was at least in the heaven-opening realm. Just a cold snort was enough to make Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng's brother and Jiang Sheng unable to bear it. If they fought, how could they be his match? He could probably casually kill the two of them. "You're all from Chiqiao Land?" The man swept his gaze over the three of them and slowly withdrew his aura, allowing Yang Kai and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Ma Lu's face was filled with shock as he cupped his fists, reporting to Senior, "The three of us are disciples of Chiqiao Land." "Very good." The man nodded. "I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find Chiqiao Land. But you delivered yourself to me." Once these words were said, the three's expressions changed greatly. These words did not sound like good words. This guy clearly had a grudge with Chiqiao Land. Indeed, good things did not come true, but bad things did. Previously, the three of them had been guessing whether this person had a grudge with Chiqiao Land, but now it had become true. Ma Lu anxiously said, "Senior, the three of us are only ordinary disciples of Chiqiao Land. If you really have a grudge with Chiqiao Land, you can go find the venerables and heavenly monarchs. It has nothing to do with us. Wearing this robe is related to you." The man coldly snorted. Yang Kai almost coughed up blood. When he heard this, he had only worn this robe for a short period of time, 10 days at most. It was different for Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng. Did this count as him suffering an unexpected calamity? "As for your venerables and heavenly monarchs, this king will find them, but now is not the time." After the man finished speaking, he extended his hand and tossed out the burlap sack. Yang Kai did not even have time to react before his vision turned black. Needless to say, he was once again caught in the man's pocket. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng clearly understood that they were in a bad situation. After a brief discussion, they decided to make the first move and try to break open the secret treasure from the inside to see if they could escape. However, it would have been fine if the two of them did not make a move. As soon as they did, the rampant energy surged out, causing the three of them to be covered in dirt. Yang Kai was even almost injured. Helplessly, the two of them could only give up and plead inside the sack. Unfortunately, they did not get any response. They did not know if the man did not care, or if he could not hear them. Chapter 3881. In the darkness, they didn't know how many days the three of them had been in the bag. Suddenly, the skylight above their heads opened again, but it only took a moment for it to close again. It was so fast that the three of them didn't even have time to react. Yang Kai was surprised. "What does he mean?" Ma Lu said, "I don't know." "Junior brother, did you feel anything wrong?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No." "Where's old Jiang?" Ma Lu asked again, but he didn't get a response. After asking several times, he suddenly realized old Jiang is gone. Yang Kai was also surprised. He quickly looked to the side and found that Jiang Sheng was indeed gone. Combined with the abnormality just now, how could he not know that Jiang Sheng had been taken out by the other party? Ma Lu couldn't help but panic. Why did he take old Jiang out? Brother, don't worry. Since that senior didn't take our lives, I'm afraid he has some ulterior motives. When Brother Jiang comes back, we can ask him. Although Yang Kai said so, he couldn't help but worry about whether Jiang Sheng could come back alive. From the words of the middle-aged man before, it was not difficult to infer that he had a grudge with Qiqiao land. Now that the three of them had fallen into his hands, they couldn't escape, and they couldn't fight back. They were at his mercy. Ma Lu obviously thought of this and couldn't help but feel a little pessimistic. Even if Yang Kai comforted him, he couldn't cheer up. He secretly regretted taking this job. He thought it was a good opportunity to rise, but who knew that he would be in prison with an uncertain future? Now that Jiang Sheng was gone, the space inside the bag wasn't so cramped. Ma Lu silently lamented to himself for a while. Yang Kai's divine sense swept the bag, trying to find a flaw in it to see if there was a way to escape. But unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find anything. After a few more days, another ray of light came from the darkness. This time, the situation was exactly the same as a few days ago. The bag was opened and closed so fast that Yang Kai didn't even have time to react. When darkness fell again, Yang Kai clearly felt that Ma Lu, who had been squeezing him, had disappeared. He understood that Ma Lu had also been taken out, and now he was the only one left in the bag. Jiang Sheng was not released, so he was afraid that he was in danger. Now that even Ma Lu was taken out, the possibility of him coming back was not high. Yang Kai suddenly became anxious. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had been quietly looking for a flaw in this artifact, but unfortunately he hadn't found anything. The interior of this artifact had a self-contained space that could accommodate living creatures, so it was obviously extraordinary. However, the size of the space was a bit strange, as if it could be big or small. It could fit one person or three, but whether it was one or three, it was extremely crowded, as if there was a soft barrier surrounding this space. Previously, Jiang Sheng and Ma Lu had tried to break through the restraints of this bag artifact, but unfortunately, they had failed. With two heaven-opening boundary cultivators unable to do so, Yang Kai knew that even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to escape. He just didn't know if there was a limit to the space inside this bag, or if it could burst. However, now that things had gotten to this point, Yang Kai could only try everything he could. If it could burst, that would be best, but if it couldn't, then it wouldn't be too late to think of another way. It was better than being trapped here and waiting for death. Thinking so, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, taking a deep breath and shouting, "Dragon transformation," as a loud dragon roar rang out. A golden light burst from the darkness, and a golden dragon head flashed, submerging into Yang Kai's body. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure suddenly expanded. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. 1,000 meters, the soft barrier around him tightly bound Yang Kai's massive body, as if invisible ropes were tightening around him. Yang Kai was on the verge of coughing up blood, feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if he would explode at any moment. Forcefully enduring this discomfort, Yang Kai's 1,000-meter body expanded once more. Asterisk Kacha, Kacha, asterisk his bones creaked, and Yang Kai breathed out hot air from his nostrils, the blood in his chest and abdomen roiling, his throat filled with the taste of blood. Even after reaching the limit of 2,000 meters, the bag artifact showed no signs of bursting, so Yang Kai knew that his attempt had failed. Unwilling to give up, Yang Kai reached out and grasped the blue dragon spear in his hand. Space principles fluctuated, and as he thrust the spear forward, a mass of black that appeared at the tip of the spear. Collapse berserk energy rampaged, And in this sealed space, the scattered energy could not be released, turning into a barrage of attacks that bounced back onto Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai, who was already suffering from the surrounding pressure, could no longer bear it and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire body was like a deflated balloon, his massive body rapidly shrinking as his aura weakened. Yang Kai inwardly clenched his teeth. This really wasn't going to work. He didn't know what this bag artifact was, but he was completely helpless against it. His strength was still too low. If he was also at the heaven-splitting realm, he might be able to force his way out of here. However, advancing to the heaven-splitting realm was extremely difficult. First, one had to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in order to create a new world within one's body. Yang Kai's luck had been good, as he had obtained the immortal tree and refined it, allowing him to condense the power of the wood element. This was an excellent start, but having a good start didn't mean he would be able to reach the heaven-splitting realm. If he wanted to accomplish his goal, he still had to search for those high-grade materials. But how could high-grade materials be so easy to find? Yang Kai didn't know when he would be able to advance to the heaven-splitting realm, nor did he know when he would be able to find the world tree to repair his shattered star boundary. After letting his thoughts wander for a while, his chaotic aura gradually stabilized. Since he couldn't escape, he could only wait and see. Secretly praying that Jiang Sheng and Ma Lu were safe, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his breathing. A few more days passed like this, and when the window above his head opened for the 3rd time, Yang Kai was no longer surprised. An irresistible force caught him, and by the time he came back to his senses, he was no longer in that small space, but in the cave from before. The middle-aged man was standing in front of him. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy, and Yang Kai didn't know what he had encountered that made him unhappy. In any case, he didn't seem to be in a good mood. There was a strange smell in the air, one that he couldn't quite put his finger on, and there was also the smell of blood. Yang Kai frowned and looked around, his gaze suddenly coming to a stop on one side of the cave. There were 2 corpses lying on the ground, one fat and one thin, wearing 7-colored robes. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly due to the angle, Yang Kai could still tell at a glance that these 2 were Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, who had been captured before him. He didn't know what had happened to them, but although their corpses were still intact, they had long since lost their vitality. Yang Kai's heart sank. Although he had long since guessed that these 2 cheap brothers wouldn't have a good end, seeing this scene with his own eyes, he couldn't help feeling a little sad. "Boy, what's your name?" the man suddenly asked. Yang Kai didn't want to say it, but he had no choice but to say it. In fact, he had already said it before, but the man probably didn't take it to heart. The man sneered. "You're much braver than that fat man. I hope your luck can be as good as his." Yang Kai sighed. "Senior, with your strength, if you want to kill us, it will be as easy as lifting a finger. Why torture my 2 brothers?" At this time, he also noticed that before Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng died, they should have suffered some kind of inhumane torture. The smell of blood in the cave was the blood that flowed out of their 7 orifices. The man snorted. This king didn't torture them. But this king has a plan that needs their cooperation. Unfortunately, they don't have this life. Yang Kai looked up. "I don't know what Senior's plan is, but it requires their lives to cooperate." The man looked at him with a strange expression. "Do you want to try? Can I refuse?" Yang Kai looked at him seriously. The man shook his head. "You can't refuse." "Then it's fine. Since I can't refuse, then I can only cooperate. But before that, I would like to ask Senior to explain to me how I can cooperate. Senior probably doesn't want to see me follow in the footsteps of my 2 brothers. If that really happens, you won't be able to find other disciples of the 7 Openings land in a short time." The man nodded slightly. "You're right. You're quite interesting. I didn't expect that there would be someone like you in the 7 Openings land. Yang Kai sniffled. Actually, I'm not really from the Seven Openings land. I've only been there for less than half a year. The man sneered. Do you think this king will believe you? Yang Kai shrugged. That's the truth. It doesn't matter if Senior believes it or not. Please tell me about the plan. If possible, I will do my best to cooperate. After all, if I can live, I don't want to die. Whether you die or not is not up to you. It depends on whether you have the ability to survive. As he said this, he flipped his hand, and a delicate wooden box suddenly appeared in his hand. The box was only the size of a palm and was sealed, but there was a clear aura of life coming from the box. This undoubtedly meant that there was a living thing in the box. The man didn't waste any words and directly opened the box and handed it to Yang Kai. Swallow it. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, then took the box and looked down. His scalp went numb. He saw that inside the box there was a black centipede the size of a thumb quietly lying there. Although he didn't know what this thing was, anyone could see that it wasn't anything good. If he really swallowed it, who knew what would happen to him? At this moment, Yang Kai didn't know how Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng died. They were clearly tortured to death after swallowing this centipede. Yang Kai swallowed hard and looked up at the man. What does Senior mean? The man said, swallow it. If you don't die, your life and death will be in this king's hands. When the time comes, this king will need you to do something. If you die, then there's nothing to say. Chapter 3882. Is Senior doing this just to control me? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's right. Then there's no need to go through so much trouble. Senior only needs to plant a soul brand in my knowledge sea, and the same effect will naturally occur, the man sneered. If you hadn't condensed your own Tao seal, this would indeed be a good method. But since you have one, as long as it isn't destroyed, you can naturally find a way to escape this king's control. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Back in the star boundary, it was too easy to control someone. As long as one was strong enough, one could brand their knowledge, see, with their soul brand, and naturally control everything. How could this method, which had worked 100 times over, not work in the outside world? Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai suddenly understood. When he condensed his Tao seal, Yang Kai clearly remembered that he had condensed all of his strength into his Tao seal. In other words, for someone like him, the Tao seal was his foundation. If he wanted to completely control someone, he could only start with the Tao seal. Simply starting with the soul was not enough. However, looking at the fates of Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, Yang Kai's heart was filled with apprehension. Who knew whether or not he would be sent to the underworld to reunite with his two cheap senior brothers after swallowing this centipede? Even heaven-opening realm masters couldn't resist it. So how could he? He wanted to say something to stall for time, but the man didn't give him a chance. His big hand reached out and grabbed his chin, forcing his mouth open. His other hand picked up the centipede and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Then, with a light lift of his hand, Yang Kai swallowed the centipede into his stomach, not even giving him a chance to resist. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai realized the gap between him and his opponent. A burning sensation flowed down his throat and into his stomach, and Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. He reached into his mouth, wanting to pull the centipede out, but how could he pull it out? Under his perception, the originally motionless centipede in the box became extremely active after entering his stomach, turning into a mass of pure energy that rampaged through his body. An indescribable pain instantly enveloped Yang Kai, causing him to roar, his eyes bulging. The man retreated to the side and coldly watched, his expression indifferent. He had no intention of helping at all, as if his life depended on Yang Kai's own fortune. In the cave, Yang Kai's painful roars continued. He had never experienced such unbearable torture. His body alternated between hot and cold. When it was hot, it felt like his entire body was on fire. And when it was cold, his entire body would emit cold chi, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. As the hot and cold alternated, his life force dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. A dim light flashed in the man's eyes. Although he had already expected this, seeing Yang Kai's performance so poor, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. But this was understandable. After all, the previous 2 first-grade heaven splitters hadn't been able to survive and had been tortured to death. How could a brat who had just condensed a Tao seal create a miracle? However, if he couldn't find a suitable chess piece, he wouldn't be able to carry out the next step of his plan. He didn't know when he would be able to catch the disciples of the Qiqiao lands again. In just half an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai was only breathing in and out. Blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices, and his miserable appearance was exactly the same as the dead Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng. His vitality had also fallen to rock bottom, and in a moment, his soul would scatter. The man let out a long sigh and turned to walk out of the cave. Looking into the distance, the flames of vengeance burned in his eyes. After a long time, the man walked back into the cave and went straight to Yang Kai's side. Looking down, he saw Yang Kai's body curled up, covered in a thick layer of frost. Even his eyebrows and hair were snow white. After sizing him up, the man couldn't help but exclaim softly. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes because he noticed that the young man who had been frozen into a popsicle was actually still alive. Although the young man's vitality had fallen to the limit, it still hadn't been cut off. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Logically speaking, after such a long time had passed, it was impossible for the young man before him to survive, even if he had 10 lives. However, in reality, he was still alive. Feeling strange, the man carefully examined him. His gaze was quickly attracted by the blood flowing out of Yang Kai's 7 orifices. This blood was golden, and the man could clearly feel a surging vitality coming from it. Reaching out a finger and dipping it in the golden blood, he placed it under his nose and gently smelled it. The man paled. Dragon blood. When he looked at Yang Kai again, the look in the man's eyes changed. He didn't expect that there would be a dragon vein among the disciples of the 7 Possibilities lands, and that he would coincidentally be able to capture it. However, this would explain why this boy's cultivation was clearly not high, but he was still struggling at death's door. The vitality of a dragon bloodline had always been strong, so it wasn't surprising that he could persist for so long. His expression constantly changing, the man considered cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots to prevent future trouble, but thinking of his deep blood feud, he couldn't bring himself to do so. It was not easy to capture a disciple from the 7 Openings land, and because of some special reasons, he didn't dare to get too close to the 7 Openings land. After hiding in this universe world for so many years, Ma Lu and the others had finally arrived. The first 2 were too weak and had died to the flying blackback centipede's poison, but this young boy might become a useful chess piece. Of course, if he couldn't hold on and was poisoned to death, that was just as bad luck. Making up his mind, the man calmly observed the situation. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai remained unconscious on the ground, in a state of near death. That weak vitality had never been cut off, allowing him to struggle at death's door under the intense poison. The man had been quietly observing from the side, but when Yang Kai survived for 3 days, he couldn't help but be shocked. When he sensed that Yang Kai was still alive after 5 days, he was pleasantly surprised. It had to be known that the previous 2 first-grade heavenly splitters had only lasted 2.5 days at most. After a full 7 days, Yang Kai's weak vitality suddenly began to recover, and the various abnormal reactions from swallowing the flying blackback centipede also began to fade. Slowly, His vitality became more and more vigorous, as if a spark of fire had ignited a field. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a look of lingering fear on his face as he gasped for breath. Although he had been unconscious for these 7 days, with his strength reaching this level, even in an unconscious state, he was still able to maintain a trace of clarity. When he was unconscious, he didn't know the situation, but when he woke up, he could naturally remember everything. He secretly praised himself for being able to escape death this time. He didn't know what kind of strange creature the centipede he had swallowed was, but its intense poison was actually able to rapidly consume his vitality. If his vitality wasn't strong enough, he would have definitely been poisoned to death. The reason he had been able to survive was because of his dragon bloodline, which made his vitality much more vigorous than ordinary people's, and also because of his wood element strength. Wood element strength was condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, and although he had lost the immortal tree's ability to bring the dead back to life, it had greatly enriched his vitality. It was also by relying on wood element strength that he was able to maintain that last bit of vitality. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was a centipede-shaped mark on his Tao seal. This mark seemed to be alive yet not, and was extremely strange. The mark wrapped around his Tao seal and didn't hinder him. But Yang Kai didn't doubt that as long as this man made the slightest move, his Tao seal would be destroyed in an instant, and his soul would return to the underworld. Smiling bitterly in his heart, Yang Kai's life and death were really in the hands of this man. If this man wanted him to, he wouldn't even have the strength to resist. Good, very good. Seeing Yang Kai open his eyes, the man's face was full of surprise, and he actually grinned. He reached out his hand to help Yang Kai up and affectionately patted him on the shoulder. Boy, you really didn't let this king down. He spoke as if he had been very optimistic about Yang Kai before. Although Yang Kai was awake, after suffering such torture, he was now extremely weak and didn't even have the strength to reply. Thinking about how his life and death would be out of his control in the future, how could he be in the mood to agree with this man? He just casually grunted. The man didn't mind and just smiled. Boy, serve this king well. After this king has taken his revenge, he will definitely set you free. At that time, if you are willing, you can follow this king and call the wind and summon the rain. Isn't that better than being a disciple of the Chiqiao lands? Yang Kai rolled his eyes in his heart. Although he didn't know what kind of enmity this guy had with the Chiqiao lands, if he wanted to use him for revenge, he would definitely be in danger. If something went wrong, he would be implicated. What good would that be? He didn't dare to express his thoughts and just slightly cupped his hands. This boy doesn't have any great ambitions. I only hope that Senior can fulfill his wish in the future and fulfill his promise today and set this boy free. The man coldly snorted. Of course this king will keep his promise. But boy, could it be that you don't want to give up your identity as a disciple of the Chiqiao lands? Yang Kai coughed a few times and said weakly, Senior must be joking. This boy hasn't been in the Chiqiao lands for long. It doesn't matter whether I am a disciple or not. The man looked at him suspiciously and found that he didn't seem to have any intention of lying. He couldn't help but nod. So that's how it is. It seems that the Chiqiao lands doesn't treat you as one of their own. Yang Kai frowned. What does Senior mean? The man sneered. If they treated you as one of their own, why would they harm you? Harm me? Yang Kai didn't understand. Senior, if you have something to say, you can just say it. This junior doesn't understand what you are saying. The man said, who was that guy you killed before? Yang Kai didn't know why he was suddenly asked about the person he killed, but he still answered honestly. He was an errand boy from the Chiqiao lands. His name was Fong Tai. He escaped from the Chiqiao lands, and this boy was ordered to kill him. What about these two? The man pointed at the corpses of Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng. These two senior brothers are here under orders to protect me. The man laughed strangely. Protect you? I don't think so. They were probably here to spy on you. Chapter 3883. So what? Yang Kai frowned. For better or worse, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were both heaven-opening realm cultivators. So Du Rufeng sending them to protect Yang Kai was truly overkill. Yang Kai himself was well aware that although it was called protection, it was more like surveillance. The man chuckled. When you were killing Fong Tai, didn't you feel that something was wrong? What's wrong? Yang Kai became more and more confused and impatiently said, What does Senior want to say? Please speak frankly. Let me show you something first. Saying so, the man suddenly formed a seal with one hand, and his thumb slowly pressed down on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to dodge, but when he thought about how his life was in the other party's hands and how he couldn't resist if the other party really wanted to do something to him, he simply let it be. The next moment, the man's thumb pressed down on Yang Kai's forehead, and an invisible force surged out. Yang Kai's entire body swayed, as if his soul had left his body, and his vision suddenly stretched back. This feeling was very strange. He was clearly standing in the same place, but he could see his back. When he looked up, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but change because he could see a faint layer of black qi on the surface of his body. This black qi was like a cloud, enveloping his body. Yang Kai was bewildered. He had never noticed this before. Obviously, this was the work of the man's secret technique, allowing him to see something hidden. The man chuckled and slowly withdrew his hand. Yang Kai immediately returned to his normal state and asked in surprise, What was that? Raising his hand in front of his face, he couldn't see anything. Using his divine sense to scan his body, he didn't find anything wrong, as if the black qi didn't exist at all. However, what he saw just now was definitely not an illusion. That Fong Tai probably has some sort of background. The man lightly snorted. An expert placed a seal on his body. If anyone kills him, the seal will activate and leave a mark on the murderer's body. This mark is very well hidden, and unless one is much stronger than that expert, it's impossible to discover it. The reason this king knows is because I saw you kill Fong Tai with my own eyes. Seal, mark. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. The man chuckled. If you appear in front of that expert in the future, he will know that you killed his junior. How could he let you off so easily? After a pause, he continued, With the Qiqiao land's ability, why would they need to go through so much trouble to kill a traitor? Why, you should think about it. Ooh. Yang Kai's expression changed as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Soon, he grasped the crux of the matter and asked, The Qiqiao land already knew that Fong Tai had a seal placed on him by that expert. The man chuckled. This king didn't say that, but it's most likely so. That expert doesn't want to provoke him, so he found a scapegoat and let you kill Fong Tai. After that, he just has to find a way to get rid of you, and everything will be fine. Yang Kai suddenly understood and muttered. No wonder, he had been a little suspicious before. How could a mere servant like Fong Tai escape from the Qiqiao land's heavy spirit array? He originally thought that Du Rufeng deliberately let Fong Tai go to create an opportunity for him to perform meritorious deeds. Now, it seemed that deliberately letting Fong Tai go wasn't wrong, but not for him to perform meritorious deeds. He just didn't want Fong Tai to die in the Qiqiao land, so that he wouldn't be investigated in the future. No wonder I was promoted to a disciple of the Qiqiao land so easily. It turns out that it wasn't because Du Rufeng appreciated me, but because I was used as a scapegoat. Yang Kai didn't doubt the words of the man in front of him. From his standpoint, Du Rufeng was already in control of Yang Kai's life and death, so there was no need to deceive him about this matter. Moreover, what Yang Kai saw with his own eyes couldn't be wrong. Understanding all this, Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. Damn you, Du Rufeng! I was the one who helped you collect the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame, but in the end, you're the one who set me up. It turns out that all those favors and promotions were just a pretense. Although Yang Kai didn't have a sense of belonging to the Qiqiao land and didn't feel any gratitude towards Du Rufeng, he couldn't help feeling a little annoyed at being used like this. Suddenly, Yang Kai recalled that when he was in Earth protecting Venerable Duan Hai's miniature universe, Fong Tai had taken out a token and said that it was given to him by a senior from the Black River realm. Presumably, the seal on Fong Tai's body was placed by that senior from the Black River realm. Although the universe was vast, and he might not have the opportunity to meet that senior from the Black River realm in the future, he still had to be prepared. Perhaps one day he really would run into that senior. If that really happened, he might not even know how he died. So Yang Kai couldn't help cupping his fists and asking, "Senior, how do I get rid of this seal?" The man smiled and said, "Unless one's strength surpasses that of the person who placed this seal, there is no way to get rid of it. Even Senior can't do anything, not to mention whether this king has the ability to do so. Even if I did, why would this king help you?" There was nothing wrong with these words. Yang Kai and this man in front of him were neither relatives nor friends. To put it bluntly, he was now this man's subordinate. So why would this man spend so much effort to help him get rid of this seal? The man continued, "But you can rest assured, as long as you can help this king get his revenge, this king will satisfy you at the time." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "If he is heartless, then so be it. If Senior needs anything in the future, please don't hesitate to tell me." "Very good." The man laughed heartily. Although, with the flying heavens black-backed centipede holding him back, Kai Yang definitely wouldn't have any thoughts of betrayal. But now that Kai Yang had taken the initiative to help, he was naturally happy to see this. If not for this, why would he even bother talking to Kai Yang about these things? "By the way, I haven't asked for Senior's name yet." Yang Kai cupped his fists and asked, "This king's surname is Su." The man replied lightly, "What kind of enmity does Senior Su have with Qiqiao land?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Senior Su coldly snorted, "I don't need you to know. Don't ask. Just do your own thing." "Then what does Senior Su want me to do?" "My cultivation is low. I'm afraid I won't be able to help Senior Su much. If I mess up Senior Su's plans, then I'll die 1,000 deaths." Senior Su laughed cruelly. "You'll be able to help me while wearing this rainbow robe. You've just received this king's secret technique, so you should rest for 2 days. After 2 days, this king will tell you more in detail." Since Senior Su said so, there was nothing Yang Kai could do. Although he was very curious, it wasn't good to ask again. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior Su, this junior has a presumptuous request." Senior Su said lightly, "Speak." Yang Kai pointed to the side and said, "I want to bury their bodies." Senior Su looked at him coldly. "You're very affectionate and righteous." Yang Kai shook his head. "These two were only ordered to supervise me. They probably didn't know anything. Moreover, they've taken care of me a lot along the way. Now that they're dead, it's time to bury them. Do as you wish." Senior Su didn't seem too interested in Yang Kai's kindness. After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left the cave. He wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would escape, and he quickly disappeared. Kai Yang let out a long sigh, his face filled with dejection. Ever since he came to this world, everything seemed to be going wrong. First, he was brought to the Kikikyo land to be some kind of odd job worker. After a few days of good work, he was unexpectedly involved in this kind of grudge. Now, his life and death were controlled by Senior Su, and he had become a chess piece in his hands. Although he didn't know how Senior Su was going to take revenge, how could he have a good end if he got involved in something a fourth-stage heaven-opening expert was plotting? If he didn't think of a way, he might really die young. The only thing he could rejoice about was that he was still useful to Senior Su, so he wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. However, the Qiqiao land was a bit difficult to deal with. Since Senior Su wanted to use him, he definitely wanted him to return to the Chiqiao land. How would he explain the deaths of Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng? 2 Grade 1 sky splitters had died, but he had returned in one piece. This was a bit unreasonable. His head hurt from thinking about it, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Yang Kai walked over to the bodies of Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng and sighed. You two, being able to travel together, you won't be lonely. Remember to bless junior brother and turn misfortune into blessings. Towards these 2 cheap brothers, Yang Kai didn't have a bad impression. Just as he had said to Senior Su before, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng definitely didn't know anything about the arrangements of the Chiqiao land. At most, they had been ordered to supervise him and ensure that Fong Tai died at his hands. Along the way, the 2 of them had been really good to him. Now that they had died at Senior Su's hands, Yang Kai didn't have the ability to avenge them, so he could only take care of their funerals. After bringing the 2 corpses out of the cave, they found a place with good feng shui and dug 2 large pits to properly bury the 2 corpses. Of course, Yang Kai definitely left behind their space rings. Not only did he leave behind 2 space rings, but he also left behind Fong Tai's. Instead of returning to the cave, Yang Kai flew directly to a nearby mountain peak, sat down cross-legged on a boulder, and began inspecting the contents of the space rings. After inspecting them, Yang Kai found that Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were extremely poor. Besides some artifacts, there were only a few hundred heaven-opening pills in their space rings. Although a few hundred heaven-opening pills was a huge number for a laborer, it was definitely not worth mentioning for a heaven-opening realm cultivator. These 2 were first-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators, but with so little savings, it was obvious that they weren't doing very well in the Chiqiao land. This was also not surprising. After reaching the heaven-opening realm, they would have to find ways to improve their strength. In order to do so, they would have to consume a large number of heaven-opening pills over a long period of time. Yang Kai estimated that most of the heaven-opening pills had already been consumed, so having a few hundred left was already quite good. The quality of these artifacts wasn't very good either, so Yang Kai didn't take anything else, only taking the heaven-opening pills. He threw away the rest along with the 2 space rings to prevent others from discovering them in the future. Chapter 3884. There was no need to mention Fong Tai's space ring. Besides some specialties he had brought out from his own universe world, there were only a dozen or so heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai didn't even put them in his eyes. The only thing that caught his attention was a jade token. This jade token was only the size of his palm and was crystal clear without any impurities. Inside it, there was a small fish-like thing swimming back and forth, as if it was alive. This thing was what Fong Tai had taken out to show Duan Hai before, and was also the token given to him by the senior from the Black River Realm. Yang Kai didn't know what this token was for, and wanted to throw it away, but after thinking about it, he carefully put it away, not daring to put it into his space ring, but instead tossed it into the Sealed World Bead. Presumably, with the Sealed World Bead's unique ability, the Black River Realm's great master had no way to track down this token. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai found that the mountain wilderness was quiet. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't find any trace of Old Man Su, nor did he know where he had gone. There was no need to think about running away, though. Since the other party had dared to leave him here, obviously they weren't afraid he would run away. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai looked inside his body and soon saw the centipede mark on the Tao seal on his spine. This mark seemed to have a life of its own, wrapping around the entire Tao seal. Yang Kai tried to push his Saint Chi but found no hindrance. He then added a little more strength to attack the centipede mark, but the centipede mark immediately tightened around the Tao seal. In an instant, Yang Kai felt like his body was about to be crushed, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and stop his attempts. However, Yang Kai was certain that there was no way he could get rid of this centipede mark with his current strength. Old Man Su was at least a fourth-grade heaven-opening cultivator, and had used such a strange treasure to subdue him. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of it. Cursing his bad luck, Yang Kai obediently began to restore himself. The centipede had consumed too much of his Saint Chi before, so although his life was not in danger, he was still very weak. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly noticed something was wrong. When he opened his eyes, he saw Old Man Su standing in front of him, looking at him quietly. Yang Kai quickly got up. Old Man Su nodded and said lightly, "You're quite honest. With your strength, if you tried to forcibly break through the shackles of the black flying centipede, I'm afraid you would have already died." Yang Kai's Old Man Su's centipedes Old Man's to help ask, Old Man Su's names is to Yang's to him, to be to asks to help. After being subdued by Old Man Su that day, Old Man Su disappeared. Yang Kai didn't have time to ask about it, but he knew that Old Man Su wouldn't have spent so much effort just to amuse himself. What's more, this Old Man Su had a grudge with the 7 Possibilities Lands, so he was definitely here to seek revenge. "I want you to bring me into Chi Land. Yang mind, Yang eyes, and Yang head is Yang Li 2 by Yang was. So, and to be, of course." But now that Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were dead, how would he explain himself if he went back alone? Old Man Su seemed to know what he was thinking. He said lightly, "Don't worry. When you go back, you just have to say you encountered a void beast, and those 2 were accidentally eaten by it." Yang Kai was speechless. How could he get away with such a simple excuse? If the Kikikyo found out he was lying, he would be in deep trouble. This Old Man Su obviously didn't care about his safety. "But Old Man Su, how can I bring you into the Qiqiao?" Yang Kai looked troubled. The Qiqiao is surrounded by layers of formations. "It's fine for me to go back alone, but if I bring another person with me, I'm afraid I won't be able to get through. We'll definitely be discovered." Old Man Su casually tossed something to him. Yang Kai caught it and looked down. He found that it was the pouch that he, Ma Lu, and Jiang Sheng were in. This 6 Directions Rui pouch is very mysterious. It was a coincidence that I was able to obtain it. Take it with you, and I can hide inside. You can avoid the Qiqiao's formation. Yang Kai gulped. He had experienced the power of this 6 Unity wish bag firsthand. Even Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, 2 first-grade heaven splitters, had been sucked into it without being able to struggle. Obviously, this was no ordinary item, but now Old Man Su was actually giving this 6 Unity wish bag to him. And he was going to enter it? Yang Kai's heart couldn't help but pound. Old Man Su sneered. "Since I dared to give this treasure to you, I'm naturally not afraid that you'll use it against me. If you don't believe me, you can try." Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare." Old Man Su misunderstood. "I just feel that this treasure's power is unfathomable. It's the first time I've come into contact with such a treasure, so I can't help but feel a little excited. I definitely wouldn't dare to have any malicious thoughts towards Old Man Su." "That's best." Old Man Su's expression was indifferent. "In a moment, I'll teach you a sacrificial refining technique. Just practice it a little and coordinate it with me, and you'll naturally be able to control it freely." "Yes," Yang Kai respectfully replied. "With the help of this treasure, entering the 7 Apertures Land shouldn't be a problem. But Old Man Su, what about after entering the 7 Apertures Land? What does Junior need to do? What can you do with just a few punches and kicks?" Old Man Su sneered disdainfully. "As long as you bring me into the 7 Apertures Land, you'll have completed your task. Then there's nothing for you to do. I'll handle it myself. Yang Kai relaxed, but at the same time, he was also secretly shocked. From Old Man Su's words, it seemed he was saying that as long as he could enter the Seven Apertures land, he would be able to take revenge. However, there were truly quite a few heaven-opening cultivators in the Seven Apertures land, not to mention the Seven Apertures heavenly monarch, who was at the 5th stage of heaven opening. Even the 7 Earth Protectors were at the 4th stage of heaven opening. There were definitely other 3rd and 2nd stage heaven opening cultivators as well. To be able to face so many powerful enemies alone and still be so confident, just what level of heaven opening was this Old Man Su at? Could it be that he was at the 6th stage or even higher? Only someone with such strength could not place the 7 Apertures land in their eyes. It seemed that Ma Lu Jiangsheng's previous conjecture about Old Man Su's strength was wrong. He was definitely not at the 4th stage of heaven opening. After being on tenterhooks for so long, the other party had only asked him to bring him in. Kai Yang didn't know what to say, but thinking about it carefully, this matter really needed to be handled by someone who was especially loyal. Otherwise, if they were to enter the 7 realms and casually shout out, it would ruin Old Man Su's plans. The black-winged centipede was obviously to guard against this. At this point, Yang Kai did not have the ability to resist. The main thing was that his life was in Old Man Su's hands, so he had no choice but to admit defeat. He immediately nodded to indicate that he understood. Following this, Old Man Su really did teach him a sacrificial refining technique. He also personally helped him refine the 6-direction wish pouch. In just half a day, Yang Kai was able to open and close the treasure. However, this was the limit of what he could do. He was unable to use the 6-direction wish pouch to defend himself. All right, let's go. Old Man Su was clearly prepared. All that was missing was a guide. After saying this, he did not wait for Yang Kai to react. He grabbed him and soared into the sky. In the air, he took out the wooden sword he had been holding before. The wooden sword instantly turned into a huge streak of sword light that wrapped around the two of them as they flew in a certain direction. Without a reference, it was impossible to tell how fast they were going. However, Yang Kai felt that compared to Ma Lu and Jiangsheng, Old Man Su's speed was much faster. After galloping for 3 days, the sword light suddenly stopped. Old Man Su said, "Kid, walk the rest of the way by yourself. With your ability, you will probably need to walk for another 3 days before you can return to the Qiqiao land. Once you enter the Qiqiao land, find a remote place and let me out." After saying this, he lightly added, "Don't think of playing any tricks. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Old Man Su, don't worry. I will definitely bring you into the Qiqiao land." Opening the 6-direction wish pouch, Old Man Su took the initiative to enter. Yang Kai closed the pouch and stuffed it into his clothes. Only then did he continue to fly forward. Sure enough, just as Old Man Su had said, after 3 days, the 7 paths was in sight. Without stopping, Kai Yang flew straight ahead. Halfway there, Kai Yang had already made himself miserable. His clothes were a mess, and he had ruthlessly slapped himself a few times, causing him to spit out 3 liters of blood, and his breathing to become weak. Half a day later, Yang Kai finally arrived outside the Qiqiao land. This was the first time that Yang Kai had returned to the Qiqiao land from the outside, so he didn't know how to enter. After shouting a few times, there was no response from inside, so it was likely that no one could hear him. Standing there scratching his head for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly thought of a way. Reaching out, he took out his disciple token from his space ring and poured his secret art into it, sending it directly into the fog in front of him. This time, Yang Kai used the right method. Shortly after the token disappeared, the fog in front of him parted on its own accord, revealing a large path in the middle. Yang Kai rushed in and soon arrived in front of a huge door. In front of this door were two disciples wearing 7 colored robes, each of them holding a sword and a saber, giving off a majestic aura. After seeing Yang Kai, a look of suspicion appeared on their faces. "Junior brother, which spirit land's disciple are you from? How come you don't look familiar?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to brother, I am from the fire spirit land and have just been promoted from a servant to an ordinary disciple, so these two brothers have never seen me before." The two men glanced at each other before one of them said, "Wait a moment." Saying so, he took out a round bead, seemingly trying to contact someone. A moment later, the man looked up at Yang Kai and gently nodded. "Junior brother is Yang Kai?" Indeed. The man stepped aside and handed over Yang Kai's disciple token. "Go in. Brother Du wants you to see him immediately." "Many thanks, brother." Yang Kai took the token and flashed into the door, his vision blurring for a moment before he appeared in the middle of the 7 refinements land. After probing his body a little, Yang Kai found that the 6 Unity wish bag was still in his arms, and there was nothing strange about it, allowing him to finally relax. However, at this time, it was not convenient to release Old Man Su, so Yang Kai could only set this matter aside and set off towards the fire spirit land, preparing to meet with Du Rufeng first. Thinking about this guy, Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth in hatred. Although he knew that it was definitely Duan Hai who had pushed him out as a scapegoat, all of the favors Du Rufeng had shown him before were now laughable in retrospect. Chapter 3885. Yang Kai flew straight to the main hall, where he had first entered the fire spirit land. He guessed that Du Rufeng should live there. In fact, Du Rufeng did live there. From afar, Yang Kai saw a familiar figure standing in front of the main hall, dressed in white, quietly waiting. Who else could it be but Du Rufeng? After landing, Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Brother, fortunately I did not fail you. Here is that thief's head." While speaking, he took out Fong Tai's head. Du Rufeng glanced at it and confirmed that it was indeed Fong Tai's head. He tilted his head slightly, and a woman dressed as a maid behind him immediately came forward and took the head. Du Rufeng reached out to support Yang Kai. "Junior brother, you have worked hard this time." He looked behind him suspiciously. "Why are you alone? Where are Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, the 2 junior brothers? Didn't they go out with you? Why don't I see them?" Yang Kai looked sad. "Brother, you don't know. This time, everything went smoothly, but on the way back, we encountered a strange beast. The 2 brothers unfortunately died. Junior brother couldn't avenge them, and almost didn't make it back. It took a lot of effort to find the way back." "Strange beast? What kind of strange beast?" Du Rufeng frowned. Yang Kai thought seriously and said, "I have never seen it, but I heard the 2 brothers say that it was some kind of void beast. What did it look like?" Du Rufeng asked again. Yang Kai quickly described it. Fortunately, he had been careful and asked Su Lao about the appearance of the void beast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to answer at this time. After all, he had just arrived outside of Qinquan and didn't have the opportunity to see any void beast. After listening to Yang Kai's description, the trace of doubt in Du Rufeng's eyes gradually disappeared. Since his description was so accurate, it was obvious that he had seen it with his own eyes. Patting Yang Kai's shoulder, Du Rufeng said, "Void beasts have no fixed abode and are very strong. Encountering one in this vast universe is indeed dangerous. Junior brother is really lucky to be able to escape. It's a pity for Brother Ma and Brother Jiang." Yang Kai's eyes turned red. Du Rufeng sighed. "That's their fate. Junior brother, there's no need to be sad. You've worked hard this time as well. Go back and rest first." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. After the commotion caused by Elder Sue, he was no longer in the mood to ask about the steward. Now that he had brought Elder Sue into Kikikio, who knew how long the steward would last, Elder Sue might take revenge in a few days. Although he didn't know how strong Elder Sue was and whether he could succeed, regardless of whether he could succeed or not, he couldn't stay in Kikikio anymore. It was better to find a way to leave as soon as possible. He didn't ask, but Du Ruffin took the initiative to mention, in a few days, it will be 1 month. When I go to the orchard next month, I will tell the Fire Spirit Land about your matter. Thank you, brother. Yong Kai quickly revealed a happy expression. Then junior brother will take his leave. Du Ruffin nodded. Yong Kai turned to leave. After a few steps, Du Ruffin laughed behind him. Junior brother, where are you going? Was he going to kill him to silence him? Yong Kai turned back, carefully hiding the vigilance in his eyes. Didn't brother tell me to go back and rest for a few days? You're wearing the rainbow robe now, so you can be considered a disciple of Kikikio. You should go to the personnel hall to handle some trivial matters and register. Yong Kai patted his head. I forgot. Du Ruffin tilted his head and said, Shall he accompany junior brother? The maid from before answered crisply, Yes. Under the guidance of the girl called Xiao He, Yong Kai successfully entered the personnel hall. He registered and received a few new sets of clothes, a happy expression on his face. Little he said, Darren is really lucky. I've served by Darren Du's side for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen a servant who only spent half a year to be promoted to an ordinary disciple. Yong Kai cupped his hands in the direction of the previous hall. It's all thanks to Brother Du's guidance. He paused for a moment, then said, Oh, right, Miss Xiaohe, where should I live now? Xiaohe pursed her lips and smiled. You'll live where Steward Chow used to live. It's still the errand boy's quarters. Yong Kai snapped his fingers. However, Zhou Zheng's quarters were definitely different from the errand boy's quarters. The place was bigger, and the environment was better. He hadn't been there yet, so he wasn't too sure about it. Then, Master, please go back and rest. I also need to go back and report. Xiao he gracefully bowed. Although she served Du Ruffin, she wasn't a disciple of Qiqiao. Yong Kai guessed that she should have been an errand boy before. Du Ruffin saw that she was pretty, so he took her in. Thank you, Mississippi, as Yong Kai spoke. He casually stuffed a few heaven-opening pills into her hands. Xiao he took them and glanced at him with a smile. She didn't refuse, turning around and soaring into the sky, leaving Yong Kai leisurely to the errand boy's quarters. Not long after, he arrived at the errand boy's quarters. The whole village was empty. All the errand boys had gone to the orchard, so there was naturally no one here. He didn't need to go back to his original quarters. He didn't have anything to pack anyway. So he went straight to the largest building. This was where Zhou Zheng used to live, but now it was convenient for him. After checking inside and out and making sure that there was no one around, Yong Kai sneakily opened all the restrictions and hid in the secret room to let Elder Sue out. Kid, you did pretty well. After Elder Sue appeared, he wasn't surprised by the environment. It was as if he knew what Yong Kai was doing recently, even though he was kept in the Six Harmonies Rui pouch. He put the pouch away as he spoke. Yong Kai cupped his hands and said, Elder Sue, I've done what you asked. I can't do anything else. I wish Elder Sue good luck and success. Elder Sue laughed strangely. Don't worry. If I say it's none of your business, then it's none of your business. Take care of yourself. Yong Kai said seriously, I'm really worried about you, Elder Sue. After all, you're alone. Although I haven't been here for long, I know that there are quite a few middle-level Kai Tian cultivators in Kikikio. Elder Sue, how confident are you that you're here to seek revenge? Humph. Elder Sue glanced at him. Since this king dared to come, I'm naturally fully prepared. Then I'm relieved. Old man Sue quickly left. After sending Old Man Su away, Yong Kai didn't even have time to close the door when he saw Great General Sichin walking over from the other side of the village, his whole body shining with a dazzling golden light. He didn't know if the Great General could smell Yong Kai's aura. In any case, he just walked straight over. When he got close, he turned his head to look at him. Yong Kai felt a little guilty from being stared at like that. He wasn't sure if he saw anything just now. The Great General clearly understood human nature. It was just that he was a little arrogant and was usually too lazy to communicate with others. Moreover, the Great General was still a pet of the Venerable One. If he ran to the Venerable One and complained, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, on second thought, since the Great General appeared in front of him like that, even if he saw something, he probably wouldn't complain. Yong Kai didn't know whether the stupid chicken was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. After welcoming the Great General into the house, Yong Kai didn't bother with him. He walked around the house with his hands behind his back, thinking about his future path. If Elder Su came to seek revenge, there would definitely be a huge commotion in Qiqiao. Right now, the best way out was to quickly leave this place to avoid being implicated. But what reason could he use to leave? Without Du Rufeng's instructions or any other legitimate reason, there was no way he could leave. He couldn't think of anything even if his head hurt. Calculating the days, it would probably take a few more days for this 1-month period to end. He had wasted quite a bit of time on this trip. It was suffocating to be alone in the house, so Yong Kai simply walked out and flew towards the orchard. The Great General followed him without a word and laid on his head, as usual. After entering the orchard, he first went to see Old Fong. When they saw each other, Old Fong was shocked and quickly pulled him into his house. With a pale face, he said, "Brat, do you want to die? Where did you get these clothes? How dare you wear them so casually? Hurry up and take them off." As he spoke, he started to move his hands. Yong Kai raised his hand to block. "Why should I take them off? I'm now a disciple of Qiqiao. What's wrong with wearing these?" Old Fong's eyes widened. "Are you suffering from hysteria?" It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but that he didn't dare to believe it. Yong Kai had only been here for a short time. Even if he had made great contributions, how could he be promoted to a disciple of Qiqiao? "I'm too lazy to explain it to you." Yong Kai sat down with a gloomy face. Old Fong stared at him for a long time before saying, "You've really been promoted to a disciple of Qiqiao?" "Nonsense. I came in from outside. If I hadn't been promoted, who would dare to wear these clothes? I would have been killed on the spot by those Qiqiao disciples." Thinking about it, Old Fong agreed. This set of clothes couldn't be casually worn. Kai Yong wasn't stupid enough to play around with his life. What's more, if it wasn't for the 7 realms, Kai Yong wouldn't have this set of clothes. Did he really become a disciple of Qiqiao? Old Fong's eyes lit up and he couldn't hide his envy. "Little brother, you're amazing." After saying this, he slapped his own mouth and cupped his hands. "Lord Young really is amazing. You're young and promising." This old man is impressed. Yong Kai raised his head to look at him and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Also, I'll be taking over the position of manager of this orchard." "Manager?" Old Fong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Are you serious?" Yong Kai knocked on the table. Old Fong understood and hurriedly poured him tea. Yong Kai took a sip and said lightly, "In a few days, Brother Du will announce this news. I came over to give you a heads up so you can be mentally prepared." Old Fong couldn't be more excited. "Little brother, you've made a meteoric rise. You have to take care of me in the future." Yong Kai sighed. He didn't know how to explain it to him. Moreover, he definitely couldn't tell him about Elder Su. He just nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of you if I can." Old Fong was moved to tears. After leaving Old Fong's place, Yong Kai went to Dai Yu's place. Just like Old Fong, Dayu was obviously shocked and couldn't believe what she had just seen. She kept trying to pull off his clothes, forcing Yang Kai to flee. She would see the truth in a few days. Chapter 3886. A few days later, the orchard was closed, and all the handymen returned to the handyman's room. Dai Yu and Old Fong first went to Yang Kai's former room, but didn't find him. After some communication, they learned that Yang Kai had moved into Zhou Zheng's former steward's room. Since Kai Yang dared to move into the manager's office, he obviously had something to rely on. Moreover, they didn't know who it was that spread the news that Kai Yang was about to take over the position of the orchard's manager, but many of the odd job workers knew about it. Old Fong and Dayu both said that they didn't leak anything. Yang Kai guessed that it was most likely due Ruffin adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. It should be to pave the way for the announcement in a few days. So, as not to be too abrupt, every month, it was naturally time to go to the market to buy insects from other spiritual lands. If it was in the past, Yang Kai would definitely be in high spirits, but now that old man Su's matter had happened, he didn't have the energy to do anything. He was always on tenterhooks, afraid that one day a great war would suddenly break out in the Chiqiao land, and he would be the fish in the moat. Moreover, the source of income that was originally opened by the great general probably wouldn't last long. Losing interest, Yang Kai let Dayu and Old Fong go to the market to deal with it. Anyway, after buying the third-grade pure golden dew for Dayu last time, Yang Kai didn't have many opening heaven pills left. Originally, he wanted them to pay for it. Dayu and Old Fong didn't understand. He was clearly promoted to a disciple of the Chiqiao land, and was going to take over the position of the orchard steward. Why was Yang Kai still so unhappy? However, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask, so they could only leave first and go to the market to negotiate with the representatives of the 6 spiritual lands. Not long after the two left, a handyman came to visit. Yang Kai didn't even know the other person's name. He hadn't even seen him before. If it was just hearing the news, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that Yang Kai had even moved into the steward's room and was wearing a 7-colored shirt. Obviously, the news wasn't groundless. Since there was a change in leadership, the handyman naturally wanted to build a good relationship with him. Throughout the day, Yang Kai had been welcoming and sending off people. There were nearly 1,000 odd job workers in the odd job room. Even if only 10% of them came to visit, there were still nearly 100 of them. Wanting to build a good relationship with them was definitely not just empty words. It was normal to send some gifts. The odd job workers didn't have much wealth, so they couldn't give him anything too valuable. The heaven opening pill was the most suitable. 5 or 10 of them would accumulate quite a sizable amount. After 3 whole days, Yang Kai didn't know how many odd job workers it had received. In any case, the number of heaven-opening pills it had received had already exceeded 5,000. Yang Kai couldn't chase people away when they came to deliver things. Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable. During the day, he would receive gifts and receive guests, and at night, he would feed the general with Dayu and Old Fong. With both income, his originally deflated wallet would suddenly swell up again. 3 days later, before going to the orchard, Du Ruffin personally came to announce that Yang Kai had taken over the position of the orchard manager. Not many people were surprised, and everyone was happy when Yang Kai took over. He naturally made a generous speech in front of Du Ruffin, vowing that he would manage the orchard properly. Du Ruffin only said a few words of encouragement and then let him go. Arriving at the orchard, Yang Kai went straight to the lonely peak at the center of the orchard. Last time, he had come here with Du Ruffin to eavesdrop, so he wasn't too unfamiliar with this place. With the orchard manager's token in hand, the entire orchard's formation was under his control. This was his first time taking over the orchard, so There were many things he wasn't familiar with. After busying himself for several days, he barely managed to straighten out everything and knew what to do as a manager. Speaking of which, the orchard manager was both idle and not idle. When he had nothing to do, he would casually patrol the area. When he had something to do, he would need to go to the various odd job workers' orchards to help them take care of the fruit trees. A few days later, Yang Kai used his authority as the orchard's manager to transfer Old Fong and Dai to his side, saying that they would help him manage the orchard. The area that they were originally taking care of was handed over to others. In this regard, Dai and Old Fong were quite uneasy. After all, when Zhou Zheng was in charge, he didn't use his authority so blatantly for personal gain. They both tried to persuade Yang Kai to stop for the time being, lest Du Rufeng had any objections. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. Du Rufeng had ulterior motives towards him. So why would he care about these things? On the other hand, Elder Su had disappeared for many days, but the Qiqiao land was still so quiet, making Yang Kai anxious. If Elder Su had made some noise as soon as he arrived, Yang Kai would have been relieved, but this calm before the storm made him feel uneasy. No one knew when Elder Su would make a move and what kind of situation the Qiqiao land would be in at that time. He had been here for half a year, and both Old Fong and Dai had taken care of him, although it wasn't convenient for him to tell them about the Qiqiao land's crisis. He had them by his side. If something happened, it would be easier for them to take care of each other, since they couldn't persuade them. Old Fong and Dai could only silently help Yang Kai manage the orchard. As a result, Yang Kai had nothing to do all day. Yang Kai originally thought that Elder Su would make a move soon, but who would have thought that he would wait for 3 months? During these 3 months, there was no movement from the Qiqiao land, and Elder Su didn't come looking for Yang Kai. If it wasn't for the faint uneasiness in his heart that he couldn't dispel, Yang Kai would have thought that Elder Su had left the Qiqiao land. However, the Qiqiao land was covered in layers of formations, so he had to rely on himself to sneak in. It was impossible for him to leave so quietly. One day, Yang Kai was playing chess with Old Fong when he suddenly felt something. He took out an item and silently sensed it. Du Rufeng summoned me. I'll be back soon. Old Fong heard this and nodded. Come back soon. Yang Kai put down the chess piece in his hand, went out the door, and soared into the sky. Not long after, he arrived at Du Rufeng's residence and entered the hall. At first glance, he saw Du Rufeng standing in front of the hall, looking at him with a smile. During these 3 months, Du Rufeng would occasionally summon him to ask about the situation of the orchard, and Yang Kai would report it truthfully. In any case, he had done a good job managing the orchard over the past few months, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, every time he came, Du Rufeng would come alone. This time, it was different. There were 3 people in the hall. One was Du Rufeng, and the other was a young man Yang Kai had never seen before. As soon as Yang Kai came in, he felt this young man's eyes sweep over him like a greedy viper, making him feel very uncomfortable. This gaze was filled with scrutiny, but also a hint of interest. These 2 were standing while the other was sitting in an armchair. Surprisingly, this was the Earth Guardian of the Fire Spirit Land, Venerable Duan Hai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he quickly cupped his fists. Greetings, Venerable. Greetings, Brother Du. Since the last time Duan Hai brought him to the Fire Spirit Land, Yang Kai had not seen him again, so he did not know why he would appear here today. Yang Kai instinctively felt that something was wrong. Could it be that old man Su had been caught, and now he was involved? If that was the case, then old man Su was too useless. Is that him? The young man who Yang Kai didn't know suddenly asked a question that was inexplicable. Du Rufeng said, "That's him. There's nothing special about him. Why is he so lucky?" The man chuckled. Du Ruffing said, "Junior brother doesn't know, you should ask him." Yang Kai was confused and asked suspiciously, "Brother Du, this is—" Du Ruffing introduced, "This is Yu Lian, brother Yu. He has been in retreat before and has only recently come out, so you haven't seen him before." "So it's brother Yu." Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. "Greetings, brother Yu." Yu Lian grinned. "Junior brother Yang, right? Are you interested in guessing what I was in retreat before?" "Who the hell would be interested? Is this person crazy?" Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but he still said, "Junior brother doesn't know. Please enlighten me, brother." Yu Lian smiled. "For us cultivators to break through to split the heavens, we need to gather the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Brother, I first condensed yin and yang energy, then the 5 elements. Of the 5 elements, the first one I condensed was fire energy. Fire gives birth to earth, earth gives birth to metal, and metal gives birth to water. The last time I was in seclusion, I was condensing water energy." Yang Kai silently calculated and was shocked. This fellow was a half-step split the heavens cultivator, just one more energy away from breaking through. "Brother's complexion is rosy, so you should have succeeded. Now you're only 1 step away from split the heavens. Congratulations, brother." "Yes, 1 step away." Yu Lian's eyes flashed with fanaticism. "However, how many people have been stopped by this 1 step? You might as well tell junior brother that the materials I condensed are all grade 4. Then, if brother can break through to split the heavens, you'll be a grade 4 split the heavens cultivator. My Qiqiao land will have another great general. It'll be a blessing for us disciples. Grade 4 split the heavens cultivators are not easy to find, even with the resources of the Qiqiao land. Who knows how long it'll take to find a suitable one? I'm afraid it'll take 100 years, or even longer." Yu Lian let out a long sigh. "With Venerable's ability, I'm sure you'll be able to find a suitable one for brother." "Ooh." Yu Lian turned his head to look at Duan Hai and smiled. "There's no need to trouble Venerable with such a trivial matter. As long as junior brother can help me with something, it'll be fine." Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine. Faintly feeling that something was wrong. "Junior brother's strength is shallow. I don't know what he can help brother with." Yu Lian leaned forward slightly and stared deeply at him. "Shitty, you only need to contribute your wood elemental power." Hearing this, Yang Kai was shocked. All the things he didn't understand before suddenly becoming clear. No wonder after he helped Du Ruffing obtain the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame, this guy had taken special care of him. It turned out that he was eyeing his wood energy. Although Yang Kai had guessed this a long time ago, he wasn't sure. Only now did he know that his guess was correct. When he was forced to release the Tao seal in front of Du Ruffing, he had already sowed the seeds of disaster, promoting him to be the orchard steward and sending him to hunt down Fong Tai was also using him as a pawn. In any case, if his wood energy was really taken away, he probably wouldn't have a good end. "I don't know what you're talking about." As soon as Yang Kai's words fell, he sent out a punch. Then, without even looking back, he pushed his space principles and flashed away from where he stood. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.